The story begins with a guy named Li Fang. He was the main character of this incredible, magnificent tale. But what happened to him when his life was completely turned upside down? His girlfriend dumped him, and then he was hit by a car. Li Fan was in despair, and pain weighed heavily on his heart. As he rolled over on the asphalt after the impact, his whole life flashed before his eyes. The boy lay with his eyes closed, tears streaming down his cheeks. He thought about the numerous fractures in his body and that this time he would definitely die. But he didn't want to die and tearfully begged someone to help him. Suddenly, he heard a voice say that if he didn't want to die, he should sign at a certain place. Li Fan couldn't understand who was speaking. A girl stood before him, asking him to sign a contract and explaining that he could, of course, refuse. The protagonist couldn't figure out where he was or who she was. Before he could agree and sign the contract, she punched him in the face and wished him a nice day. The boy continued to lie on the asphalt, and out of the corner of his ear he heard someone's voice asking him to wake up. The girl approached him and asked if he was okay, looking at Li Fan, who was unconscious. She realized that he seemed to be badly hurt and didn't understand what to do in this situation. Meanwhile, the boy felt as if he were in another world, and he wondered if it was an illusion, or perhaps it was a hallucination. A system suddenly appeared in front of him, greeted him, and told him that it would help him become the #1 genius in this world. You just have to wait a little. The system couldn't figure out who had slipped it such a carrier. It scanned the information that his name was Li Fang, and he was 22 years old. His talent level is at rock bottom and there's no recovery. The boy decided it all doesn't matter and he'll just shut down the gadget. The system asked him to wait a little, as it wanted to help him. It explained that he could gain points by absorbing emotions. Spontaneous emotions like fear or surprise are usually converted into points. You can try earning them right now. The protagonist decided it was some kind of nonsense, but if there was even a slight chance of staying alive, he had to try. The girl asked Li Fan not to move and promised to take him to the hospital. The boy wondered if spontaneous emotions could add points. He looked up at her and immediately agreed. He looked into the girl's eyes and asked her to bring him back to life as soon as possible. But suddenly he became frightened because he saw a ghost in front of him and grabbed his face with his hands, looking at her in horror. He pushed the girl far back and she fell on the asphalt, hitting her head and losing consciousness. He apologized to her and the system awarded him 200 points. The cost of a great heal was 1,000 points. The protagonist pondered this number of points. He wondered where he could find so many people in such a state. The boy began to look around and his gaze fell on the toilet, which was right in front of him. Meanwhile, the sweet girl was in this toilet and looking in the mirror, primping herself and smiling. Suddenly, she heard some noise, and her surprised gaze immediately fell on the door. She was very surprised when a boy appeared in front of her, whose clothes were bloody and whose look was creepy. Li Fan grabbed her leg and called her affectionately, smiling sweetly. He looked very ill, as streams of blood were running down his face. He continued to hold her leg and glanced at her lips. The boy asked the girl if they would kiss. The girl was terrified, and cold sweat began to run down her face. She couldn't understand where he had come from in the women's restroom. Her eyes changed dramatically and she started screaming as she approached him to strike, and the leg that he was hugging tightly flew straight into his face and she asked him to die, calling him a pervert. When the girl started running away screaming, the protagonist called himself a fool. He was doing such nonsense and had started having trouble breathing. The boy decided that as long as there was hope, he would never give up. He desperately wanted to live and clutched at any hope with his own hands. Li Fan rose to his feet and began making his way toward the women's restroom door again. He thought there must be people in the room. The main character began to crawl with all his might and still managed to open the door and get inside. He did this only to live and he simply had no other choice. The screams of terrified girls echoed throughout the area. They called him a pervert and begged for help, running away as quickly as possible. The system indicated that the protagonist had accumulated 1,660 points. 1,000 needed to be spent on a great healing. The boy lay right in the middle of the room, and the system began to restore itself. He spread his arms out to the sides and suddenly opened his eyes. Li Fan was very surprised and thought that he had been cured, and that it was simply incredible. The system asked if everything was all right and how he was feeling. The protagonist couldn't understand how this could have happened or what kind of ghost was standing before him. The system asked the boy to stop calling it a ghost. Li Fan smiled for the first time and apologized, thanking her for saving his life, calling the system the best. The system exclaimed that of course he should be grateful to it. It was an order of magnitude ahead of the rest of this life's development. Li Fan asked where she came from and how she found him. The system replied that it didn't matter and, in short, he was simply its host. She explained that he currently had 660 points and needed to press a button. The boy asked what he would get if he pressed it. When a piece of bread appeared in front of his face, he was very surprised, and his look changed to displeasure. He thought he should do it again and started pressing the selection again. He did this many times and, frowning, began to get nervous and worry about why nothing was working. Then he decided to take a break, and the system reported that all the gifts had already been delivered. Li Fang tried to figure out why he needed all this. The system explained that even geniuses have to face difficulties. The boy asked what difficulties she was talking about. Was she talking about gifts of bread, a plunger, and a red whip? The system explained to the protagonist that it wasn't a whip, but a duster. Li Fang's expression changed as he looked at the monitor in front of him. He'd acquired a new skill, and he wondered if it would be of any use. It was a massage skill. The system asked him if he liked it, to which Li Fan, sweating beading, replied that it was simply a useless skill. The system asked him to try it first. Meanwhile, a scream was heard outside the door, and the boy heard the police arrive. The girls were screaming about a pervert in the restroom. Li Fan, startled, remembered he was still in the women's restroom. He asked the system if any other skills were available. The system replied that he could camouflage himself for 15 seconds for 150 points and asked if he wanted to purchase it. While he was thinking, a policeman appeared in the room with two girls who were saying that it was him. But they were surprised when they saw a girl in front of them who asked if everything was okay. The system informed the protagonist that the 15-second countdown began right now. The policeman was surprised and asked where the pervert the girls had told him about was. Meanwhile, the system informed Li Fan that it would brief him, and when the timer ran out, his women's clothing would disappear. The guy asked Miss if she'd seen a half-zombie here. The protagonist smiled and replied that no, she hadn't seen anyone. No one had definitely come here. One of the girls said that it was very strange because she was sure that he had just been here. She couldn't figure out where he'd gone or where he could have disappeared to. Li Fang, sweating profusely, asked them to leave. The girl standing opposite exclaimed again that he couldn't have gone far. She asked the police officer to look for him somewhere nearby, and they immediately went out the door. Li Fan, genuinely frightened, found himself naked and muttering that he was saved. The system had saved him again. She heard him and said that there was no need for thanks and that he should remember that the goods purchased in this section could only be used once. He needed to win it in a random lottery to gain permanent use of the skill. Li Fang wondered why she hadn't spoken up before. The system informed him that the more points he earned, the more skills he'd gain. Its job was to help him become a god, which wouldn't be easy. The protagonist exclaimed that he could read her thoughts. With enough points, the system could radically change someone's life, and that's simply remarkable. The boy realized that all he had to do was behave unpredictably. Meanwhile, in the restaurant which was nearby, there were many people who approached the window. They watched what was happening on the street. There was also a group of people there who heard strange sounds. Li Fan was standing outside this restaurant, and when he sat down on a chair, he was completely covered in drops of blood. The boy asked for meat to go, and everyone around him stared at his clothes and face in fear. The protagonist decided it wasn't just the glasses. He began wiping the drops of blood from his face, deep in thought. It is also possible to become an invincible genius thanks to this system that appeared in his life after death. The protagonist was a student at Shenzhou University. After his father died, he switched to distance learning. Now he works with his uncle and studies. He'll graduate soon, but today he feels like a squeezed lemon. After the system saved him yesterday, he found himself in a serious and long-term mess. The owner of this store was a friend of his father, so he allowed him to live there. What only happens in comics actually happened to him, despite the system's rather shady nature. Still, its capabilities are astounding, and it practically pulled him back from the brink of death. The first skill he learned was massage, and the star next to it seems to indicate his skill level, while the question marks seem to hint that he might be able to acquire other talents in the future. The boy became interested in how to take advantage of all this, and maybe he should become a superhero. Or maybe he should bring the whole world to its knees and become the Demon King. Li Fan imagined himself sitting on the couch next to beautiful girls, everyone kneeling and worshipping him. And there was a conversation on his phone where the girl was telling him that he shouldn't even beg her. She'd found another guy who was rich, handsome, and of course, much better than him in every way. The blonde girl was lying on the couch, and the protagonist was giving her a massage. She closed her eyes and said how good it felt. Li Fan asked the girl if his technique was good. He explained his number and asked her to come back for more sessions. The boy said with a smile that he would guarantee her complete satisfaction. After these words, something seemed to happen to him, and the system immediately appeared in the form of an angry smiley in front of him. She told the boy that this system should be used to develop talents, not to court girls. Li Fan exclaimed that he was not flirting and that he was using his skill in the professional field. The system inquired why it was then observing an increased heart rate. Li Fang said that in that case, he would practice on himself. The main character sat in a chair at the table and closed his eyes, thinking about how he needed to drown out the pain of a broken heart. He was standing in front of a monitor, holding a game controller, and he started pressing the buttons. The boy decided to do it at least once. He started pressing buttons and using fire in the airplane game. The planes continued to rise and soar in the sky as if they were chasing each other and trying to overtake each other. Li Fan looked closely at the monitor and was very surprised by something. He exclaimed with joy in his voice that this was very funny and interesting. The boy continued playing and noticed that all the tricks were performed by professionals. It's not recommended to try this at home. Li Fan wondered if it was even okay to use the massage skill for this. Meanwhile, the shop owner, Li Shu, was saying that the boy had apparently been studying all night and called him a diligent student. Why was he so exhausted today? The protagonist looked at the system monitor and saw that he currently had 1,343 points. Since massage isn't going so well, it's time to learn a new skill. Li Fan was really angry when he saw a plate of hot noodles in front of him. His expression changed as he didn't expect to win a bowl of noodles, and his gaze fell. The boy started poking at the monitor screen and asking the system to give him more gifts. He repeated these attempts many times, and when there were plates of noodles in front of him, he tried to understand what the probability of winning was. The system informed the protagonist that he had an equal chance of winning any prize. Li Fan, clutching his head, said that he had just spent 1,200 points and couldn't the system have stopped him. She replied that he was just a lucky man and had 100-odd points left. He could spin it again, and why not try it? Maybe something useful would fall. Li Fan got angry and called this system stupid, but still decided to try again by pressing his finger on the monitor. After another attempt, the boy furrowed his brows as he saw something interesting on the monitor. The system congratulated the boy on acquiring a new skill. Li Fan was already in the cafeteria, and the boys looked at him attentively. A couple appeared in front of him, and the guy calling him a loser said he actually worked there. This guy's name was Xiao Chao, and he was the heir to the Xiao family. Bai Siki was the protagonist's ex-girlfriend. A cafe employee asked young Mr. Xiao if he planned to have breakfast there. The young man then replied that he wasn't speaking to him and had no intention of eating in that cafeteria. He approached Li Fang and said that today, the young master would teach him a life lesson. He also called him a pauper who forgets his place. Even if he graduates from university, how is he going to buy a house? He couldn't even buy her a push-up, and it didn't matter that they were childhood friends. He exclaimed that it was Li Fang's own fault that she had abandoned him. He sent her messages there that his reputation was not very good and that it was better to stay away from him. He probably wants to take revenge on him, and in general, such a poor guy who can't even afford housing has no business here. She spread his arms out to the side and said that he could share with him since he had slept with her yesterday. But he couldn't do anything, even though they'd been dating for a long time. Xiao paused for a moment and asked what he was doing now. The protagonist explained that he'd just posted a video online since he loved to brag so much. He thought the guy would soon become a YouTube star. The video showed him saying he'd slept with Bai Siki. Xiao approached the boy, grabbed him by the lapels, and asked him to delete the video immediately. Li Fan replied that it would not be so easy to remove him from the internet and that the enemy had promised to kill him without fail. Suddenly, the main character clenched his fist and hit the scoundrel right in the chest with all his might, and he flew far back, falling to the floor. When Bai Siki saw what he did to her boyfriend, she called him crazy. Li Fang replied that he started it all himself. The girl began to explain to the protagonist that he couldn't give her what she deserved. She asked him not to interfere with her happiness. Li Fan then asked if she could really turn a blind eye to the fact that he was a scumbag just because of money. Bai Siki exclaimed in anger that he was from the richest family in Shenzhou. They could buy her as many houses and diamonds as she wanted. She certainly wasn't going to vegetate with him and lose the joy in life. The girl tried to explain that in their time, money gives much more than love. She turned around, asked him not to look for a meeting with her, and immediately said goodbye and headed towards the door. The man standing next to him told Li Fan that everyone knew that the Xiao family was untouchable and no one dared to go against them. Rumor has it that the guy who punched him last time is still in the hospital, and it seems Li Fang is in deep trouble. The man advised the boy to beg his forgiveness. The protagonist replied to Uncle Li that this was not necessary and immediately thanked him. The boy turned towards his uncle and, smiling, explained that it was his problem and he would deal with it himself. Meanwhile, Xiao was lying next to the car, very angry. He couldn't understand how this guy had dared to hit him. Bai Siki asked if he was okay. Xiao immediately gave the order to his guys to immediately beat the crap out of him, and they immediately rushed off in search of Li Fan. The man raised the mop as high as he could above his head and asked him not to dare hit his best friend's son. The protagonist clenched his strong fists and began to approach the opponents who were attacking him one after another. A multitude of blows flew in their direction, and he knocked each of the guys over himself. Xiao, watching what was happening, was simply shocked, and his jaw even dropped from surprise and such impudence that he saw in this boy. Uncle, still holding the mop, was also shocked, and his jaw dropped in surprise. The gray-haired old man who was standing next to him said that this guy was no slouch. He was very curious about this boy's mentor. He was an old master, renowned throughout the region, and his name was Zhao. The uncle, looking at the boy, exclaimed that even he didn't know Li Fan was capable of such a thing. They continued to watch the fight together. The protagonist, clenching his fists, thought about how incredibly useful this new skill was. He had acquired the skill of boxing. While he was thinking about this, a girl appeared in front of him and said, clapping her hands, that this was not bad at all. He single-handedly took out 2 martial arts masters from their taekwondo society. The girl continued clapping for the protagonist. Her name was Xiao Mei, and she was a third-year student at Shenzhou University. She was also the president of the taekwondo club. The girl wanted to see what he was capable of and asked him to play with her. Xiao asked his sister to quickly teach this scoundrel a lesson. Xiao Mei kicked him in the face with all her might and told him to shut up immediately. The system alerted the protagonist that a serious enemy had been spotted. Li Fang explained that he only wanted to teach him a lesson and that his relatives had nothing to do with it. In her first year, she placed second in the national taekwondo competition and holds a black belt. She is also a former Shenzhou University champion. With incredible speed, she began to approach the boy and his gaze changed. He had never seen such speed as hers before, and Li Fan managed to block it when her foot flew straight at his head. When he felt a strong blow, he began to wonder if she was really a girl. Li Fan parried the first blow, but she was already ready to strike him a second time and the boy again blocked her leg. This had happened several times before, but she was also surprised. He managed to block her attack. Xiao Mei asked if he also played sports. She approached him again and extended her leg for another kick. Li Fan thought that he was lucky to have blocked in time and clenched his fists again. Xiao Mei cast a serious glance at the protagonist and exclaimed that in this case she would no longer play along. Li Fan, when the girl raised her leg up, wiping the sweat from her face, thought that she was really very attractive. Xiao Mei suddenly took off her shoes and threw them away not far from her. The protagonist realized she was serious and that a real fight was about to begin. She would give it her all, not sparing him. Uncle, observing what was happening, exclaimed that Li Fan couldn't handle her alone. The gray-haired old man stood next to him, also watching closely. Xiao Mei was preparing for another attack and was serious. She was already slowly approaching her opponent. Li Fan realized she was jumping around in those heavy boots. Could she really be a first-class martial artist? The system informed the protagonist that things were bad. Meanwhile, the girl exclaimed that she felt much better after taking off her shoes. Once again, with incredible speed, she approached Li Fan and tried to kick him in the face. The boy once again placed a block in front of her leg. He felt the enormous force and decided he couldn't hold on like this for long. Xiao Mei was also surprised that he even blocked this blow. Then she rose as high as she could again and attempted to jump and hit him on the head. Li Fan tried to assess the situation, and beads of sweat began to trickle down his face. The boy realized that he wouldn't be able to block the blow again, and his only chance was a sudden counterattack. He wanted the girl to experience the full power of a boxing genius. Xiao Mei realized he could even counterattack under such pressure. But she became curious about how he would cope with her other move, and she began to use martial arts. In the form of the path of black silk, the girl's foot was already approaching his face, but Li Fan put out his fist and blocked the blow. The protagonist was very surprised that his blow couldn't counter this turn of events. He asked the system if it really was raising geniuses. The system replied that genius doesn't guarantee invincibility and that training is necessary. Li Fan asked the system why it hadn't told him this before. Meanwhile, Xiao Mei had already approached the boy again and began kicking him all over the body without stopping. Suddenly, he thought that he seemed to be starting to remember something, and with these thoughts, he fell headfirst onto the asphalt. He turned over and hit his back with all his might, his legs even lifting up from such a powerful blow. Xiao Mei stood above him and raised her leg to his wealth, asking him to apologize to her immediately. The boy asked not to do this and said that they all needed to apologize, and why should he do it? Xiao Mei, resting her hands on her hips, said that in this case he would die now and began to raise her leg higher and higher. Li Fan was seriously scared because she could have just taken away his entire future from him. The girl continued to stand on his wealth and the boy lowered his head down. If he hadn't been acting up last night, he wouldn't be in such a humiliating position now. The uncle was upset and thought about how he wouldn't be able to look his father in the eye after death, not after he'd allowed himself to be so humiliated by a girl. When facing a top-notch martial artist, resistance is futile and must be surrendered. Li Fan suddenly remembered something. If he uses this in battle, he'll get out of this situation. Xiao Mei continued to humiliate him and asked him to apologize immediately. But the main character suddenly grabbed her leg and squeezed the lower part of her leg with all his strength with one hand. The girl's gaze immediately changed as she did not expect such a turn of events, and he pressed on the Tijan massage point to calm the anger. After this, the boy used another point on the Tongan to put her to sleep. The gray-haired old man was very surprised by this, and his uncle also gaped in surprise. The girl could not understand what he had just done to her and felt weakness in her body. She slowly began to fall asleep and fell to the floor, closing her eyes. Xiao Mei began to fall asleep, and in her sleep she clenched her fists in pain. She called the boy a scoundrel and asked him to let go of her leg, blushing a little and covered in beads of cold sweat. Li Fang pressed the Sanjiao point to relax the body. He pressed it gently, using his healing techniques. This was specifically to support the female reproductive system and ease menstruation. Xiao Mei, blushing, exclaimed that she felt very good. She feels that her life has reached its peak and takes a breath before falling asleep. When the main character had dealt with all of her points, He asked her to thank him for the treatment and walked away from the girl. The gray-haired old man was simply shocked when he realized what had happened. After all, this was the long-lost art of Wulin acupuncture. The boy didn't expect the scoundrel who had set his dogs on him to call him a great hero and an older brother. He explained that he had been ignorant and immediately apologized. And his ex-girlfriend exclaimed that he shouldn't even think she liked him, even if he won. She liked Master Xiao, not a barbarian like him. Li Fan was not far from them and had already come right up to the couple who were still sitting near the car. Xiao was very excited and fully acknowledged the protagonist's strength and power. Li Fan told the girl that it was her choice and he wasn't stopping her, but from now on, he would look only forward to the future. The boy turned around, said goodbye to her and went about his business. As he left, Xiao Meimei looked at him with tears in her eyes. Meanwhile, Uncle was saying that he couldn't even expect this boy to mature so much. It's simply incredible, and he's doing a great job. The man told the boy's father that his son had grown up a lot, and he looked at him in surprise. When he approached the table, he saw many bowls of noodles, which also surprised him greatly. How did this boy manage to make so many noodles? One of the guys asked the boss for a portion of this dish, and he replied that of course he could. After all, why let the good stuff go to waste? So the man decided to sell them and finish his workday for the day, handing a plate of noodles to the customer. When the man began to inhale the aroma of these noodles into his nostrils, he was simply shocked by such a pleasant and rich smell. The customer's expression changed and his eyes bulged. He began greedily devouring the incredibly delicious noodles. The boss heard his client's satisfied cry and turned his head towards the window. The man ran to the window and approached his customer as quickly as possible, asking what had happened. He was very worried that something was wrong with the noodles, since the customer was making such noises. Before us loomed the spacious and bright Shenzhou University. Students listened attentively to the lecture, and some of them lay on the table, dozing off. Li Fan wasn't listening to the lecture, but was thinking about the glasses that were flashing through his head in the form of different digital combinations. The boy put his hands to his head and thought that he hadn't done anything. At the same time, in another place, a gray-haired old man was talking on the phone about how he had found the right person. The man was very surprised, since Xiao's company was supported by Tianhong Gang. How could some student handle him? He couldn't believe it. But the old man explained to the man that he had his own methods. Li Fan was standing in front of a system monitor that showed that the price of any product after purchase increases by an additional 0 at the end. Prices are rising far beyond the real estate market. The boy discovered a new product, spring mushrooms, and he became curious about what they were. The system explained that the more points he earned, the wider the selection. But unless his life was in danger, it couldn't reveal product details. The product's properties are unknown, and the price will increase tenfold after purchase. Li Fang couldn't figure out how to spend points here. He didn't know when the Xiao family would decide to take revenge on him. He had a hard time with Xiao Meimei. He remembers it very clearly. The protagonist asked the system if there were any ways to improve talent. The system reported 2 options, both challenging. The first is to complete special system tasks, but the difficulty is very high. Besides, these quests are not available yet. The second method is to buy spring mushrooms. Li Fan asked if spring mushrooms improve talent. The system accidentally let it slip and said that it was simply the greatest system in the universe, and therefore broke the rules. Li Fang replied that he didn't think she was actually the smartest system. The system then exclaimed that it was all his fault. Meanwhile, the protagonist suddenly glowed brightly, as if he'd been electrocuted. The students immediately glanced at him in fear. The system asked how he dared to trick her into revealing information with his tricks by zapping him with electricity. Li Fang explained that everything was obvious and that she had revealed everything of her own free will. While he was communicating with the system, the teacher angrily pointed his finger at him and called him by name, drawing his eyebrows towards his nose. He asked how Li Fan dared to interrupt his lecture, and if he was not interested at all, he asked him to get up and walk out the door. The boys were seriously scared and thought he'd gone nuts. One of them replied that he'd heard his girlfriend dump him. A fat man sitting next to Li Fan approached him and asked his fellow sufferer if he was okay. He told him not to dwell on it, as there were plenty of fish in the sea. There are girls over 30, and if that doesn't work out, then over 50. Suddenly, the girl standing across from the teacher greeted him. She explained that her name was Xiao Meimei and that she was a student at the Wushu department. She would like to attend his classes. The main character, when he heard this from her, was very surprised and smiled sweetly, looking in her direction. The teacher immediately greeted her and said that it was an honor for him to teach classes to a representative of such a noble family. The students started talking about whether this was the same Xiao Meimei, what the martial arts student forgot during their class, and whether their athletes had really won the world championship. One of the guys started drooling and said she was the second highest ranked girl on his list of hotties at their university. The second one advised me to hit on her. When the girl kicked that scoundrel down, his friend said she'd made it clear she wasn't interested. Anyone who approached her with love letters got a sound kick in the pants. The fat man turned to Li Fan and, smiling, said that this was something new, asking what he thought about it. Why would she need these lectures? He thought some guy was involved. He thought, clutching his head in his hands, that maybe she had a crush on him. The boy began to frantically think about what he should do too. Xiao Mei walked up to him and, hitting him on the cheek with her hand, asked the lip smacker to get lost, since she had decided to sit in his place. One of the kids asked another if she had any issues with Li Fan. Her deskmate replied that her brother was dating his ex-girlfriend and that she might have come to warn him not to bother her. Xiao Mei, when the fat man vacated the seat, approached the main character. One of the students exclaimed angrily that she had never behaved like that with anyone before. And why was she the only one flirting with Li Fan? The boys simply couldn't believe their eyes. Li Fan thought she'd come here for revenge and decided the most important thing was to remain calm. Xiao Mei asked why they had a break in class, and the teacher completely agreed with her. The student turned to his friend and said that Xiao Mei might like him. The friend replied that he would eat dirt if that were true. The main character turned to the girl and asked why she was here. Xiao Mei replied that students in the martial arts department can choose additional subjects. She wanted to study medicine, and how could that be forbidden? Li Fang realized the girl was lying through her teeth. The wushu department recruits only the elite, and the salaries for graduates are exorbitant. Even the rector treats these students with respect. The protagonist replied to the girl that studying medicine was quite reasonable, but veterinary science was something else. Li Fan asked Xiao Mei to forget about what happened in the morning and go their separate ways. He asked if she agreed and did not expect the girl to put her hand on his wrist, but that was only the beginning, and after all that, she placed his hand on her leg. Li Fan couldn't understand what she was doing now. Xiao Mei started talking about the art of acupuncture and asked if he could repeat it. She explained to the boy that she really wanted to learn this art. The protagonist, blushing slightly, tried to understand what this feeling was. A system screen appeared before his eyes and it looked closely at his red face. The boy said that, unfortunately, this was a family secret passed down from generation to generation and he could not reveal it. He decided he wouldn't let this girl trick him. Xiao Mei approached him and said that she recognized him as her mentor, and wasn't that enough? Angrily, one of the students asked Li Fan how he had the nerve to harass Xiao Mei like that. His classmate asked his friend to calm down, holding his hand. The protagonist, not expecting such a turn of events, exclaimed that he could not stand it any longer, and again shone with a golden light like fire. The girl also received an electric shock, which surprised her greatly, as she also suffered a bit. Xiao Mei blushed and thought that perhaps a spark had just flown between them. Suddenly, a man appeared at the door, clenching his fists and asking who had offended his student. The second man pointed at Li Fan. It was William, the martial arts teacher of Group E, a foreigner, and the girl immediately recognized her boss. When the professor saw the man, he started running for the door, exclaiming that he had urgent business to attend to. He asked for the lecture to be ended early. The man decided that he definitely couldn't handle these two and ran away from the auditorium as quickly as possible. In front of the guy who entered the room, there was a dog that started barking at him, making a nasty sound. He hit her with his fist and she flew far back, approaching the wall, and if it had been one more moment, she would have been smeared. Li Fan jumped out of his seat with one deft movement and caught the unfortunate dog, which almost fell and was not injured by such a powerful blow. The guy who entered the auditorium did not calm down and wanted this beast to die as quickly as possible, swinging his foot at it. But the main character held the dog with one hand, and with the other, he placed a block in front of the scoundrel's leg. He didn't expect this and smiled slyly at the boy. He was waiting for some kind of explanation from him. Li Fan asked, holding the block, "Why harm an innocent animal? He's exactly what the guy's looking for." The students didn't know what to think and decided that Li Fang had certainly crossed them. Xiao Mei turned to her taekwondo teacher. Xiao told the teacher that he was the one who had bullied Xiao Qi. And then when he found out who had beaten him and 4 other students outside the store, William exclaimed that it was terrible and that he had no respect for university rules. The man pointed at Li Fan and said he was expelled. The boy was simply shocked and didn't know what to say to William. One of the students remarked that he'd never thought Li Fan was so reckless. Another spread his arms wide and said it was no surprise that the martial arts instructor had come here in person. The protagonist began to explain that this was untrue, that they had started it, and that it was self-defense on his part. Zhao exclaimed that he had evidence to the contrary. CCTV footage shows him hitting him. Li Fang didn't expect such a turn of events. 2 students who wanted to stop him were also beaten, and this is all clearly visible on the video recording. The guy came as close to him as possible and said that this was irrefutable evidence. He also heard that he was on good terms with the shop owner, Li Shu. His shop is located on land rented from his family, and his uncle is heavily in debt to them. The guy started threatening the main character and, approaching him, said that the store could be demolished. He continued to point the phone at him, then handed him a business card and said he wasn't too cruel. He asked the boy to come here after class, after which the guy laughed very loudly and sarcastically and said that he would wait for him. And so it was evening, when classes had ended. Before us stood the red light district, where people strolled about, each going about their business. A loud shout erupted, with the guys screaming and asking to hit him as hard and fast as possible. Illegal fights were taking place in the ring. The guy continued to hold his opponent down with his legs and pull his hair. The challenger, Thunder Leopard, lost consciousness, and the ghost Bazooka won again. The system told the protagonist that the student clearly had no business here, but the boys were wondering who would defeat the ghost of Bazooka. Zhao was sitting with two girls and asked Li Fan how he felt about it and if he could defeat the ghost of Bazooka. He promised that if the boy did it, he would forgive him, and he decided to agree. The system, angrily, asked if he had even thought about it before answering. She said that he was very brave and exclaimed that a challenger had appeared. When Li Fan entered the ring, they were asked to shake hands. Punching and kicking were permitted, but eye strikes were prohibited, and no one would be held responsible for any injuries sustained. Everyone immediately started talking about how this guy was some weakling. One of the contenders was a professional mercenary, but Bazooka beat him to death. The girl asked Xiao if he'd punched the guy. He'd kicked him out of university and dealt with his uncle's store, so why give him a chance? Zhao replied that it was more interesting this way, and how could he forgive him? It was just bait, and he was caught. Now they're in an illegal hangout, out of reach of the cops. Ghost Bazooka is his man. In a fight, he'll cripple Li Fang. Ruining his studies and home isn't enough. He should be left crippled, and that only happens to those who cross him. The girl smiled and told the young gentleman that he was very cruel. Zhao asked her to eat some popcorn and watch the spectacle. Meanwhile, the enemy was already approaching the main character with incredible speed. He decided to use a flying punch and hit Li Fan with all his might, causing him to flip over and fly to the end of the ring. The boy grabbed his hand and said it hurt. The system exclaimed that it had told him so, and he wouldn't be able to stand up to it. But the guys around him were surprised that the boy had managed to block the blow. The system explained that these were illegal fights, not university training competitions. His boxing talent wouldn't carry him through. Li Fan decided that he had to strike back because he had promised his father that he would graduate from university. Uncle Li helped him after his father's death and would never allow his shop to be torn down. That's why the boy decided to get involved in illegal fighting. He must win, and his opponent is unaware of his massage skills. The key is to find the right moment to use them. But before he had time to think about it, his opponent approached him and said that he had been told that he understood acupuncture. Now the main character realized that he was definitely finished since he knew about this skill. The enemy began to approach faster and faster and, waving his fists, exclaimed that he would not give him a chance to use this on it. The system started telling him again that he was screwed and that this scoundrel wouldn't leave him a chance. Li Fang replied that the system was making too much noise. Meanwhile, Xiao joyfully shouted for the guy to beat him to death, and a malicious smile never left his face. The enemy approached Li Fan and thought that this guy was quite capable and agile. The main character, in turn, when he parried another blow, realized that he almost caught his chance. When the blow hit the powerful opponent in the stomach, he was seriously surprised to feel pain in his stomach. Li Fan, when he was cowering, decided that this was his only chance to get out of this mess. He hit his opponent with all his might in the face, and he didn't have time to block the blow, flying back a little. Drops of scarlet blood began to spray from the man's mouth, and his face was damaged by such a powerful blow. Shouts of surprise could be heard from the audience. Could this kid really have punched Bazooka in the face, and why wasn't the ghost moving? Was that blow really that powerful that he was even shaking afterward? Bazooka was furious as hell, and the kid was in trouble now. Bazooka couldn't understand why his stomach hurt so much and grimaced, covered in beads of cold, wet sweat. Li Fang asked him why he was standing there and said the fight was still going on. Bazooka realized he'd done something wrong with his acupuncture, and that he really didn't have a chance. While he was thinking about this, the main character had already come as close to him as possible and slapped the ghost with all his might. Bazooka grimaced and asked how he dared to hit him in the face, becoming even more angry. Now he was very furious, and clenching his strong fists, he cried out as he approached that he would kill him. Li Fan asked him to break through his defense with his slow strikes if he could. But the enemy again clenched his legs as his stomach began to hurt very badly, and he cried out that he could not do it anymore. The Golden City was about to collapse, and they had to flee. The father and mother held their son's hand and ran as fast as they could. The father exclaimed, without letting go of the little boy's hand, that they had almost reached the end, and the boy continued to say that he was afraid. The man took the woman by the hands and asked her to ram the gate together. The son told his parents they were the best he had. It was necessary to hold on and not open up, Bazooka thought, covered in beads of sweat that were pitifully running down his face. The Golden City is crumbling, and will its inhabitants be able to escape? Just think, the ghost of Bazooka is in such a terrible and unfavorable state. When the man approached the door, he couldn't understand why it wouldn't open. The Golden City was crumbling, and they were begging to be let in. But now he can't do that, and he won't let him. The boy was in great pain, continuing to squeeze his knees. He writhed in pain and thought that if he were to let go now, it would be simply terrible and shameful. Xie stood up from his seat and asked Bazooka to hit him already, wondering why he was frozen there. Bazooka decided to focus and calm down. If he left the ring, it would be counted as a loss, and he couldn't go to the bathroom for now. The guys around him noticed that he was concentrating chi energy. It was the first time they'd seen a ghost work with this energy. One of the guys exclaimed that he'd said the ghost couldn't lose and wouldn't give in. Luckily, Bazooka could hold out for another 5 minutes, enough to finish the fight. Li Fang slapped him again and asked why he wasn't hitting him. Wasn't he the one who was drooling just now? The boys were even more frightened when he slapped his opponent again. Was this Li Fan trying to anger the ghost? Bazooka clenched his jaws and exclaimed that he had decided to meet his death at his hands. Before he could finish speaking, a voice was heard from behind, which said that it seemed he was looking for death and that he should at least give him back. Li Fang punches the ghost without encountering any resistance. Xiao starts getting angry and begs Bazooka to punch him. Why is he even paying him money? The protagonist tore the ghost's mask off with a single slap. When the mask came off, he asked how much Xiao Chao had paid him to beat him up. In front of him stood Teacher William, holding his red, battered cheek with his hand. Xiao was also shocked when he realized that the boy had torn off his mask and exposed his deception. The guys in the crowd were simply shocked and wondered if the ghost was actually a martial arts teacher at the university. How could he even think of fighting in illegal fights for money with such a status? William, hiding his face, realized he had just been exposed and would certainly be fired. The man and woman pulled the door from different sides and it gave in, but they had to push on it as hard as they could. The boys were shocked by the sound coming from Bazooka. They understood perfectly well what was happening and grimaced in displeasure. According to legend, first-class martial artists are able to push their bodies beyond their limits. When all 8 energy centers are open, the body is enveloped in a powerful energy called ki. The muscles will fill out and expand dramatically, producing a loud sound. The microphone announced that it was most likely the sound of tearing muscles. It turns out the ghost is an exceptional martial artist. The sound is as resounding as thunder and as drawn out as a beast's howl. Even he is encountering such art for the first time, and he must savor the spectacle. The guys were excited and asked to film it on their phones, happy that their ticket purchases had been worth it. Xiao exclaimed that he was so cool. He asked to kill this scoundrel and get away with it. The crowd shouted at the ghost that he was the best and asked him to kill him. Bazooka thought, covered in beads of sweat, that it was very noisy around and that something would explode now. When the main character started singing the song, Bazooka thought that he was asking for trouble and that he would definitely kill him now. Men and women ran, saying that the Golden City lay in ruins and that they needed to quicken their pace. They ran faster and faster toward the Golden Gates, as it was the only way. Bazooka was very worried and, clutching his thigh, begged them not to jump out. This gesture, with one hand behind his back, means he's showing that he can defeat Li Fan with one hand. He truly deserves the title of exceptional and is a true master. The protagonist said to the enemy that he should not be tolerated. When they shook hands at the start of the fight, he pressed his Jigu point. Bazooka pictured that scene and remembered how they shook hands before the fight. If he continues to endure it now, over time the explosive effect will increase greatly and this is dangerous. Li Fan sang very loudly without stopping, and his opponent asked him to stop doing it. Meanwhile, Xiao Meimei ran as fast as she could toward the room where the protagonist was. She thought things were bad, and that her brother had dragged Li Fang into illegal fighting. The crowd begged him to finish him off, inspiring the ghost to new bold actions. When the girl arrived, she decided she had arrived just in time. She flew across the ring and began to approach William. She jumped as high as she could and extended her leg to strike. Li Fan didn't expect such a turn of events, and was surprised why she was here at all and what she was doing now. The boy asked her to stop immediately and said that he would soon win, asking her not to interfere in their fight. When he reached the girl, they unexpectedly met in a kiss, when he reluctantly knocked her down. The crowd was simply shocked, and the guys even stood up from their seats, clenching their fists. The protagonist stood above Xiao Meimei and, blushing, immediately apologized to her. He explained to the girl that it was a simple accident. She didn't expect this either and began to lose consciousness. The boy asked if she was okay, trying to revive her. Xiao clenched his fists and asked her to immediately take her hands off his sister. Bazooka thought about how loud they were all and how he couldn't stand it anymore. He just hated this situation and all of them. Xiao told Li Fan that he was asking for trouble again and squeezed the popcorn he was eating in his hand. Bazooka could no longer control himself and grabbed his stomach again, since it was necessary to open the gates, because the Golden City was falling on them, and they would all die. What should I do now? It's also terrible because a giant human hand has blocked the exit. But the man clenched his fist, which contained a powerful, huge hammer, and exclaimed that he was already coming. Oh, did their great brother the hero really show up and the guy decided that he didn't care anymore and needed to save the situation? He took this huge hammer and decided to finally open these gates by breaking them down. Bright, transparent tears sparkled on Bazooka's face and flowed down his cheeks in front of everyone. The man holding the microphone could not say a word because his jaw dropped, and the same thing happened to the other judges. Everyone was simply shocked, and the main character began to count points in his head. After that night, the illegal fights were suspended indefinitely, and young Master Xiao never ate popcorn again. When the gates were opened, men and women said that they had survived after all. Meanwhile, in a house in Shenzhou, there was a cake with candles burning on the table. The girl holding the phone was upset that Xiao's group and Tianhong Gang's illegal fights had been so exposed. Lin Fan had managed to defeat the ghost. She was shocked because before he was just a nobody, so there was only one possibility. Lin Tiankong handed him a map of the dragon's territory. The girl, lighting candles, said this was unacceptable. The map of the dragon's territory belongs to them, to their Anying group. It's their treasure, but they're located elsewhere and can't take action. A man sat across from the girl at the table, his mouth taped shut and bound, and she raised a huge cleaver over her head. The girl asked her not to worry and said Tianhonggang's group would take care of it. The organization had just ordered a young man named Lin Fan to decorate a territory map and a dragon, and he was ordered to comply. The young man told the boss he had two pieces of news, one good and one bad. The good news is that the protagonist insulted the young master of the Xiao family. He caused a ruckus in their territory, and number 3 and number 4 were dispatched to deal with the situation. The girl asked about the bad news, and the guy explained that number 3 and number 4 are known for their bloodthirstiness and he is probably already dead. Naturally, the more spectators there were, the more points Li Fan received. He smiled, thinking about this and feeling happy. The boy looked at the system monitor, surprised that they were still dripping and who was remembering him. Looking at the sum of his points, one can't help but feel like he's gotten rich, and why not buy a spring mushroom? In front of him was a mushroom begging to be eaten. Li Fan was surprised that it was so expensive and thought it was simply too much to eat. The system asked him not to turn up his nose too much because as soon as he ate it, his skill level would be pumped to the maximum. Li Fan decided that it was too late and went back to the store when a terrible picture appeared before him, and he could not understand what was going on there. A man was holding a little girl in his arms and she was begging him to let her go immediately. It was Qinglong, a level E martial artist from Tianhonggang's faction. Standing next to him was a girl named Bai Hu, an E-level martial artist also from Tianhonggang's faction. The girl, perched on the scoundrel's shoulder, suddenly bit him on the shoulder. Then the man threw her far away from him and she began to scream in horror, afraid that she would fall on the asphalt and break. Meanwhile, the main character was already on hand and put his hands forward to catch this little girl. He was there in time and the girl fell right into the boy's arms. He recognized her as Little In and looking at her in horror, asked if she was okay, worried about her condition. The girl began to cry, wiping away her tears and calling her brother's name. Li Xiaoying was Uncle Li Shu's daughter. The girl began to explain that when she returned from school, there were a lot of broken glasses on the floor. Her father was also nowhere to be found. Then these people appeared, a man and a woman, who even beat her, and she began to cry even harder. The man exclaimed that he was the same Li Fan who had offended young Master Xiao and caused a commotion at the illegal fights of the Tianhonggang group. Li Fan became extremely angry and asked what was going on. He explained that young Master Xiao had made a deal with him. If he won the illegal fight, he would forgive all his debts. What kind of gang is this anyway? And how dare they demolish a store and take Uncle Li hostage? The man replied that Tianhonggang's gang does whatever they want in Shenzhou, and they didn't take any Uncle Li hostage. So what's he talking about anyway? The protagonist exclaimed as he approached to strike that they were completely out of their minds. The girl asked her brother not to do anything rash and that they could go to the police. But the boy had already tried to strike his opponent, who grabbed his fist. Li Fan used his other hand to press on a certain point on the villain's chest, trying to use the Langzun point, but he was simply shocked when this point was inaccessible to him. The man exclaimed, continuing to hold his fist in his hand, that his acupuncture wouldn't work on him. He, Qinglong, is Tianhonggang's most powerful fighter. Even an army knife couldn't penetrate his muscles, let alone his finger. Before he could finish speaking, with one deft movement of his hand, he knocked the main character backwards onto the hard asphalt. He kept clenching his fist and saying that he thought the guy who beat William would be stronger. Who would have thought he'd collapse from one punch? Li Fan said that he was in a lot of pain and that everything was broken so much that he couldn't even move. The system reported that she had asked him to stop, but he hadn't listened, and that the difference in their strength was too great. Meanwhile, the girl had already run up to the big guy and asked how dare he hit her little brother. The man hit the girl with all his might, and she flew far, far away, falling straight onto the asphalt. The protagonist asked him to stop and leave the girl alone because he needed him. Suddenly, a girl appeared in front of him and said that they both grew up in a military family, and it showed. They both don't give up, and it's a shame that now only those who didn't get into the military and losers who can't find work go into the military. The main character clenched his teeth and looked angrily at this scoundrel who was holding a knife in her hands. The girl inserted her silk stocking into Li Fan's mouth and began to take out a cold weapon, raising it above the boy's head. She smiled slyly and said that now she would pierce his brain with this knife, and now he would definitely die. This is what awaits those who offend the Xiao family and the great famous Tianhonggang group. She continued to hold the knife above his head, ready to plunge it into the boy's body. Li Fan commanded the system to use super healing. The girl did not expect such a turn of events, and her gaze changed dramatically when he tried to do something. The situation took on a new meaning, and Li Fan tried to understand what had just happened. A man appeared behind the girl and asked what he was shouting. The girl replied that his shout had surprised her a little, and that her hand had slipped accidentally. There was something said about super healing, and even while dying, he was thinking about all sorts of dirty things. She called this guy a horny student. Through this conversation, Li Fan heard the spring mushroom's appeal, which said that it had come to the aid of its master. He is going to find the boy's mouth and ask him to eat it to help the owner in this situation. The main character was very surprised when, after eating the mushroom, he immediately came to his senses. When the boy got to his feet, the girl was very surprised and frightened, called him a ghost, trying to move away from him as quickly as possible. Li Fan mentioned that he'd already spoken about not insulting the soldiers. The system congratulated him and said his boxing skills had improved to 5 stars, making him comparable to the world lightweight champion. Meanwhile, the guy was talking on the phone and said he was still on his way, and the organization had notified him too late. Who could have known that the guy who insulted them had taken possession of the map to the dragon's territory? Number 3 and number 4 have gone berserk. Ri is also unresponsive, and the chances that he has already been killed are very high. The guy riding the bike was worried and asked what exactly had happened. Could it be that number 4s were being beaten to death? The guy was absolutely amazed and began pedaling as fast as he could. The boy beat his opponent as hard as he could. He was taking revenge for himself, for the store, and for Xiaoying, the girl he'd nearly killed. The protagonist beat him in the face with all his might, also for ruining the asphalt, for Uncle Li, whom they were holding hostage. The girl who was sitting on the asphalt asked how he dared to go against them, because he was number 4 in Tianhonggang's group, and she was number 3. He beat him until he lost consciousness and broke her arm, and he still didn't understand what he was getting into. The girl asked him if he was afraid now. The protagonist came closer to her and apologized for breaking her arm. The girl was simply shocked by this turn of events, and he grabbed her hand. He asked her to break the other one for symmetry. Then he asked about Honggang's gang and asked why he should worry about it. Before he could finish speaking, a guy appeared behind him, laughed, and said that a map of the dragon's territory could grant its owner such abilities. He asked for the map his father had given him to be given to him immediately. This young man's name was Zhuke, and he was number 2 in Tianhonggang's group. The boy was a D-level martial artist and possessed great strength. Li Fan turned to him and asked who he was. The boy was curious about the dragon's territory map he'd received from his father and asked him to give it to him immediately. The protagonist asked what he was even talking about. So he'll probably be in cahoots with them and share the blame for the demolition of Uncle Li's store. The boy immediately demanded compensation from him. The enemy asked if he decided to pretend he knew nothing. It seemed he'd have to force the information out of him, and he warned that he was much stronger than the other two. Li Fan clenched his fists and exclaimed, "Those two destroyed the store and hit Xiaoying. He'll make him pay for it." Meanwhile, the girl was talking on the phone and was surprised that Qing Long and Bai Hu were both defeated by Li Fan. She called Tianhonggang's group weaklings and asked them not to tell her they wanted them, Anying, to intervene. She had no right to such cruelty, and it gave her a headache. The guy responded by saying that there was no point in disturbing their organization and that he had sent Zhuke's number 2 to deal with him. When the girl heard this name, she said that in this case she would not worry. She explained, still holding her sharp cleaver, that she had decided to support Tianhonggang's group in the past. The police were already outside the building and were saying that they were surrounded and that they needed to release the hostages and surrender. The girl said that it was all because they had a cultivator named Zhuke. He could kill even those of equal strength, and he was still a D-level cultivator. The protagonist stood in front of the system's monitor and asked it about telekinesis. The system reported that it had detected the type of qi energy emanating from the enemy and that he was clearly a cultivator. There are not many cultivators on their planet, and those who can use qi are mostly there. The system has heard of their existence, and in the understanding of ordinary people, they possess enormous superpowers. While Li Fan was listening to the system, his other ear was turned to the side, and he heard a loud noise that was approaching him faster and faster. The guy standing across from him promised to aim for his face next time. He asked the boy where the map of the dragon's territory was. Li Fan began to take off his jacket and asked why they all couldn't get anything and why they were bothering him. The protagonist felt a very powerful blow from this guy, but said that he was useless if he couldn't achieve his goal. He clenched his fists and began to approach the enemy like the wind, very quickly and swiftly. His fist suddenly stopped right in front of the guy's face, and he looked at him in surprise when he calmly held his hand out in front of him. Zhuke said that he had a very powerful strike, but it was useless if he couldn't achieve his goal. He asked Li Fan if he could move, and the protagonist responded by asking what was going on. Zhuke explained that since he'd decided to strike him, he obviously had no idea what was going on. If he couldn't use qi, he was far weaker than a cultivator. He just fired a knife, but it hit the wall. But the knife's real purpose is to surround him with its key lines. Zhuke approached the boy and explained to him that he could now control him, and he began to glow with bright blue rays. Meanwhile, the guys with machine guns were saying that the enemy was unknown, but he was holding the Shenzhen police chief hostage. Therefore, it should be considered a high-risk situation. He understands that they are all elite, graduates of the Wushu department, and moreover E-level masters, but he urges them to be cautious. A girl appeared above their heads and said that when it came to intimidation, Juke was much more effective than her. She kills people quickly, but he likes to mock and torture them a little first. The girl was talking on the phone about how she wanted to see him break this guy. At this time, Juke raised his hand up, and Li Fan found himself tied high above his head with his transparent blue threads. He laughed at the boy and asked him to pose for him, continuing to mock him. Li Fang asked them to stop laughing at him. Juke continued to laugh, saying that it was very lively. Then the enemy calmed down and stopped laughing, after which he simply asked to give him the map of the dragon's territory. Li Fang asked him what he was even talking about. His father had been missing for a long time and hadn't given him anything. Juke asked why he was still being stubborn, and it seemed he hadn't quite grasped the gravity of the situation. He was the chief expert in extracting information through torture in Tianhong Gang's group. The enemy said his torture was far more sophisticated than the worst tortures of the Qing dynasty. He would remove his ribs one by one until he handed over the map. Li Fan raised his hand and tried to somehow control the blue lightning. He asked his opponent to try if he could do it first. Doku was very surprised that the boy could still move, even though his lines were entangled around him from all sides. Just a little more, and he would be able to break free from these lines. Li Fan asked the system if there were any other options. The system reported that the remaining points were only enough for one. But its effect is limited, although there's a high chance the enemy will loosen its grip. Li Fang asked the system not to say another word, but rather to act and break the shackles. The boy clenched his fists and began to pull the blue threads with all his might, delivering a powerful blow. Juke was very surprised and started to block when he felt the poisonous blow. He didn't understand where the poisonous hand had come from or why this man had appeared here. The man began to explain to Juke that this guy was from their Zhao faction. If he harms him, he will show no mercy and will give him the world's most terrifying poison to taste. This man's nickname is Poisonous Duan, and he is the head of the Zhao family's guard and an E-level martial arts and healing master. Juke replied that the rumors were true and he really was strong. Just think, he'd be dead by now if he'd breathed in the poisonous blast, but he was very curious why he was protecting this young man. Poison Hand asked for no comment and to leave. Juke realized he wanted to compete with Tian Honggang for control of the dragon's territory map, then let him see how he handles a couple of his tricks. But before he could finish speaking, a gray-haired old man appeared and asked him to stop there. Juke was very surprised when he saw Elder Zhao in front of him. The old man smiled and told Juke that they had not seen each other for a long time, calling him Little One. Elder Zhao was the founder of the Zhao group. He asked for respect because he liked this young man. The system, helping the boy, transformed him into camouflage for 15 seconds. The girl ended up in the elder's arms, and he looked closely at the boys, wondering who was responsible for her being left lying on the cold ground. He called her home, as her grandfather had plenty of warm blankets. The boys were simply shocked, looking at Elder Zhao in surprise. Juke asked not to tell him and decided to see what would happen next. When the elder opened his eyes, he saw in his arms not a girl, but the main character. He looked at him indignantly, surprised, and said that today he would have nightmares. Li Fan walked up to the elder and asked if he was okay, touching his back. Juke decided that since Elder Zhao and Poison Hand were both here, it was worth holding off. Besides, it seemed the boy wasn't lying when he claimed his father hadn't left him anything. Li Fang asked what he wanted from him. Juke explained that his father was supposed to leave him something before he disappeared. This card is very important, and there are only 5 of them: dragon, sand, water, acupuncture, and feng shui. His father had one of these cards. He doesn't care whether he goes to his hometown or digs up the grave of his ancestors, but he must find what his father left him. The guy imagined what he would do to him, and a slight, malicious smile appeared on his face. In 10 days, he would take either the card or his life, and as he left, he said goodbye. Li Fang asked him to wait and asked if he knew why his father had disappeared. The protagonist thought, stretching his hand forward, that he had left very quickly. He didn't know if his father had left him a map before he disappeared. The boy wondered if it was because of it that he had disappeared. The first thing that comes to mind when he thinks of his father is the Wall of Honor in their old house in the village. The wall was covered with medals and notes about his father's achievements. For him, his dad was and remains a great hero. The last time Lin Fan saw his father was when he was in 3rd grade. To honor one of his father's achievements, the villagers prepared a ceremonial welcome and waited for his return at the village entrance since early morning. Lin Fan was nervous because he hadn't seen his father for a long time and didn't know what to call him. Dad is too casual, father is too formal. He could call him daddy, but that sounds too childish. But he was already grown up and couldn't act like a baby, lest he embarrass his father in front of everyone. So the boy decided to call him daddy instead of daddy because it sounded more mature. When the boy was sitting near the tree, a guy with other guys approached him and asked how long he had been waiting. At first, Li Fan was scared, but then he decided to calm himself down because his daddy was back. He was completely drenched in sweat when the boys approached him, but he began to catch his breath, calming himself down with his father. Today, Li Fan learned something new about his father, but he also got into trouble that day. The gray-haired old man suggested playing a game of League of Legends, but the man stopped him, and Li Fan said that it didn't matter anymore. He seemed completely lost and asked to explain what was going on here and who they were. The gray-haired old man introduced himself as Elder Zhao. He explained that he led Zhao's group. Next to him was Meng Gang, the head of his security department, and he was clearly in trouble. In short, he's offended the Xiao family and is suspected of possessing a map of the dragon's territory, which the Anying organization is trying to obtain. Therefore, both organizations have tasked the Tianhong Gang faction with dealing with him. At this point, only Zhao's group can help him. The protagonist thought about how he'd merely taught Xiao Chao a lesson and how he'd gotten himself into all this in the first place. The boy told the old man that he was a simple, humble student and why they had decided to help him. Zhao explained that there was only one condition. He was supposed to become his granddaughter's boyfriend and marry her within a year. The boy didn't expect this turn of events, and his expression changed. The little sister congratulated her brother and said that her dad said that after he finds a girlfriend, he won't play quietly by himself. Li Fang, angrily, asked his sister what she was even talking about. What was Uncle Li teaching her anyway? He asked the elder if this was some kind of joke, and he seemed to understand their intention. They want him to pretend to be his granddaughter's boyfriend and secretly protect her. Zhao replied that no, they don't need fakes. They need a real boyfriend. Li Fang exclaimed that this was nonsense and that he was sure many people wanted his granddaughter. And why was the old man talking about him specifically? The boy thought she looked like a Picasso painting. Zhao explained that his granddaughter was the most beautiful girl at Shenzhou University and a very delicate flower. Li Fang wondered if she might be mentally ill or paralyzed. The old man replied that she was in good health and that he had chosen him because they were about the same age. He also has an acceptable appearance, good skills, a good nature, and they have a common enemy, the Xiao group. Although here we should begin the story if we're talking about the most important things, starting with his youth. When Zhao began telling the story of his 18th birthday, the boy stopped him. He asked not to tell mossy stories, but to simply state everything briefly. The gray-haired old man did not expect this from this impudent man and cast a stern glance at him. Zhao turned to Little Menu and asked him to take him to the underground secret room and tell him the whole truth. The man didn't want to do it, but he couldn't disobey the elder, so he immediately began to carry out his order. And so they found themselves at a high wall with hieroglyphs. Zhao said that what he was about to tell them was very tragic, so they left the girl to wait outside. Li Fan was surprised by the tall wall, filled with names, and there were a huge number of them. Li Fan asked not to tell anyone that his granddaughter was cursed, and that this was a list of those who had sought her hand in marriage and died. Jay replied that it wasn't like that, and that he was getting these ideas from his head. It was a list of women he'd slept with since he was 18. Because of his lecherous past, all of his granddaughter's suitors turned out to be his descendants. He even received a warning for creating an overpopulation hazard. Meng Gang also courted his granddaughter and was favorable to their union. But one day, he found his mother's name on the wall, after which he became very upset. He accepts the blame for the fact that his granddaughter has never known love. He wants to correct his mistake and help her. After inquiring about him, it was confirmed that he was not related. Zhao asked the young man if everything was clear to him now. Li Fan replied that a lot had happened to him today. He asked him to continue and said he was leaving. But the old man immediately stopped him and said that their family also had a map of the dragon's territory. He asked if the boy wanted to see it. Juke gave him 10 days to find and hand over the map. Did he even have any idea where to look? After all, if he didn't give him the map within 10 days, the guy would kill him. With his abilities, he's no match for him at the moment. Well, if he can gain his granddaughter's favor, he'll not only let him see the map, but also provide support and protection. Li Fang replied that it wasn't for sale. Zhou explained that his Uncle Li's shop was financed by a loan he took out from the Xiao family, and he could help pay off the debt. He and the girl could also stay in their guest rooms. Li Fang immediately turned to his grandfather and asked where his granddaughter was. The man thought angrily that even though he couldn't be with her, since he had decided to be with her as her younger brother, he had to test his ability to protect her all her life. Li Fan, looking at the man, asked how old the girl was if he was her younger brother. The man looked much older. Then he replied that his poisonous hand was poisoning his body and that this was a side effect. But he will give him a head start and will not use his poisonous hand. He asked him to win against him and then he will receive his blessing. The old man asked Meng Gang not to complicate things to the point of absurdity because even with one arm he was an E-level martial artist. The protagonist approached the elder and asked to be taken to see his granddaughter. Zhou replied that his granddaughter was currently on a business trip and wouldn't arrive until the following morning. He prepared 2 guest rooms for them to stay in temporarily because their store was now in ruins. The girl said she didn't know where her father was and that he wasn't answering her phone. Zhou replied that the police only accept missing persons reports 24 hours after a disappearance. But he asked her not to worry, as he's already sent someone to look for him, and asked her to go and rest. The girl waved to her brother and wished him good night. She asked him not to play with himself in someone else's house. The little brother got angry because she shouldn't have said something like that. When the boy entered the room, he was very tired and decided that too much had happened today. A maid appeared before him and called him a respected guest and explained that she was there to make his bed. Meanwhile, Xiao was next to a man who hit him with all his might on the cheek and called him a blockhead. He explained that every day he had some kind of squabbles at the university, and now he had ruined his underground fights. He even dragged his sister into his problems, and now she's locked herself in her room. Who knows what she's doing there now? Behind the man was Juke, who asked them not to dwell on it, as they were still looking for Lin Fan. The man replied that he had even run to Tiangang for help. The girl turned to her father and asked him not to worry. She explained that she had good news from spies in Zhao's group. Her father asked her to learn from her younger brother and direct her energy against Zhao's group. He then asked her what good news she had. The girl explained that her flash drive contained their secret information, worth billions. Her name was Xiao Kong, and she was the third heir of the Xiao family. They can still use this spy for their own purposes. While this conversation was going on, the protagonist looked at the maid who was bending over in front of him, making the bed. The system asked him what dirty thoughts were going through his head. Li Fan explained that he was simply thinking about how to earn more points. The girl asked the boy if he was accidentally looking at her from behind. She explained to the esteemed guest that if he had any needs, then as a servant, she was ready to fully satisfy them. The protagonist, flushed and sweating, told the girl there was no need. Meanwhile, the system announced he had a quest. He couldn't figure out who Wen Xiao was. When the system told him everything, he asked the maid if she was the girl, which greatly surprised her. Li Fan recalled that the system explained that there were only 2 ways to improve skills. One of these paths is spring mushrooms, and the other is completing special quests. Eating a spring mushroom was really difficult for him. Li Fan thought about the fact that prices also increase significantly after purchase. It's difficult to improve skills this way. In 10 days, he will have to face Juke again, and even if he finds his father's inheritance, he certainly shouldn't give it to him, so he needs to make a leap in his skills. In 10 days, he needs to not only earn points but also complete as many quests as possible. The girl told the boy that not many guests remember her name, so she could lie down with him and tell him a bedtime story. She asked if he was against it, and the main character smiled and agreed. The system immediately made an angry face and explained that it had detected a jump in heart rate and that this was what he had just planned. Is she telling the truth now? Li Fan replied that he had not intended anything, and that it seemed so to her. He began explaining to the system that he was doing this solely for the quest. He had only 5 minutes to discover her secret, and he could only do so by listening to a bedtime story. It's like a battle of spies extracting information from each other. Of course he's nervous. And what could she possibly be thinking? The system replied that he was thinking about a quest, and that it had misinterpreted it, after which it apologized to the boy. Li Fang told the system not to worry about its mistake. Li Fan clenched his fists and said he was doing this for their shared mission and for their prosperity. When he approached the girl, she asked him what he preferred. I am an invincible genius. The soul of a god or an immortal teaches him to wear X. Li Fan could not understand why his glasses were creeping up. She didn't seem to have any emotional outbursts, so where could this come from? The protagonist thought about this frantically and suddenly said, smiling and closing his eyes, that he thought differently. And although he is truly interested in all the stories, the young lady may misinterpret them. The boy approached the bed on which the girl was lying and asked permission to walk her to the door. The girl, of course, did not expect such a turn of events because no one had ever refused her. After this, a gray-haired old man and his companion suddenly appeared in the room. They exclaimed that he had passed the test. Zhao apologized to the boy and explained that he wanted to test him before introducing him to his granddaughter. The girl immediately introduced herself as Wei Xiao. She was his granddaughter's personal maid and a member of their family, but she was already married, and he asked her to pretend to be and try to seduce him while they watched. Zhao shouted to the boy that he had passed the test of seduction and was worthy of his granddaughter. Li Fan immediately and humbly thanked the elder. He thought to himself that he hadn't realized this was a test at all, and fortunately, they had misunderstood. The old man added that when he saw him walking toward her, he almost lost his temper and stabbed him. Everyone around burst into laughter. The protagonist, covered in beads of sweat, thought that it was very good that he was able to react quickly and correctly. Zhao explained that his granddaughter had actually been home the whole time, but he wanted to check on him before allowing him to see her. Since he'd passed the test, he'd definitely introduce them. A girl appeared at the door and asked who wanted her baby. The girl's name was Zhao Lingman, the CEO of the Zhao Shi Corporation and the heir to the Zhao Group. Li Fang didn't expect to see such a beauty before him. When the girl came as close to him as possible, she asked how it happened that it was him. Zhao was surprised and asked how they knew each other. Zhao Lingman exclaimed that it was the pervert from the toilet she was talking about. Suddenly, he crawled up to her and started licking her leg, hugging her very tightly, and everything was exactly like that. But the boy denied what she said. Li Fan was simply shocked that it was exactly that girl and it was really a coincidence. Zhao asked the boy how he could explain everything, and the girl asked him not to give him a chance. The protagonist immediately asked them to wait and thought to himself that everything was really bad, and how could it even be explained? He couldn't tell her about the system. The system began reminding him that he had 30 seconds left before the quest's activation time expired. If he failed this task, the quest would no longer appear. Li Fang replied that he thought he'd discovered her secret. Zhao insisted that the boy explain it if he could. The girl, in turn, crossed her arms and asked them to call the police. When they noticed him running away, the elder asked him to stop immediately. Li Fan thought that he couldn't let her escape, and if he didn't make it in time, there would be no quest. He was very scared and thought that he had no time left and the secret must be hidden on her body. The boy ran up to Wei Xiao and asked her to wait a bit. He asked what she was hiding on her body. When the girl began to run away faster and faster, the boy realized that he was indeed right and began to catch up with her. In one deft jump, he clenched his fists, asked her to stop, and caught up with the girl. She took a few more steps to escape from him, and he delivered a crushing blow with his palm to the floor. The floor began to crack and the girl paused a little after such a powerful blow. Li Fan, putting his hands forward, exclaimed that he had caught her, delighted by this. The gray-haired old man, the man and the girl simply did not expect such a turn of events and such antics from someone who was not his. The main character was already behind the girl, as if hugging her legs, and it was just something from the outside. Wei Xiao didn't expect that he would catch up with her and end up lying on her legs from behind. The system told the boy that he had only 13 seconds left and the countdown was already ongoing. Li Fang held her back, saying he wouldn't let her go. The maid pushed his head away, completely bewildered. Li Fan realized that this flash drive must be the secret, and meanwhile the old man's granddaughter called him a pervert. She clenched her fists and asked how he dared to corrupt her friend in her own house. The girl asked her guys not to call the police and said that she would deal with him herself. She began to jump as high as she could and use her first form to strike her opponent. The girl said she would now rip his perversion out of him and prepared to deliver a powerful blow. Li Fang asked her to wait and hear him out first. He saw mechanical gloves on her hands. The girl exclaimed that her fists would speak to him instead of her and began to approach. The boy thought that time was running out and he needed to grab the secret flash drive first. He had to stop her, but he couldn't hurt her either. So, what was he supposed to do now? The old man said she was a married woman. Li Fan remembered how she said that she would satisfy all his needs and decided that she was a married woman and a professional in her field, which meant he knew where her weak spot was. He pressed the Huantiao point, which strengthens the lower back and knees, and also relaxes the muscles and treats back pain. When the boy pressed on these points, the girl blushed, began to make strange sounds and sweated a little. She continued to moan with happiness and say that she felt very good. But her body relaxed so much that she simply couldn't move. Unexpectedly, the system announced that he had found Wei Xiao's secret and the quest had been activated. Li Fang was overjoyed, as it had come just in time. Meanwhile, the girl had already flown up to him and delivered a powerful blow to his face, calling him a dirty pervert. But the protagonist exclaimed that it was very painful and grabbed his nose. He asked to hear an explanation first. The girl exclaimed that he was groping her in one place and what could be explained here. Li Fan replied that he pressed on the acupuncture points and that it was simply necessary. In response to the girl's blow, he delivered an imperial blow and a powerful and bright flash in the form of lightning occurred between them. Li Fan immediately grabbed his hand and said that it was very painful for him, surprised by her strong gloves. The girl said that he broke his arm and asked him to know his place now with tears in her eyes. She wondered to herself if he'd broken her titanium glove and where he'd gotten so strong. She decided to give him another blow and approached, clenching her fist. The girl's blow stopped Zhao, who approached the protagonist and asked where he got their flash drive. Li Fang explained that Wei Xiao had dropped the flash drive. The old man suggested that they look at its contents together, and the boy asked if he was injured. The girl approached the gray-haired old man when he began to look through the flash drive and said that it was a patent for a new phone developed by the company. She turned to her maid and asked why she had run away with the company's secret. Wei Xiao, unsure of what to say to her mistress, bowed her head. After apologizing, she explained that her daughter had unknowingly signed a contract with a karaoke television station owned by the Xiao family, and she was forced to do so to save her daughter. The guys were shocked that she had a daughter, and the girl said that she never told anyone, and she knows that she is doing wrong, but her daughter is the most precious thing she has. She had to promise Xiao that she would spy in exchange for her daughter's freedom. The girl asked the maid not to worry and to tell her everything in order. The others also waited for an explanation. The protagonist thought that this mission was directly related to the current situation. Wei Xiao had been explaining this since she was 18. She was living with a guy, and one day they forgot to clear the table after eating. When they fell asleep, rats came running and chewed through the condom, and that's how she got pregnant. And when her boyfriend ran after the rat, he fell into an open sewer manhole and died. She tried very hard to raise her daughter properly, but adolescence rebellion occurred. She and her friends became addicted to drugs and began stealing money frequently. But that wasn't enough, so she borrowed money from Xiao's group. Unable to pay off her debt, she sold herself to KTV. She tried to save it, but her debt was enormous. Even if she worked tirelessly, she wouldn't be able to pay it back, So Xiao offered her to spy, and they promised to exchange her daughter's freedom for the secret of Zhao's company. The lady was simply shocked and exclaimed that she should have told her everything. The Xiao family are nothing but scum. The lady blushed slightly, looking upset. Li Fang found it hard to imagine that Xiao Meimei's family wasn't above protecting prostitution. Zhao said that the Xiao family had crossed the line. He asked Zhao Lingming and Ming Gong to go to the Xiao family's cable TV station and, on behalf of the Zhao family, rescue his granddaughter. The guys immediately agreed unanimously, and the main character, together with them, clenched his fists and was ready to engage in battle with the villains. But the guys, with a deft movement of their fists, hit him in the face, asking him not to interfere in these matters. The woman explained that he had been harassing her and her relative and now wanted to go have fun on cable TV. The girl asked him to stay there and await her grandfather's verdict. The protagonist continued to stop them and asked them to listen to him. Li Fan couldn't understand how he could explain this, and he couldn't say he did one for healing and the other for a mission. And it wasn't even about revealing the system's existence. He'd just be made a fool of himself. The boy thought that if he convinced Elder Zhao, not only would he fail the mission, but he would also lose the trust of the Zhao family. Li Fan, kneeling in front of the elder, tried to figure out what to do and how to act in this situation. When Meng approached him, he asked how the boy dared stop him. He asked for the chief to be called and told that the Zhao family had come to pick up their family. Suddenly, a girl appeared at the threshold and said that Poisonous Hand and Miss Zhao came here in person. Do they plan to send Miss Zhao to them for training, to serve guests? The man immediately began to thrust his fist forward to strike and called the woman a witch. How could she possibly insult his mistress? The girl tried to resist this blow and began to raise her hand. There was a bright red flash and the two forces met. The man felt incredible power and beads of sweat ran down his face. The girl smiled slyly and said that it seemed she could parry his attacks, and that was just wonderful. She did not let go of the fan in her hands and, attacking the man, asked him to close the main exit. As they came to them, the girl asked to be allowed to show hospitality. The girl asked permission to introduce herself and said that she was Madame KTV Liu from Tianhong Gang's group. The man replied that in that case, she must be in charge. They suspected their KTV was forcing girls to sell their bodies, and they called the police. Madame Liu smiled and said that she was absolutely shaking at the mention of the police. She asked Officer Chen if they were doing anything illegal at the cable TV station. An officer approached them, asked what the noise was, and said he couldn't sing because of them. He checks the cable TV every day and every night. Everything is decent and legal here, and who dared slander them? Meng exclaimed angrily. What do you mean illegal dealings are covered up by corrupt police officers? No wonder Xiao's group was able to carry out their dirty deeds without any problem. The officer got angry and asked who he had called corrupt and said that he would detain him for insulting the police. Madame Li added that they, too, had been slandered as an illegal business. The girl asked the officer to restore justice, and he told her not to worry because he was here, and he was the personification of justice. Who dared to call her a criminal in front of him just now? Meng, covered in beads of sweat, called him a cocky face. The officer clenched his fists in anger, and the man was already moving towards them to strike with his poisonous palm. The policeman, seriously frightened, turned red and broke out in cold sweat. He approached the girl who was standing next to him and asked her to immediately block his blow. Meanwhile, the man had already grabbed her by the throat with his strong palm and was ready to strangle her. The officer was simply shocked by this turn of events and the impudence of these people. The girl started screaming, not understanding what was happening, and asked for help. She was surrounded by a bright purple flash in the form of long threads that enveloped her from all sides. Meng explained that it's a special hormone-based poison that triggers intense hair growth on the human body after exposure. Victims become covered in fur like gorillas and become immobilized, entangled in their own hair. When he poisoned Qinglong, the fourth of Tianhong Gang's faction, with this poison, he spent 4 hours a day for a year removing vegetation. It's the most harmless poison in his arsenal, and he doesn't like to hurt people. Now they're asking for all the female employees to be called here. Madame Li rose as high as she could above her opponent's head and attempted to kick him. Meng didn't expect such a turn of events because she dared to attack his hand directly. He tried to block the blow and grabbed her leg to perform a takedown, but she was already approaching him for another attack. Meng, enraged, called her shameless and asked her to prepare to taste his poison. But before he could do anything, she had already directed a stream of powerful energy in the form of a golden beam in his direction. She wondered why the Zhao family had sunk so low. How could the security service be so low? And how could Qinglong be the weakest of the four? But he won't last long against Zhuge. Madame Li added that she was much stronger than Zhuge. When the policeman heard everything that was said, he thought about poison for hair growth. The protagonist pondered how to respond, and perhaps he was hallucinating, thinking it was the carrot. His ancestors were Aboriginal people from a tribe where hugging legs is considered a greeting, and it seemed like a good excuse. The elder asked him if he didn't like his legs. Li Fang decided he'd hit the nail on the head and maybe answering yes would solve the problem. Considering the elder's romantic past, he might be expecting an honest answer, and he said that Zhao had guessed correctly, but he didn't have any bad thoughts. The boy decided that honesty was the best practice and thought that this would be the best answer in this situation. The elder continued to stand over his head and the boy waited for his verdict. The main character was surprised that he was awarded points and decided that it meant the elder was angry and he had answered him incorrectly after all. He racked his brains, unsure how to respond. Was he really forcing her to admit she was a pervert? Zhu had already put his hand in front of him, which was shrouded in a light white haze, and asked him to think carefully before answering. Li Fan realized with beads of sweat that the old man was indeed ready to strike if he didn't like his answer. But he can't answer in a bad style, so you need to come up with something non-standard so that he loses his power of speech and earns some points. Li Fan continued to think frantically and said that he really liked legs. During the Stone Age, the climate was harsh and the environment unfriendly. People had not yet mastered the use of tools. Legs were the only way for humanity to move forward. Women are not naturally endowed with the same strength as men, but they carried life from generation to generation on their feet. These feet left their traces all over the world, and also when men, exhausted and wounded, returned to their native cave with prey and food. In the absence of pillows, the only way to restore strength for future achievements was on the knees of women. And in ancient times, when people had not yet learned to walk upright, legs were what people saw when they looked up from the ground. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Beautiful legs are the reason for the development of human civilization. A love of slender legs is deeply ingrained in their DNA. The old man was shocked by this answer. And when he thought about how beautiful legs are the reason for the development of human civilization, he immediately hugged the protagonist. The system informed the boy that he had deeply philosophical beliefs and apologized for accusing him. Zhao said that a man with such deep thoughts would certainly be an exemplary husband. He was right in his decision to entrust his granddaughter to him, and the old man shook Li Fan's hand. Meanwhile, Madame Li and Mr. Meng's battle continued, and she said that Group Security Chief Zhao couldn't even defeat Madame KTV. It's no wonder that the Xiao family has snatched up so many of the Zhao Group's business partners. Meng, feeling the incredible strength of his opponent, thought about this, casting a contemptuous glance at her. The man realized when he looked at the fan, the lady was holding that the airflow created by the fan was not at all simple. She uses her slender legs, clad in fishnet stockings and armed with stiletto heels, to counterattack, and her fan to deflect his venomous blows. He couldn't tell if she was a fighter or a cultivator, or what her true rank was. The man decided he had no choice, and his left hand was highly poisonous. It has 3 seals to suppress the most dangerous poisonous gases, and each time he removes a seal, he releases more poison. But with each seal removed, the effects on his body intensify. When the 3rd seal is opened, all living things within a 10-mile radius die, including himself. He would allow them to witness the true power of the poisonous hand. But before he could finish speaking, the girl appeared behind him and struck him in the back with all her might. Meng couldn't understand what had just happened. It was simply unexpected for him. The old man asked the main character if he wanted to go to KTV and save her. Li Fan replied that yes, both his granddaughter and the poisonous hand would need help. Zhao laughed and said that there was no need to do that, since each of them could handle the Xiao family on their own. Ming Gang practices both medicine and martial arts. He once single-handedly killed several members of the Tianhong group. Word of the poisonous needle quickly spread, and since he took over their security department, neither the Xiao family nor Tianhong dared to disturb them. His granddaughter's martial arts skills are average, but last year she became the first in the martial arts department of Shenzhou University with the help of her design talent. The armor they designed was nicknamed the Iron Man, and even in a fight against a D rank, it will not fail. Zhou asked them not to worry about them, and to think instead about making his granddaughter happy. He would call them, since everything was most likely already sorted out. But when the old man dialed the number, it was disconnected. The guys were worried, and the old man thought that maybe something was wrong with the phone. The maid said that she heard from Xiao that the cable TV was handed over to the Tianhong group because of the illegal activities that were going on there. And now there is someone especially strong like Xuan Wu in charge of the chapter. Zhou was very surprised and, covered in beads of sweat, asked what she had just said. Zhenwu is the most mysterious character in the Tianhong faction, and no one knows who he is or what he can do. But rumor has it that those who have seen Xuan Wu are either dead, missing, or insane. Even the police know nothing about this, and if their opponent is Xuan Wu, they're likely in grave danger. Li Fang said he'd better go there. He decided that this was his only chance to complete the quest, and the old man thought about it. Zhao had to agree, and he explained that it was not convenient for him to appear there now, and he asked him to take one scroll and be careful. The old man told him to remember that his job was to scout out the situation. If he saw anything dangerous, he should return without delay. The man knelt before the lady in bewilderment and asked her why she was doing this to him. She was already very close to him and, clenching her fists, was ready to deliver another crushing blow. Meng tried to find strength in himself and, getting to his feet, used a technique by stepping on her foot. When he looked into the girl's eyes, he couldn't understand what the hell was going on and what happened to her eyes. Could it be that she had developed superpowers that he didn't even suspect? Ms. Lee explained that it wasn't at all and her hands weren't moving. Superpowers can't be applied by thought alone, and that's a completely different matter. Meng couldn't understand what to do in this situation because his sister was attacking like crazy and it was hard for him to block her attacks. The man managed to remove one seal, and even he's wary of his poisons. If he uses them now, he'll definitely harm her. We must deal with Madame Lee first. If he manages to touch her, even through her clothes, the poison will cloud her consciousness. They stood on either side of the man, and he was unable to do anything to resist these forces. At that time, the main character was already on his way to the KTV group. He was in a luxurious limousine and was surprised by such a luxurious world of rich people. The boy thought that Xuan Wu seemed strong and must be no weaker than Zhuke. He asked the system if he was receiving 3 lucky summon rewards for unlocking the quest. The system responded that yes, if he wanted, he could draw right then. Then the boy tried his luck and spent 2, but something came up wrong. The system offered him something to eat while they were traveling. Li Fan said that if he didn't get the skill now, he'd post on social media that it was the worst system in the world. But when he pressed the 3rd key, the system announced he'd won a 5-star talent and congratulated him. The talent in front of him was alcohol resistance. Li Fan was upset and asked where his social media accounts were. The system exclaimed that he was a truly amazing talent and no one could outdrink him, even if he drank a whole tank. He'll be stone cold sober after this, and all the first-tier goods will already be unlocked. Li Fang responded to the system that it was offering him the chance to defeat Xuan Wu with this. Then he decided to buy everything he had enough points for, and the system said that with his amount of points, a package of golden rods, an older sister, and a tycoon experience card were available for purchase. The protagonist inquired what it was all about. The limo driver suddenly announced that they were already there, and he immediately thanked him. When the boy left, he said that he had left them 2 servings of noodles and asked them to eat to their heart's content. When he came out, he saw in front of him the establishment of the Xiao family and the Tianhong Gang. The system asked permission to remind him that he was currently facing a mission of increased difficulty and that he could change his mind. But the boy replied that he had made a firm decision. To defeat Zhuke in 10 days, he'll need to become much stronger. He'll have to move forward, even if he's walking right into a trap. He's a man and he shouldn't doubt it. Li Fan opened the door, and before him stood the girls, who greeted him. For a poor student like him, who was used to smuggling beer into such establishments, visiting an elite KTV was a great discovery. In the most luxurious karaoke bar in Shenzhou, Li Fang was in deep awe. The shock of this discovery can be compared to that experienced by the Pirate King from One Piece when he set out on his journey. It was as if a lost land had greeted a new sun. The main character asked if the lady was there and asked to give him 10 people. Meanwhile, a police officer approached Meng and asked him to wake up. One of his co-workers was shocked when he heard this and assumed he was interested in men. The second one said that if he'd known, he would have given himself to him for a promotion. The officer again asked to touch his head with this poison so that he would get his hair back. Mrs. Lee explained that he was unconscious and couldn't hear her. His poisonous hand held enough secret recipes to buy a trainload of money, and if they got them, even Prince William would grovel before her. The policeman held a bottle of whiskey in his hands and said that he was very lucky today. The young miss of the Zhao family danced for him with a pole. The man continued to watch this dance, swallowing his drool. He wiped them away, and the bottle of whiskey never slipped from his hands. He exclaimed that it was simply a sight to behold and laughed. The Zhao family wouldn't stop there, and he had to help them. The policeman told the girl that they were the ones breaking into someone else's property and starting a fight. So he detained their CEO and let them try to sue him. He's the law in Shenzhou, and what can the Zhao family do there? He heard a voice behind the door asking him to get lost, as they had an important guest. The officer wondered why they were making so much noise. A girl entered the room and told Sister Lee that they were in big trouble. The lady asked what had happened and asked her to tell the story in order. The girl explained that a strange guest had arrived with a ton of money and was demanding to be treated like an emperor. But despite the numerous girls sent to him, he was still unsatisfied. Ms. Lee asked who their picky client was. The girl explained that she could turn on video surveillance in the guest room. When they looked at the camera, they were simply shocked by the amount of money. There was definitely more than several million in it, and what on earth was he doing? Li Vang told the girls where to press and explained how many points there are on the body's meridian and chi points. There are 409 different points on the human body. They need to memorize all the points where to prick at random. Li Fang explained that it's also important to familiarize yourself with different acupuncture methods. They charge thousands of dollars, but they're hitting the wrong points, and it's no wonder their business isn't doing well. As a cable TV station, they should be able to provide all the popular songs, but they don't even have the song Speak Like a Cat, and their massage is not very good. He doesn't see any professionalism here at all. The officer exclaimed that they would be complete idiots if they didn't earn the money. He must have very particular tastes, and it was time to play his trump card. Miss Lee asked for Ju Yen to come to her. A girl appeared before the protagonist and addressed him as a distinguished guest. The boy, frightened, glanced at her, blushing a little. A girl started to approach the main character, and he looked at her carefully as she approached. Lee Fan was very surprised when he saw this girl. She asked him not to ask who she was and said that fate itself had brought them together in this crowd. She asked us to try closing our eyes and guessing about each other's character type, personality, and interests. The boy agreed with the girl and closed his eyes, covered in beads of sweat. She was already close to him and her gaze became somehow strange and unusual. She exclaimed that none of her sisters had been able to get his approval for massage, so she would try it. The girl approached him, holding out her hands. It was as if she had some unpredictable plan. The protagonist asked if she was taking him for a fool and said that she was Wei Xiaoman's daughter, and he was sure of it. When Li Fan grabbed his hands, he decided to press on certain points so that she could experience his massage. When she made a move in response, the boy asked why she was attacking him stealthily. The girl immediately blushed and was unable to do anything to surprise Li Fan. The pink blush didn't fade from her face, and beads of sweat continued to trickle down her cheeks. There was a flash of something between them as their forces met, and they were thrown back from each other. Li Fan noted that very precise and simultaneous pressing of acupuncture points is developed over decades of persistent training. This is a pro, and the girl thought about what he was able to control while pressing the dots, and besides, his level is higher than hers. She became interested in who he was, and she really had now met a worthy opponent. The system informed him that, as a reward for opening the first mission, the system would provide the opportunity to improve a skill of his choice, and it suggested that he take advantage of it. He thought it was just in time and opted to improve his massage skill. The girl replied that it looked like he'd have to resort to her secret technique. This level of massage can't be bought for any amount of money. She said that the few who were lucky enough to experience it fell at her feet. The girl began to use the multi-armed bodhisattva, and it was something incredible. The protagonist asked her not to insult the bodhisattva under any circumstances and began to approach her to strike. The boy began to use a series of long massages and many bright purple rays approached her. There was a bright flash, and it was like lightning struck her the moment Li Fan approached. The girl thought about how he pressed all the points on her body 6 times in sync. This sensation was better than the last one. She asked the boy how he knew. Li Fan replied that learning such a high-quality technique required a huge amount of money. Unsurprisingly, his mother couldn't find her, so he reached out to the girl, asking her to come with him. He explained that they were going to visit her mother. The girl, of course, did not listen to him and began to run away, turning over in a jump. She asked the boy if the honored guest wanted Ju Yan to accompany him. Then, he would have to beat her in the game. The main character was surprised by this proposal and asked what it all meant. Meanwhile, an order of 6 bottles of 38-year-old whiskey arrived, worth 83,000 won. The man asked what payment method he preferred and began transferring. He was very surprised when the main character said that he preferred to pay in cash. At this time, Li Fan was thinking that in order to take this girl, he needed to win the game against her. Meanwhile, she asked the man not to forget about her percentage, extending her hand. The boy thought of the tycoon's experience exchange card. The cash will turn back into paper money in 30 minutes, and you need to win before that happens. The girl asked the boy to guess what came up and the loser would get a shot. The protagonist replied that he thought he'd rolled a lot. Then the girl said that he'd rolled a little and lost. Everyone around wished him luck and the boy continued to drink glass after glass. The girl laughed and thought that the rich kids hate to lose, and this guy is apparently one of the golden youth and is spending his daddy's money. Could he really have decided to compete with her in a game of dice, and was he trying hard? Li Fan continued to knock back glass after glass. Thanks to his incredible skill that the system gave him, the boy didn't get drunk at all. He smiled and said that he couldn't believe that he had lost more than 10 times in a row. She asked the man if the swill was watered down. He replied that even after 6 bottles of watered-down swill, he'd be in a daze. The girl asked the man to bring her something that was 70 degrees. Li Fan smiled and exclaimed that he'd lost again. The man was very surprised that he wasn't even drunk yet, and that he was simply the god of alcohol. The girl asked if he was even human, and if he drank so much, he should at least get drunk. She asked him to bring the strongest liquor they had. Madame Li remarked that the guy had an impressive tolerance for alcohol, and the policeman completely agreed with her. Even with his training, he couldn't have lasted that long. He'd never even seen alcohol like that, and the world had probably gone mad. 10 bottles of select Polish vodka for a total of 23,000. Li Fan was surprised when he was brought a 96 proof drink. This drink has the highest alcohol concentration, even higher than the rubbing alcohol used in hospitals. The boy thought that the ability had turned out to be very useful, and he was wide awake after drinking so much. But the time of the Tycoon card's ability will expire soon. If only he could see through the dice glass, but he doesn't have that skill yet, so what can he come up with now? To see through the glass, he needs to enhance his vision to a superpower, and he needs to find a way to achieve this. The protagonist, concentrating, began to use the Tianting acupuncture points. He began to press on the point that was located on the bridge of the nose, and it was called Qingming. Li Fan continued to press on various points on his face, 6 in total. He concentrated, thinking that in just a little while he'd be back to full form. The girl thought he'd scratched himself. After the boy had come to his senses a little, Zhu Yan said that it was necessary to continue their game. She turned the glass over and asked again whether there was too much or too little. The protagonist thought that he could see right through everything and turned on the second level of massage, which could improve his vision. The boy began to peer closely into the glass and use his insight. It turns out the bones react to the magnet on her hand, and it is not surprising that he always loses. Li Fan was pleased because he knew he would definitely win this time, and looked at his opponent with disdain. Suddenly his nose started bleeding and he blushed a little, drawing his eyebrows towards his nose. The girl thought that he had finally turned red and his nose was bleeding. That meant he was drunk. She asked the protagonist to guess quickly. The girl asked if he was scared and asked him to guess. Li Fan's nose continued to bleed, and the girl was already satisfied in the hope that she had won again. She realized he was completely wasted, and all she had to do was get him drunk on such strong alcohol. Did this stinker really want to beat her? Li Fan thought the move with the eyes was a double-edged sword. He might pass out from blood loss. I've already lost too much blood and I need to end this useless show as soon as possible. He grabbed the girl by the hand and said that in order to make everything fair, he was going to open it, and believed that there was little there. The girl was very surprised because there really was little there when she raised the glass. Beads of sweat began to trickle down her face, as she simply hadn't expected him to win this time. Li Fan exclaimed that he'd won this round and now it was her turn to drink. The girl was seriously scared, as the drink was incredibly strong, 96 proof. A boy approached Zhu Yan and looked at her glass with fear. The girl immediately knocked back the glass right in front of everyone and thought that it was just one shot and she could handle it. Zhu Yan said she'd had a drink and decided to continue playing. The boy called her very brave. She, in turn, thought this guy had figured out her cheating. But it didn't really matter. And even without cheating, she'd been winning this game on KTV for years. The girl figured her chances of winning were about 90%. And then the boy said this time it was a big number. Zhu Yan tipped back one glass after another, and her face turned red and changed. The next time there were few weeds and the boy guessed correctly again, winning once again. Zhu Yan was already almost completely drunk, but the main character kept winning and winning many games in a row. The girl felt unwell and began to feel dizzy, which everyone around her noticed. The boys asked their sister if she was alive when she fell to the floor. The lady exclaimed that it was the first time she'd seen Zhu Yan drunk. The second girl said she'd had 10 shots. The man standing nearby said that the amount of alcohol was terrifying, and the main character clenched his fists and said that he had won. The boy took the girl in his arms and said, looking at her and blushing a little, that he was taking her. Meanwhile, the girls were sorting through bags of money and saying they'd never seen so much money, and that it would last them a whole year. Another girl said it would last her 5 years, and for some, a lifetime. But the tycoon card's validity had already expired, and Li Fan was sweating a little as the boys' faces suddenly changed, and they couldn't understand what had happened. Why had their money become paper in their hands? When the boy started to run away with Zhu Yan in his arms, the boys started to stop him and chase after him. Lady Li appeared in front of him, and she began to use the wind boomerang and waved her fan in front of the boy. Li Fan, a little frightened, wondered where this wind came from and his steps slowed down. Before he had time to think, the girl's leg was already flying towards him, and a powerful blow hit him right in the face. The protagonist thought that if you look into the abyss for a long time, the abyss also looks into you. As the boy lay on the floor, Lady Li stood over him and he seemed to see something incredible. Li Fan's head went blank and he fell to the floor, losing consciousness after such a powerful blow. Lady Li continued to sit on him, not letting go of her fan and looking at the exhausted, knocked out guy. When the boy saw Zhao Ling and Poison Palm in front of him, he was very surprised and wondered why they were here. Lady Li stood in front of him, noticed that he had woken up and asked why he had passed out. Li Fan asked who she was and the girl replied that she was the local madam, which he still didn't understand. The system warned the protagonist and asked him to be careful. Zhao Ling and the Poison Palm's heartbeats have weakened. She thinks that they have lost after all and she cannot detect the woman's heartbeat. The woman continued to hold the fan in front of her and asked the handsome little boy if he had decided to leave the cable TV station without paying his bills. The system informed him that, theoretically, it was the most advanced technological device. Nothing should be hidden from it, and the boy asked it not to say anything bad now. Li Fan thoughtfully asked the girl if she was Xuan Wu. A policeman appeared next to him again and asked where he had come from and how he knew about Xuan Wu. Xuan Wu? It was him, the man behind KTV. Lady Li said that since he'd revealed his identity, she'd have to kill him. The protagonist's expression changed when he realized who Xuan Wu was and was very surprised by it. He was simply shocked and asked how he could commit such a crime as a police officer. The officer replied that he knew nothing about this world and that KTV was under his protection. Isn't he happy about this turn of events? But that's how their society works, and people like him are everywhere, so we shouldn't judge him. The system reported that several years ago, the soldier Lin Tiankong disappeared along with a national treasure worth millions. He abandoned his wife and son to their fate, and he's a darling compared to him. The officer asked the boy if he was angry and said that he could scream, but even if he lost his voice, no one would hear him or come to his aid. Lei Fan asked if he really meant to say that no one could hear him no matter what he did. The policeman laughed and exclaimed that it was true. Even if he strained his throat, no one would hear him. The boy asked if he was talking about the police too. The officer replied that as long as he was here, the police wouldn't come, to which Li Fang gave a wry smile. Then the policeman asked him if he was delirious and that he now knew who he really was and would kill him. And then he'll chalk it all up to an accident in his report, that's all. He held the boxing championship belt for 3 years in a row, and he's also a D-rank martial artist, so all he can do is pray. The officer exclaimed that first he would use the dragon coming out of the mountain technique and break his nose. Then, he will fire a double shot through his ears, piercing his eardrums and Dayang point, leaving him unable to orient himself. Then, a black tiger will fly at him, tearing out his heart in order to cripple all his internal organs. And the last shuriken move will send him to the next world, and no one will help him anymore. Before he could hit him, the ropes broke, and the boy found himself free. The policeman did not expect such a turn of events, and he threw himself far back and began to scream with a terrible cry. Lady Li, when she heard this sound, unexpectedly began to worry and moved her eyebrows towards her nose. When she glanced at his hand, where the rope had broken, she was even more surprised. Could he really have freed himself? Meanwhile, the policeman was screaming in pain and saying that his arm was broken. He asked how the boy dared to inflict grievous bodily harm on a police officer. He was definitely dead, and his entire family was doomed. The protagonist came closer to him and said that he thought he'd overdone it a bit. He's a massage therapist and can fix it. He grabbed the policeman by both arms and began to straighten them out. The officer screamed even louder and said he was in a lot of pain. Li Fang asked if the reattached arm really hurt. Then he could break it back as before. The policeman broke out in even more cold sweat and began to say that the boy was doing it on purpose. Li Fang continued to smile slyly and asked if he was still dissatisfied. In that case, he could reset his arm. The officer asked him not to do this and started screaming even louder. Li Fang suggested he break it again to make it easier. The officer screamed again in pain, and the boy realized that after that he passed out, which meant there would be no more points. He thought that it might be better to bring him back to consciousness with acupuncture and rack up some more points. But behind him was Lady Li, who crossed her arms over her chest and asked him to stop. She held a fan in her hand and explained that he had no proof that he was wrong, so the more he injured him, the longer his sentence would be. Li Fan exclaimed that she was right and that she had to beat a sincere confession out of him. The girl explained that she hadn't exactly said that, but their conversation was interrupted by a man appearing on the threshold. Suddenly, a girl appeared on the doorstep and said she was the law in Shenzhou. They knew nothing of this world and KTV was under her protection. Aren't they happy about this turn of events? But that's how their society is structured, and people like her are everywhere. The girl said that this recording would be their evidence. She was wearing iron gloves. Li Fan exclaimed, clenching his fist, that this was very good, and he had already begun to think that someone was definitely controlling her. The girl said that to him, she was Director Zhao. Li Fan told the girl that he understood and accepted. She asked if Lady Li controlled people with neurotoxins. Her fan contains neurotoxins that are not affected by the poisonous palm, but they affected her, and she was able to control it. So she completely changed and began to attack her own. Her mistake was to let her hit the poisonous hand with her glove. The girl continued to talk about how she had built in a function to wake up the carrier in the absence of feedback. Lady Li exclaimed that this was quite good and asked when she had come to. The girl explained that she had come to immediately after the first blow to the poisonous palm and had been brought back to her senses by the electric shock. But she pretended she was still in control and deliberately grazed during the subsequent attack. Otherwise, he, being an E rank, wouldn't have been able to withstand the hail of blows from her gloves. The girl said that they had finally obtained evidence of their crimes, and now she was asking for the girl's release. Li Fang exclaimed that she was simply brilliant. The girl again asked to be called Director Zhao. A man appeared at the door and asked how they dared. It was a policeman who exclaimed that no one had ever cheated him like that and they were all dead. He began to get very angry and, swallowing some pill, exclaimed that they would all die from his highest form. The clothes on his body began to tear into small pieces and fly in all directions. The policeman seemed to mature and become much stronger and healthier, turning into a mutant. The man exclaimed, rising several meters above the main character, that this was his true power and now they could all cry. The main character clenched his fists and said that he had arrived just in time and was going to test his strength to the fullest. He was calling him to serve and thought it was time to test his 5th boxing skill. The policeman exclaimed that he would crush him right now. Li Fan's fist flew towards the policeman's face and reached its peak. The man began to fly far back and fell, hitting his head on the floor. The main character didn't expect that he would hit the policeman in the face with his weapon and the girl's fan right in the head. He had this fan sticking out of his head, and white foam immediately started coming out of the man's mouth. The boy, seriously frightened, asked if he was dead. The girl replied that he was alive and she had simply knocked him out. Xiao approached the policeman and said that in this uniform he could probably compete with a C-rank master, but she knocked him out. I became curious whether they were in cahoots and why she needed all this. The girl continued to interrogate the woman about who she was. Lady Li crossed her arms over her chest and began to smile slyly. Lady Li explained to the boys that it didn't matter who she was, the main thing was that she wasn't with him. She threw some object into the girl's hands and said that this was evidence of illegal actions by this cable TV company. She had only one request to take care of the girls here, and she jumped up. Lady Li looked at the protagonist and asked him to convey her best regards to the Barlail system. The main character was simply shocked, and the system too when she spoke about her. The girl blushed and asked who Lala was, calling her by the same name. Lady Li never let go of her fan, which was her weapon against her opponents. This fan had a branch of cherry blossoms painted on it. The fan flew up in the air and began to fall to the floor, and its edge began to burn with a bright fire. The boys watched the scene unfold, and the fan before them had completely burned out, leaving behind only black smoke. The girl said that she had completely disappeared. She gave the main character her stocking as a gift, which ended up in his hands. Li Fan said that she had run away, but fortunately, she had left behind evidence and he decided to keep it. Behind him, Zhou appeared, punched him, and told him that he was a real pervert and that she was just starting to fall for him. Suddenly, the girl told the boy that she would take this evidence. Li Fan asked them not to do this, but the girl changed the subject and asked what they would do with this policeman. After her words, the protagonist glanced at the officer who was lying unconscious on the floor. He doesn't have enough points yet to buy anything new. All that's left is a bag of golden rods and his big sister. But will they be of any use? He held in his hands a piercing arrow that Elder Zhou had given him. Meanwhile, it was already dark outside and the spacious, beautiful night city of Shenzhou lay before us. A multitude of fireworks decorated the sky, and it was as if some hieroglyphs were written on it. The boys in black suits recognized Elder Zhao's terrifying piercing arrow. The guys immediately declared a state of emergency and decided to mobilize immediately and as quickly as possible. At this time, the police received an urgent report about the illegal activities of the cable TV station. The chief gave the order to immediately leave for the arrest, and the guys rushed towards the police car. The guy asked what the Zhao family's security guards were doing there. The guy in dark glasses and a suit asked who had called the police. Suddenly there was a cry and the boys asked to look up as they noticed that someone was on the roof. There really was a guy there who was holding some kind of staff in his hands, and the guys couldn't figure out who he was. One of them pulled out his pistol and, looking at the roof, pointed it at the man. The police announced that he was surrounded. But beads of sweat began to run down the face of this boy who was holding a pistol in his hands. He noticed the man was wearing boots, plus leopard stockings, plus a golden rod, components of the golden rod package. The Big Sister talisman makes the target act like a big sister in adult matters. The man continued to dance on the pole, rising higher and higher, smiling at those around him. The bright full moon illuminated him. The boys were simply shocked and felt sick from such a terrible sight. Li Fan was very happy because he had received a huge amount of points. Suddenly he heard the old man's voice, who asked him why he was grinning and whether he was listening to him at all. He remarked that the young man had performed admirably in this operation. He was truly worthy of being his chosen grandson-in-law. He not only destroyed the KTV, but also incapacitated Zhuan Wu. This will definitely undermine the strength of both the Xiao family and the Tianhong group. Although Poison Hand is still in a coma, his granddaughter is working on his recovery in a special medical capsule. His condition is currently stable. He also ordered an investigation into Madame Li, which has already begun. But first he asked to answer him honestly one question, and Zhao, angry, furrowed his brows. He asked why the main character had brought all the girls from the KTV club to his house. The old man froze, awaiting an answer. Li Fan smiled and replied that they had to help those in difficult situations. They would need to find a place for them. Zhao explained that he was afraid of so many young girls around him. His body simply couldn't handle it. The girls asked Elder Zhao if he could help stop the bleeding. The maid turned to the elder and Mr. Lin Fan and thanked them for saving her daughter. Hugging her head, the girl smiled and said she had no way to repay them for such kindness. She could only offer payment in kind. The main character did not expect such an answer from the girl and immediately blushed and asked himself a question. The old man's fist hit him square in the neck, and he asked what he was planning to do with his two granddaughters and great-granddaughter. Li Fang replied that he hadn't thought of anything like that. Zhou said that, in any case, due to the Xiao family's machinations, their Zhao family was in financial trouble and they were even laying off staff. Where would they place these girls? Li Fang asked to let go of his neck and began coughing when the old man removed his knee. Zhou stroked the girls' heads and said he didn't want them to leave and maybe they could discuss it in his room. The system gave the task of ridding all the girls of drug addiction within a few hours and helping them find a new field of activity by tomorrow. The boy thought that he had saved only a part of them, but now he still had to rid them of drug addiction and he only had 2 hours to do it. Suddenly, he heard some noise and the old man told the boys who were knocking on the door to come in. In front of them was a man in a black suit and glasses who told Elder Zhao that they had found Uncle Li. Li Fan was very happy when he saw his uncle and rushed to meet him. Meanwhile, at the police station, the deputy chief was asked not to get so excited. The KTV is under the protection of the Tianhong group. They recently suffered heavy losses of personnel and are not worth taking any risks now. But the girl, still holding her gun, spoke of how justice waits. The killer had killed the boss's family and their boys. She owes her life to her boss. Judging by the flyer, KTV and Tianhong Gang's gang are connected. A girl with a machine gun opened the door and said that this time they would deal with them once and for all, giving the order to equip themselves and leave. Her name was Wu Tenglin, and she was the deputy head of the Rapid Response Force. I had just been informed by the girl that the cable TV station had just been shut down. It turns out so much has happened, and even though the dumpling shop was forcibly demolished, Lin Fan and Xiaoxing are perfectly fine, and that's the main thing. Zhou explained that his daughter was vacationing there and asked him not to worry. Lai replied that he was very grateful for the helping hand and that it was all his fault for borrowing from the Xiao family. Zhou asked that the thanks not go to him, but to this young man, as he had helped him so much. Li Fan said that helping him with his business was indeed not easy, and he still had a sore spot. It turns out he had to sacrifice this place to help pay off his debts. How would he explain all this to his father? Li Fang asked Uncle Li why he was wearing a mask. The uncle replied that he needed to ask him. When he removed the mask, the boy asked what happened to his mouth. Uncle decided to start his story with the plate of dumplings that was on the table. When he left for school yesterday, he noticed a pile of dumplings he'd made in the kitchen. Although they didn't look like they were made according to his recipe, his motto is to sell them fast. And this motto made him sell to their clients. Suddenly, pitiful cries were heard outside, and he immediately ran to check. He saw a client there who was scalded so badly that his own mother wouldn't recognize him. And despite the fact that he was so scalded that he couldn't really speak, he still continued to point at the dumplings with his mouth and make strange sounds. The man said that it was very tasty, and after that he also decided to try this food. To his surprise, he discovered that these were the most delicious dumplings he had ever eaten in his life, but also the most scorching dumplings. The strange thing was that they tried many methods, but they were unable to cool them down. They tried everything, but it was all in vain. The dumplings remained very hot. In the end, they couldn't resist the temptation of this wonderful taste. Suffering from burns, they devoured all 10 plates. As a result, due to severe burns to their mouths, they were sent to the hospital and did not even have time to take their phones. Yu remarked that even though they suffered burns that required hospitalization, they still didn't stop. It turns out that such delicacies even exist in the world, and the uncle asked the protagonist how he managed to make such dumplings. The boy replied that his father had once taught him a secret recipe that had been passed down from generation to generation, so he had tried to make them. Uncle Li was surprised and didn't recall anything like that. These dumplings could be dangerous, so he asked if the boy had given them to anyone else. Li Fan remembered how he told the boss that there were 2 plates of dumplings in the car and asked them to help themselves. When the boy remembered the driver, he rushed to the door. Zhou asked the young man where he was going. When they got to the car, the man was sitting next to them with an empty plate and they realized they were late. Uncle Li was surprised that there was only 1 plate in front of them, and there should have been 2. The guy in the hat, who was sitting near the car, said that he gave them to a girl on the floor above. Then he just arrived, parked, and on the 2nd floor a girl smelled a pleasant aroma and asked him to share it with her, so he shared it. She asked him if he had anything tasty. The boys exchanged glances when they heard about the girl from the 2nd floor. The other plate ended up with his daughter, and the boys immediately rushed to the 2nd floor as quickly as possible. They ran very quickly and were already on the 2nd floor near Xiaoxing's room. Li Fan ran to the door and asked the girl not to eat the dumplings under any circumstances. When no one answered him, he began to open the door as quickly as possible, and they were simply shocked by what they saw. A man with a pole stood on the street and asked them not to approach him because he had been slandered. A man with a gun asked Captain Chen to stop because people had left evidence for them there. The girl asked what kind of eye-catching outfit this was. The guy answered Captain Wu, asking how she ended up there. The man with the pole asked me to leave him immediately, explaining that he'd been injected with medication, which is why he was dancing on the roof in that outfit. And why haven't they caught these scoundrels yet? The captain asked her guys to step aside and said that she would deal with it herself. He, as captain of the law enforcement squad, turns out to be involved in protecting crime. The girl said that she and her punitive task force were eliminating this evil today for the sake of the people. The policeman laughed and was frightened when he saw the revolver in front of him. He said she only had 6 bullets, and there were 12 of them. So her punitive task force had clearly lost its mind. The guy pulled out a pistol and asked Captain Wu to retreat. At this time, the policeman with the pole in his hands had already jumped as high as possible and began to approach to strike. When the guys with guns looked at him, they were simply shocked and threw up again. The girl found herself holding a pistol and a lot of shells in her hands. She started loading her pistols and found herself with a super fast burst of 12 bullets. The captain took out an entire group with just her pistol, and it was simply incredible. The policeman and his guys were already lying on the floor and couldn't move. The captain's comrade was frightened and unable to form a single word. The girl asked him to calm down and said she had fired rubber bullets. If it really was Xuanwu, he wouldn't have been shot so easily and he was probably already seriously injured, but she wondered by whom. The employee replied that he heard the waiter say that it was a guy from the Zhao family who did it, and also took all the girls to his place. The captain wondered if the Zhao family had actually handed over the nightly KTV entertainment to the Tianhong group, and had the Zhao family guy really decided to take over the business and take all the girls to open his own KTV? The captain turned around, walked towards the exit and said, without letting go of her pistol, that she would find this guy. Meanwhile, the main character was scratching the back of his head and wondering where he got so many more points from. Joe asked the girl if she'd finished all the dumplings, to which she replied that she had, and that they were very tasty. The boys asked if she'd been burned, and she said not a bit. She asked her grandfather and father why they were so nervous and agitated. Li Fang was surprised that Xiao Ying had eaten the dumplings and felt nothing. The system revealed that these dumplings, cooked on a real fire, come in 3 flavors and are one of hundreds of delicacies offered in the universe at the tip of the tongue. The protagonist asked the system what kind of dumplings they were. They were so scalding hot that they were impossible to eat, so how could Xiao Ying have eaten them without feeling any pain? The system asked him to think for himself. The contract stipulated that it could not divulge the secret. The uncle asked the boy why he was chatting to himself. Could he show me how he makes dumplings? If the scorching issue could be resolved, there would be no shortage of customers. Li Fang replied that it wasn't that simple and that his father had said he couldn't reveal the secret recipe to anyone. The boy noticed that Uncle Li seemed very upset and thought that there were only 2 hours left until the end of the mission. If there really was no end to the customers, then Zhu Yan could work in a dumpling shop. Suddenly his gaze changed and he immediately turned to his Uncle Li. He explained that he would definitely reveal the secret of dumplings and turn it into a dumpling chain covering the entire country like McDonald's. Meanwhile, the man asked the boy what he was talking about and how the Zhao family could shut down their cable TV. The guy replied that it was true, and even their patron, Xuanwu, couldn't help. He himself had been arrested by the cops and had tried to stop them from taking the girls, but in the end they simply beat him up, and the chairman needed to do something about it. Xiao Hong, the current chairman of the Xiao family concern, clenched his fists and exclaimed that they didn't know who they were dealing with and that he would go and kill them all right now. A girl appeared before him, telling her father not to get worked up. They were surprised to see a third heir standing before them. Xiao Kong, the third heir of the Xiao family, is a 9th grade student at Shenzhou University-affiliated middle school. He noticed that the boy lying on the ground was wounded and extended his hand to help him up. The boy immediately thanked the third heir. Xiao Kong, when he took the man's hands, said that blood was gushing out of his hand. He pressed his palm against his and thanked him for making a great contribution to the Xiao family's business. The boy, blushing a little, told the third heir that his hand could stain his face. Suddenly, Xiao Kong's expression changed and he replied, licking his lips, that it was okay. That's how it had to be. After that, he began to break his wrists and the man screamed loudly in pain. Then Xiao Kong flew into the air as high as she could and hit him in the face with her knee. She started kicking him and he turned in different directions like a puppet being pulled by strings. The boy jumped up again as high as he could and kicked him with all his might. The father was very worried about his son, and Xiao Kong said that all 10 of his fingers were broken, his jaw was in pieces, and it would probably be difficult for him to blab now. He started taking out his phone and dialing certain numbers to call the police. The guy reported that there was a pervert here, and this scoundrel, fleeing from justice, decided to take refuge in the Xiao family's house. He also beat her so badly that her face was covered in blood, and he begged her to come quickly and grab him. The man was simply shocked and asked why he had called the police himself. It's time to say goodbye to this criminal cable TV business once and for all, and place the blame on the Tianhong gang. From his generation onward, the Xiao family will only engage in honest and legitimate business. Using the secret high-tech technologies stolen from the Zhao family, he will seize the upper hand and hold a press conference. The Zhao family will be left to kneel, defeated. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was searching for a way to cool the dumplings made by the system. After making his 33rd bowl, he finally discovered a new ability. When he looked at the system monitor, he exclaimed that this would be very useful, and the ability of a techno-genius was revealed to him. It was Silicon Valley, Jack Ma, Steve Jobs. They all got rich thanks to technology, and now that he has this ability, he needs to act. Very soon he will be able to become the president of the company, and the shares will be traded on the market. What if he can't cope with too much success and then, like Jack Ma, he becomes indifferent to worldly affairs? The boy decided to be realistic and try making a cooling device first. The system praised him and said that even these abilities at the first star could greatly enhance his intellectual abilities. Elder Zhao reassigned a large number of workers and returned the dumpling shop to its former glory in one night. Li Fan, in order to avoid being exposed to the system, asked his uncle and elder to wait outside for a while. The uncle and the old man standing outside the door were wondering what the boy was doing there. Li could barely contain the girl who exclaimed that she smelled the aroma of the most delicious dumplings in the world. Uncle asked him not to distract his brother. And finally, the protagonist exclaimed that everything was ready. There's a huge wind generator outside, and they hide all the electrical wiring inside for aesthetics. The electric cord is directly connected to the kitchen fan, the rotation speed of which can reach 3,000 revolutions per minute. This is his own invention, a wind-powered electric fan. As long as there's wind, it'll spin. After trying numerous times, Li Fan exclaimed that it wasn't technical ability. The system explained that he'd have a lot of ideas at first and what kind of bike he wanted to buy. Li Fan, already very upset, said that this skill was complete crap and he could no longer spend points on skills, so what else could he do? The boy remembered Xiaoying saying they were too nervous. He wondered why the girl didn't burn herself when she ate dumplings. This gave him certain thoughts and it was like a flash of light shone in his head. Suddenly, the protagonist opened the door and called for Elder Zhao and Uncle Li. He also asked the old man to call all the girls here. Then they all came, he greeted them in the shop and they also reciprocated. Julian asked him who he thought he was, that they'd been tricked into working as prostitutes and needed his rescue. She was just selling booze there, and now she's woken up and she no longer has a job. And is he really going to provide for them now that he's out of work? The main character smiled and told the girls that he would indeed provide for them. Julian didn't expect such an answer, and blushing, looked at him intently before looking away. She remarked that she already knew he was only pretending to be rich, but was actually a complete loser. He had no intention of supporting them. Li Fang handed over a plate of dumplings and said that perhaps the answer was right there. Zhu Yan retorted that she wouldn't eat it, that she was used to eating expensive delicacies and had no intention of stooping to the level of some low-life dumplings. The other girls said, swallowing their saliva, that they had been suffering from hunger all evening and would gladly try it. They could no longer restrain themselves as they were too hungry, and the boy handed them a plate of dumplings. When they started to taste the dumplings, their gaze changed dramatically and they pulled back. The girls blushed and started clutching their stomachs, as if something incredible had happened to them. Zhu Yan, looking at them, couldn't understand what had happened. She approached the sisters and asked what had happened to them. The girls began to say that they really liked the dumplings and wanted more. Li Fang exclaimed that he had expected this. 3 flavored dumplings cooked on a true fire possess a distinctly hot yang energy, and when the girls blow their feminine, cool yin energy on them, it neutralizes them and lowers the temperature. Li Fang explained that he had figured out a way to provide for them and asked if they would be okay with it. There were enthusiastic cries from the room, and the captain and his colleagues could not understand what was going on inside. The guy said Elder Zhao had taken all the girls from the KTV and brought them to his dumpling shop. Strange sounds were coming from inside, and they were definitely engaged in illegal activities. He told Captain Wu that she was on top of her game as always, and the girl replied that the Zhao family, which had always been involved in legitimate business, could also do such things. Unexpectedly, the captain was informed about the guy from the cable TV station, and the girl decided to take a look. She was surprised to see a photo of the student in front of her. She was informed that he also lived in this dumpling shop. The captain remarked that modern students are so vile, even when they're so young, and they get involved in all sorts of things. The guy said that he remembers that in those years he didn't even dare take a girl to the nearest hotel. The captain asked them both to listen and said that their target had even managed to deal with Xuan Wu and that they absolutely mustn't relax. They would fly in after her now, and they would take them all at once. The girls turned to Mr. Lin Fan and said that, as he had ordered, they had already changed their clothes for the crime of their duties. The old man exclaimed, blushing a little, that it was good that he had saved enough maid costumes and that they had all come in handy today. Zhu Yan laughed and said she thought this was something new and that others were opening coffee shops with maids, which was her idea of glamour. Was he really planning on opening a dumpling shop with maids? Was it just horribly tasteless? When the maid asked the girl not to do this to their benefactors, Uncle Li turned to Li Fan and asked what his plan was. The main character began to explain that since no cooling devices were helping, there was only one way left, and that was girls who would blow and cool. So he thinks they can just hire them as workers who will be responsible for cooling the dumplings and how they like that idea. This way, they'll solve the dumpling burning problem and provide the disadvantaged girls with new jobs. Everyone will be happy and content. Uncle Li said that blowing with the mouth did not sound very hygienic and could damage their reputation. The old man and the main character replied that he simply could not understand a heart attack and that they were in cahoots. Lin Fan, arms outstretched, exclaimed that the super delicious dumpling restaurant had opened for the morning shift. Meanwhile, One of the boys asked the other if he'd heard about Teacher William from the military department. They say he's involved in underground fighting, and it's interesting to see if they beat all the bad stuff out of him. His friend responded that the video had already been shared online, and the school announced his dismissal that same evening. Then the fat man said that William had been pestering Lin Fan the previous day, and that evening he himself had become the subject of scandalous news. And didn't he think it was a coincidence? His friend laughed and said that if it were true, he'd eat a pile of feces right there on the live broadcast. When the fat man saw the girls, he suggested to his friend that they go have some dumplings for breakfast. The guy replied that only country bumpkins eat dumplings for breakfast, but then suddenly, his gaze fell somewhere into the distance, and he was simply shocked, and his gaze changed immediately. In front of him were girls holding plates of hot dumplings in their hands and cooling them. Uncle Lee approached the young men and asked if they would like some breakfast. He invited them inside, and the boys froze. Lee said they had a new chef at their restaurant, and he made absolutely amazing dumplings. But the problem was they were so hot, they needed special people to blow on them to cool them down. Although it might be a little unhygienic, if they object, they can substitute regular dumplings. Before he could finish speaking, the boys said there was no need to change anything and that was all they needed, asking for a few more plates. The girls approached their customers, wishing them good morning. They brought each one a plate of dumplings. After this, the girls began to blow on each dumpling and the boys looked at them in bewilderment. When they finished, they told the boys the pelmeni had cooled down and they could eat them. The second girl asked them to open their mouths and held out a fork with a pierced pelmeni. The boys were even more shocked and could barely contain themselves from such an unusual delicacy. Meat filling with corn and mushrooms in such perfect proportions, like the Sagrada Familia by the great architect Antoni Gaudí. Perfect, and absolutely perfect. The fat man thought about how the rich, thick broth, when it hit his mouth with the dumplings, also erupted in this splash, like a symphony by the great Italian Baroque composer, Spring. The boys exclaimed that it was impossible to tear yourself away from this unreal taste, no matter how hard you tried. They began to stretch out their hands forward and asked for more hot dumplings. Uncle Lee did not expect such a turn of events and the orders that began to come in. 10 minutes later, a huge crowd of people rushed into the cafe, who kept ordering dumplings and long lines formed. The girls continued bringing plates to their customers and cooling them, one after another. Uncle was very happy and exclaimed, looking at the hall full of people, that this was simply incredible and really very good. He opened the curtain and told the protagonist that they were sold out. 30 plates of dumplings in just 10 minutes. He usually sells that much in a whole morning. Li Fang too clenched his fists in delight and said that he had said everything would work out. Old Man Zhao also exclaimed that this was simply wonderful. The girl couldn't understand how this was possible, and it turns out that a dumpling shop with maids can also be successful. Li asked the boy to make more dumplings. Li Fang replied that no problem, and he'd just ask everyone to turn away since it was their family recipe, after all. After that, they posted a price list with the prices for a plate of dumplings. The guys priced the dumplings at 100 yuan per bowl, giving students an 80% discount. Li asked Li Fang if they had any more dumplings, as they were already sold out. 100 points are required to participate in the lottery. The probability is approximately that out of 50 plates of dumplings, one winning item that is not dumplings will be found. The system informed Li Fan that he needed to find new jobs for disadvantaged girls. Meanwhile, the captain and her comrades were simply shocked when they smelled the scent. The captain was surprised how so many people had gathered outside the doors in such a short time. Would this interfere with the operation? They needed to scout everything out with a quadcopter first. When the guy put on the headphones, he said that it was a bit far and the signal might be lost. Meanwhile, the girl was telling her dear brothers and uncles to line up. Their dumpling shop with its maids was operating in test mode for the first day. She began to explain how much one plate of dumplings cost, and the captain and his colleagues listened attentively to the information. They thought the girl was quoting a price for the night. That's why there were so many people crowded at the door, and they're using a strategy of underpricing. The captain asked them to stop chatting and noticed that the speaker was a little girl. They even dare to force little girls and even give such a discount to students, plus for several nights. These people will not stop at any evil, and the punishment of heaven caused by the wrath of people and gods awaits them. The captain was in charge and gave the order to her men to get out all the heavy equipment and immediately demolish the building. The girl ran faster and faster, breaking through the crowd of people and asking the prostitute clients to disperse. Meanwhile, the main character was smiling as he handed over a plate of dumplings to a dear client. Before he could finish speaking, a girl with a machine gun appeared in front of him, calling him the main suspect and asking him not to let him escape. The captain exclaimed that Lin Fan was under arrest and had the right to remain silent. Anything he said could and would be used against him in court. The guys who were tasting the most delicious hot dumplings were simply shocked when they saw this picture. A girl with a machine gun stood in the middle of the cafe and looked sternly at a guy who was simply selling dumplings. The other guys who had guns pointed at them also raised their hands up, not expecting their meal to be ruined. One of the employees, covered in beads of sweat, told Captain Wu that it seemed they had made a slight mistake. The boy asked the captain if they had come to check that sanitary standards were being observed in their dumpling shop. The captain, eager to save face, explained to the protagonist that this was a requirement of the regulations. Naturally, he didn't believe her, and the girl asked him to go with her to the station to testify in the cable TV case. And even though he saved the disadvantaged girls and found them new jobs, he's a good guy. But to what extent does it comply with sanitary standards for using people to blow on dumplings? One of the boys asked her to cool another plate for him, which surprised the policewoman even more. She asked the two not to embarrass her. The girls realized it was a test and asked the elder if they could continue selling dumplings. Uncle Lee replied that he didn't even know, and the policewoman said she needed to speak privately with Lin Fan, so they should just trust him. The girls were surprised that in one morning they earned more from selling dumplings than they did at the KTV all night. Lin Fan offered Captain Wu some of their dumplings. The policewoman replied that she wasn't interested in dumplings puffed up by girls. The gray-haired old man saw that little sister Ju Yan had gone somewhere and asked where. Meanwhile, one of the girls replied that she was probably playing her trump card. While she's not the prettiest girl on KTV, she's truly top-notch. Because KTV usually attracts male clients, but Sister Ju Yan isn't just good with men. She can also cater to female guests, which is why she's been nicknamed the National Opener. The girl approached the police nurse and said that they had worked very hard to make these dumplings, so she asked her to try them right now. She's finally freed from the devil's clutches of that damned KTV and just wants to have a regular job like everyone else and earn money for her paralyzed mother. She just wants to sell dumplings. The policewoman responded, touched that it was good and that something like this would awaken feelings no matter what. Julian approached her and asked her to open her mouth. When she started to taste the dumplings, she accidentally bit off a piece of the spoon. It was simply the most wonderful taste that was impossible to tear yourself away from, and the girl was captivated by this delicious taste. No one expected the policewoman to say it was simply unbelievable and insane. Ju Yan replied that the main thing was that her sister liked it. The girl exclaimed that she really enjoyed having a plate of dumplings after a day of work. Unexpectedly, Ju Yan approached the policewoman and said that she had crumbs on her face. She hadn't expected this and looked questioningly at the girl. She approached her, asked her not to move, and promised to help her remove them. Julian hugged the girl very tenderly, licked the crumbs from her cheek, and realized that her strategy had worked. The system informed the protagonist that the first mission had been completed. Lin Fan thought it was time to leave, as he was already late for class. And now, before us, stood a huge auditorium with a teacher and students. The teacher was saying that no matter what their major, everyone should have at least a 4th-level English proficiency. The protagonist sat pensively in front of his system's monitor. He thought about how the first mission had been completed, and perhaps it was time to take stock. The system explained that while he was participating in the lottery at the dumpling shop, he had unlocked 3 new abilities. The first was the nerd's memorization, the second was Master Slim Danko, and the third was supernatural. A whole list of all the abilities he possessed appeared before the boy. Because he helped not only Ju Yan, but the entire KTV girls, he received an additional reward. Thanks to it, he can further improve abilities 2 times, or he can add 1 star to the primary ability, or bring 1 secondary ability to 100%. When Li Fan said he didn't understand, the system explained that Techno Genius was a primary ability, and he could only increase it by 1 star at a time. Slim Dang, on the other hand, was a secondary ability, and he could only fully upgrade it at once. In addition, he has already unlocked the 2nd level of the market. Abilities will now be available in unlimited quantities and will never increase in price again. And finally, she can congratulate him on his first breakthrough, reaching 10,000 points. The protagonist clenched his fist and exclaimed that this was incredibly cool and that this was his definition of results. Since he was in the classroom, everyone around him stared at him, even though he'd barely touched the desk. The system explained that he'd just discovered his supernatural ability and wasn't yet accustomed to controlling it. The teacher was angry and asked Lin Fan how to understand all this and whether there was something he didn't like about his lesson. The man thought the boy was trying to rebel. Li Fang immediately stood up and apologized to the teacher. The teacher was already next to him and asked what he had just said. The boy thought that although he had not listened attentively to the lesson, everything was imprinted in his mind as if on a recording. Li Fan began explaining that the teacher had just conducted an English listening session and had relayed the entire text he'd spoken. The title was crucial, and the first sentence of this exercise presented the main idea of the news item, after which the boy explained what the emphasis was on in a particular sentence. This also makes it clear to them that we're talking about unemployment statistics on a global scale. Therefore, the correct answer is C. The teacher and students were simply shocked. The teacher exclaimed that the pronunciation was absolutely correct. He had memorized the entire listening text without a single omission. Li Fan was also shocked because he could read 10 lines at a time with just 1 glance, or even 1,000 lines. Meanwhile, a guy and a girl were walking down the corridor and asking their sister if she had changed her gender. She hasn't said a word since last night. She's been walking around all tense, and where has she gone? She couldn't have fallen in love with this Lin Fan. This guy might know a little kung fu, but he's no match for those guys with a military background. And Beishi also said his family was as poor as church mice. And because of his constant work, his grades are all Fs. And people like that aren't fit to hold a candle to them, the Xiao family. He took the girl's hand and said that if she didn't believe him, they could go and see, since they had an English test. Even the guards in their family speak English, but this Lin Fan of hers can't even string a line together. When they opened the door to the classroom, the protagonist was explaining everything to the students, a book in hand, in English. He was reading out the answers to the test. The Royal Oxford Dictionary is also worth learning, and then level 4 English won't be a problem for them. The students froze in their tracks at the door of the classroom when they saw Lin Fan teaching the teacher. He continued to talk about what is most difficult to remember. The main character looked like a handsome man and an incredibly strong and smart hero in front of Mei Mei. The girl was simply shocked, and the blush never left her face. The guys asked Lin Fan when he became so good at English. He usually got only 2s and he hid his abilities all this time. What a vocabulary he has. Li Fang replied that he didn't even know that. Time was short, and he was only halfway through learning the Oxford English Dictionary. The teacher invited him to take the 8th professional English course. Lin Fan exclaimed that this was quite unusual, and he simply quickly flipped through the dictionary, stopping on the pages for less than a split second, and even then he was able to remember so much. If he were to go to the library now and leaf through all the books there, wouldn't he become a genius? A master of all techniques and sciences, from ancient times to the present day? Lin Fan asked the boys to move aside and said he needed to go to the library to read a few books. As he walked down the hallway, a girl suddenly called out to him. Xiao Mei Mei was next to him, holding her comrade by the scruff of the neck. The boys were surprised when the school's second most beautiful girl came to see Lin Fan again. The girl hit him and told him to get lost. She said that today there would be an international final match at the military faculty. Her little brother hadn't had breakfast this morning and had fallen unconscious, and that he needed to be replaced. Lin Fan told the girl that he wasn't from the military department. Mei Mei said she was the team captain, and as long as she agreed, everything would be fine. Lin Fan thought about how there were usually a lot of people at the final matches, and they were also broadcast on TV. Hasn't he acquired the ability to be a slam dunk master here? And this is a great opportunity to earn a ton of points. And now, before us, the gymnasium of Shenzhou University was spread out, and the main character was already there, surprised by something. He couldn't imagine that he would be playing volleyball here and there were already 2 girls next to him. Bai Siki, Lin Fan's ex-girlfriend, asked why Mei Mei had invited him to the competition. She knew she didn't want to see him. Lin Fan said he hadn't come of his own free will. Mei Mei explained that her brother had fainted, so she'd brought him as a replacement. She was the captain here, and he should speak up if anyone had any objections. Baisiki replied that of course not. It was just that her brother had been fine just yesterday. A girl appeared before them and called them worthless. It was Brittany, the national team's leading striker. She exclaimed that even men couldn't compare to them, and it was a fluke that they had made it to the finals. Very soon they'll be hoisting them up so high their teeth will be all over the floor. Mei Mei replied that she would definitely win the championship trophy this year. The girl laughed in response and said that volleyball is a physical sport, where height and build are everything, and with willpower alone, they could only lose quickly. Lin Fan was watching the match on TV and thought that in volleyball you have to stand in a special way. When the boys saw the main character, they were surprised and they couldn't remember if the boy even knew how to play volleyball. Mei Mei thought that she was not some idiot from someone else's harem. She preferred guys who were superior to her in everything. The girl asked the main character to show her, besides wushu and studies, what else he was superior to her in. The guys, watching from the sidelines, noticed that there were a lot of celebrities there today. Xiao Mei Mei was the team's ace in the hole. The American team has become champion for 3 years in a row, and today there will be a fierce battle between the teams. The American team has an ace up its sleeve that has never been pulled out before. The American team scored the first goal right away with the serve, and that was awesome. The guys sitting in the stands grabbed their heads with their hands, worrying about a particular team. The strongest receiver in the Chinese team, Bai Siki, to everyone's surprise, was unable to receive the ball, and this is very scary. It's no wonder they say American Jones has the most difficult serves to return. Her giant whale serve, incomparable in power, has been dubbed the nightmare by her opponents. The protagonist started running up to Bai Siki, asking if the girl was okay. When Xiao Mei Mei saw him running towards that girl, she called him an idiot and asked him not to leave his place. The girl exclaimed that the second serve had already been made. Taking advantage of the confusion in the Chinese team's ranks, the Americans began their attack. A guy watching from the sidelines exclaimed that they weren't defending at all. The second guy said that the game had only just begun, and they were already down 2 points. And then the next ball flew towards the boy, but Lin Fan was already in the lead. Xiao Mei Mei was shocked by his speed. In both boxing and basketball, speed is important, and the different sports often overlap. So Lin Fan decided to take on this ball. And then the boy caught the ball right in his hands, which surprised everyone looking in his direction. The ball was in the hands of the main character, and this was a big mistake on his part. Lin Fan of the Chinese team broke the rules and caught the ball, which brought joy to the crowd. One of the guys called the Chinese team idiots because they think it's a basketball. Another said that this was what needed to be proven, and that he was a real amateur in volleyball. Xiao Mei didn't fall for this laughter and thought that he was actually very cool. One of the girls from another team asked the others if they had seen it. This boy was able to receive her serve for the first time. Xiao Mei approached Lin Fan and said he seemed completely relaxed. She explained that in volleyball, catching the ball was illegal and that it was against the rules. Lin Fan thought that although the supernatural power allowed him to easily receive the ball, his body itself grabbed it automatically. A player on the opposing team said she'd never seen anyone return her serve so easily, so she decided to go all out on her next serve. Xiao Mei decided to switch positions and told the protagonist that he was going to the back row to receive the ball. Bai Siki was the setter, and she was the forward. Lin Fan thought that if he had good control, he could return the ball and have a chance. Lin Fan was able to receive the giant whale serve. The girl from the parallel team was simply shocked when he so easily received her serve, which she served with all her strength. They reported that there was a chance, and the Chinese team launched a counterattack very cleverly and boldly. Leading striker Xiao Mei flies as high as she can and is about to use her signature move. When the girl rose as high as possible, she told the Americans to try her karate kick. It was something incredible, and she turned over several times in the air, directing all her energy against her opponents. The main character watched the girl with pleasure, and beads of sweat began to run down his cheeks from excitement. She put all her power into the shot, but her opponent easily blocked the ball, and it landed in the Chinese team's area. Brittany, in turn, began to mock Mei's failure, who understood that the difference in physical fitness was too huge. At the same time, the captain of the American team began to provoke her opponents in every possible way. Xiao knew perfectly well that she enjoyed it, but she didn't know how to resist such strong opponents. The main character also realized what was happening and began to think about how they could beat the Americans. After a few seconds, Lin came to the conclusion that he needed to jump as high as possible and hit the ball with all his might. Meanwhile, Brittany delivered another crushing blow, and a distracted fan blocked the ball, but it flew out of bounds. Thus, the American team earned 1 point again, but they did not stop there. Knowing that her opponents would do everything they could to get ahead on points, Mei called on Siki to cover the net. As Brittany prepared her next powerful serve, Lin took the initiative. At the same time, the guy assured his teammates that he could withstand his rival, who in turn soared into the sky. In response, Fan flew up, thereby ending up taller than Brittany, which greatly surprised her. At the same time, the young master miscalculated his jump and literally flew over the net. Spectators were also shocked by the incredible skills of the Shenzhou University student. A moment later, Lin collapsed on top of the American volleyball team captain. The referee didn't keep him waiting long and immediately showed Fan a yellow card for breaking the rules. Naturally, Brittany became furious and attacked the young cultivator with her fists. Her teammates tried to calm her down and asked her to take a timeout. Lin's classmates, who were watching the match, did not miss the opportunity to laugh at what was happening. One of the photographers said that this boy's jump was simply unimaginable. Since the net is about 2.5 meters above the ground, the student jumped over it with ease. Suddenly, a spectator sitting nearby said that this guy had a great future in volleyball. Meanwhile, Fan suddenly felt ill and stepped aside. Bai tried to help him, but the young man urged her not to touch him. Mei, in turn, caught herself thinking that she was starting to like Lin more and more. The girl literally saw him as a hero who could undoubtedly change the course of the match. The teenager himself did not understand why he received a warning from the referee, since he did not know the rules of volleyball. But he knew one thing for sure: he couldn't lose to the Americans, and besides, the university wouldn't forgive him for it. Then the guy asked Mei to give him the phone so he could look up the volleyball rules on the internet. A stunned Sitsi declared that if he didn't know the sport, he didn't belong there, but Xiao quickly convinced her otherwise. After which the girl handed her beloved the phone, and he immediately familiarized himself with the rules of the game. She noted that his skills would be well suited to basketball, and Fan only smiled at her in response. But Mei couldn't shake the thought that if he channeled his power in the right direction, they could win the match. In this regard, the captain of the Chinese team asked him to pass the ball to her so that she could score goals, which, in Xiao's opinion, should bear fruit, especially since the gap in points was only widening. It seemed like a start had been made, but there was only one question left: who would receive the ball then? Naturally, the role fell to Bai, who personally volunteered to change her role in the game. At the same time, the hated person noted that she did not intend to lose to the Americans because of their personal animosity with Lin. By then, the timeout had ended and the teams headed to the court, where Sitsi was struggling to receive Jones's serves. Xiao, in turn, began to run away from the opponents covering her, in order to wait for a pass from Fan. Thus, everything depended on the newly minted setter who could not calm his emotions. The end result was that Lin overdid it and sent the ball too far towards the team captain. It was obvious that Mei didn't expect such a quick transfer from the young master. As a result, the ball literally flew into her, thereby crushing the girl to the ground. Enraged, Bai immediately attacked the guy with her fists, and Lin immediately began to apologize. After a certain amount of time, the game resumed, but the Chinese team still failed to score a single point. Under constant pressure from the Americans, they could only fight back. A few minutes later, the agonizing first half for the main character and his teammates ended. Without wasting any time, Fan turned to his powerful system for help. But as soon as Balala began to tell him about his problems, the American team approached them with caustic remarks. It seemed that Lin had fallen for the opponent's provocation and therefore called on the system to increase his slam dunk skill. The extremely self-confident young man also informed Mei that he would now play the role of striker. A surprised Xiao tried to object, but Fan made it clear that it was for the good of the team. Of course, she couldn't refuse him, and soon the captain agreed to his terms, completely trusting the guy. Lin was full of determination and confidence, which was inspiring, and the young man urged the team to counterattack. As it turned out, Zhuke was present in the stands and was extremely curious about the student from Shenzhou, especially his skills. Soon the second half began, so it was the Chinese team's turn to serve the ball. Naturally, the crowd perked up, especially the protagonist's classmates who tirelessly supported Lin's team. The ball finally flew towards the Americans, but Jones easily parried the serve. The highly experienced Western volleyball players demonstrated their skills to the fullest extent. Suddenly, Brittany rushed towards the open area and waited for a pass from her teammate, using a special technique. But at the moment of the pass, the young master instantly jumped towards her to block the blow. The captain of the American team did not expect this at all, realizing that she would not be able to break through the guy's screen. But since there was no way out, she still delivered her crushing blow to the ball, which bounced off Fan's head. But the ball went into the American zone, and her teammate immediately tried to save the situation, but was unable to do anything. Meanwhile, Lin landed on the ground with an unperturbed expression on his face and was completely calm. The young man broke into a sly grin, saying that they had earned 1 point. The spectators in the stands instantly jumped up from their seats and began enthusiastically shouting words of support. The journalists, in turn, were stunned by the guy's unimaginable speed. Mei and Siki immediately rushed to Lin, asking how he was feeling. Fan hastened to reassure his partners, saying that everything was fine. Meanwhile, the American team was perplexed, unable to understand how he managed to withstand Brittany's blow. Unexpectedly, Anna called on her teammates to give her the opportunity to prove herself in order to restrain Lin. Assurance that her physical strength was enough to deal with this self-confident youth. A moment later, Bai sent the ball into the open area of her arrogant opponents. But at the very last moment, Anna managed to put her foot forward to block the ball. In doing so, she redirected the game to her opponent's court, while using her unique technique. However, Siki was prepared for her opponent's trick and easily hit the ball back towards Mei, who in turn played the role of a setter, transferring the role of striker to Fan. For a moment, the stadium fell silent in anticipation of the moment. The American team was also curious to see the power of the young talent. But suddenly the ball began to twist in a cunning way, and Xiao was unable to pass the ball. Mei herself could not understand how this could have happened and why she had not been able to take control of the situation. Seeing the ball flying into an open area, everyone began to understand that a lost point was inevitable. Lin, in turn, could not allow such an absurd loss of a point and rushed towards the ball. And only Brittany understood perfectly well that no one was able to repel Anna's whirlwind blow. A few seconds later, Fan had carefully changed her mind and was already a few centimeters away from the ball. Once again, shocking everyone, the American team captain's grin instantly turned to bewilderment. Everyone seemed to sense Lin's incredible aura, which left no one indifferent to his person. The next second, the young cultivator sent a projectile into the American zone. The blow was so powerful that no one even had time to glance at the ball, which literally cut off Brittany's braid. Jones, like everyone else, began to realize that they had clearly underestimated the young volleyball player. The stands exploded with another round of applause, and the joyful Xiao and Bai rushed to their savior. Thus, the score was in favor of the Chinese team, which could not help but infuriate the Americans. An enraged Brittany began to examine her hair, not understanding how Fan managed to strike so hard. Jones, in turn, noted that she had never seen such power before. Naturally, Mei couldn't help but thank Lin for his good work in order to get at least a little closer to him. However, they quickly realized that it was too early to rejoice, because they had a long road to victory ahead of them. Fan's tactics literally caught the no longer so self-confident Americans off guard. In doing so, he literally nullified all the efforts of Brittany and Anna Jones. It seemed as if Lin was simply mocking them, as they couldn't keep up with his serves. The scoreboard spoke for itself, and the American team never found a way to counter the youngster. Meanwhile, the young master's system was scoring him well-deserved points. Everyone began to believe that the final match was predetermined and now Fan and his teammates could not be stopped. At this time, the American elite was perplexed, unable to understand where this student came from. One of them immediately ordered that he be provided with a dossier on such a talented volleyball player. At the same time, the guy's name seemed extremely familiar to them, which contributed to their interest in him. Juke, in turn, continued to watch the incredible match with pleasure. Besides, everyone had heard about the mysterious player of the American team and was eagerly awaiting his appearance. After a certain amount of time, the third half finally began, and the main character and his girls followed onto the court. One of the correspondents could not believe what was happening, as he was a staunch supporter of the Americans. Lin's classmates overheard journalists arranging a post-match interview with the young talent. As a result, the students immediately rushed towards them and began to claim that they were Fan's best friends. Meanwhile, Brittany tried in vain to figure out how to resist such a strong guy. At this moment, the notorious Charles unexpectedly approached Anna with a convincing request, who urged her to rest because they finally had a strong enough opponent, adding that it wouldn't hurt him to take part in this competition as well. The announcer immediately commented on the appearance of the American secret player. Charles looked closely at Lin, trying to figure out what tactics he should use to achieve victory. Bai and Xiao also didn't expect the player to be replaced, which made them nervous as no one knew his skill level. After walking past Fan, an extremely confident Charles declared that he would never score another goal. He also added that if Lin can still earn a point, then the guy has won. The puzzled young master asked him what it all meant, but he ignored him. Jones soon began serving the ball, using her favorite technique. Siki managed to react and redirected it towards Mei, who in turn passed it to Fan. Without further ado, the young man sent the projectile into the opponent's unprotected area. Unperturbed, Charles continued to stand there, completely calm, as if he had everything under control. Just when it seemed like the ball would touch the court in a second, it suddenly shot up into the air, after which he went straight into the hands of a new player on the American team, who instantly passed the ball to Brittany. It all happened too fast. Before anyone could understand anything, the ball bounced out of the Chinese team's zone. Thus, the Americans earned a point. Lin just looked at the projectile with a confused look. At the same time, he couldn't understand how Charles was able to change the trajectory of the ball's flight. The guy immediately declared that this was his innate ability, since he possessed a rare gift, adding that all the blows are absorbed by him with super strength, and he is the best receiver. Naturally, Fan did not expect to meet such a powerful opponent. Soon the young man again directed the projectile into the open area, but the ball flew into Charles' hands like a magnet. An extremely arrogant Brittany began to sneer again, saying that they were now doomed to lose. A moment later, the team captain attempted to deliver her crushing blow. Of course, Lin rushed to stop her, but at the last moment he suddenly stopped. Xiao hit the ball, but it went out of bounds, giving the American team a point, and the stands immediately fell silent. Fan himself could not understand what was blocking his movements and why he could not move. It suddenly dawned on him that he had already encountered similar magic in one cultivator. Turning around to the stands, the guy saw a smug Juke, who had helped him slow down. The stunned young man could not understand how Tian had entered the stadium, especially since 10 days had not yet passed. At the same time, Lin's reflexive vision fell on the smiling Brittany and Jones, who were clearly enjoying what was happening. Finally realizing that Ju was working with them for some unknown reason, the young master began to think about how to resist them. At this point, Siki ran up to Mei because the blow was too strong, and her calf muscle began to become bruised. Suddenly, Fan grabbed her leg and gently pulled her towards him, assuring her that he knew how to help her. After first removing the sneaker from her foot, the guy told her that she should be patient for a little while. Naturally, Xiao trusted him completely, and soon Lin began to massage her acupuncture points. The effect was not long in coming, and soon Mei felt relief. At that moment, memories of how her father had treated her cruelly while protecting Chao suddenly came flooding back to her. Her mother was always on her side, but the powerful head of the family openly disliked his daughter. He did not hesitate to tell his wife in front of her that it would be better if she gave birth to a boy. At the same time, almost all the difficult work fell on the shoulders of the female half of the family. This was something that the spoiled Chao always took advantage of, and he had the audacity to remind his sister about it. Since he was the direct heir to his father's business, his mother could do nothing to help her daughter and only felt sorry for her. After all, she couldn't leave her family with her without money, and besides, there was simply nowhere to go. It was at that moment that Xiao realized the true role of a woman, where the man was the real tyrant. After all, he was used to being served, and unfortunately, this also applied to his family. Then Mei decided that her only chance was to become more successful than her brothers. Thus, the girl could only rely on herself, without the slightest understanding from those close to her. Her bitterness literally turned her into a warrior who did not expect help from anyone. Being much stronger than men became her goal, and so Xiao began to diligently practice martial arts. A moment later, Mei came to her senses and suddenly burst into tears from the terrible memories. But she couldn't understand why she remembered this whole nightmare right now. Meanwhile, Lin finished massaging her calf muscle and said that it should feel better, adding that there is no reason to worry because only together can they win. She looked at her savior with tear-stained eyes and understood that he was the only one who treated her with respect. The girl immediately tried to distract the protagonist so that he would not ask questions about her condition, after which they again began to continue the battle for the championship title, and only the embittered Siki felt jealous because she also wanted to try Lin's massage. However, the young master quickly made it clear to her that she should not count on such a procedure. This put her in an awkward situation, which Bai was extremely unhappy about. Play soon resumed, and Sitsi was once again faced with Jones's striking power. The girl received the serve with great difficulty and passed the ball to the team captain. Naturally, everyone understood perfectly well that Bai was at her limit, and she wouldn't last long. The announcer, in turn, added fuel to the fire, saying that the Chinese team's chances of winning were extremely slim. The self-confident Charles did not take his opponent's efforts seriously, and once again used his unique technique. A worried Xiao suddenly asked Fan what they should do, and Lin urged her to just give him the ball and trust him, because he also intended to use his skills, which he was able to surprise his opponents with. A moment later, the teenager sent the ball into the opponent's empty area with a powerful shot, but Charles parried the attack. The stands came alive again, trying to support the Chinese team in every possible way. Meanwhile, Mei, with a sharp movement, redirected the spinning projectile to Fan, who in turn rushed towards the net to deliver a crushing blow. Juki also did not sit idle, and immediately began to restrain the movements of the young talent. The guy instantly felt a heaviness in his body, as if his hands and feet were tied. But Lin managed to use a 5-star slam dunk to get out of Tian's net, after which he immediately soared into the sky, shouting to Qi that he could not hold him back. The Americans, like Ju, did not expect the young man to be so strong. Fan, in turn, managed to transfer all the points into supernatural powers, asking Bilal about this. Everyone froze in anticipation of a miracle from China's newly minted talented volleyball player. Brittany and Jones frantically rushed to the net, trying to block the young master's shot. However, Lin still found a gap in the enemy's harrow, which he took advantage of, hitting the ball with incredible force, sending it behind the opponent's backs. An arrogant Charles smiled, naively believing that this serve would not be a problem for him. Using his favorite ability, he began to spin the ball towards himself. He declared that all the boy's efforts were a mere trifle for him and that he would not be able to beat him. But the next second, the projectile ricocheted off his hands and flew into his head at great speed. The blow was extremely strong. It seemed no one could block it. Everyone was in shock. Charles himself instantly flew back several meters and landed in an extremely painful manner. A stunned Brittany slowly moved towards her patron and asked if he was okay. Mei was delighted with Fan, while Siki was trying to figure out when he had become so strong. Suddenly, Charles stood up and smiled, which seemed rather strange. At the same time, he reluctantly admitted that the boy's blow had indeed been quite powerful, adding that he had finally found an equal opponent, something Lin had seriously doubted. Noticing that his face was covered in blood, the self-confident leader of the American team did not see this as a problem. On the contrary, the blood only awakened the beast in him, as Charles stated, but a second later the ball flew into his face again. Thus, the game turned into a chase for an arrogant fool who was unwilling to admit defeat. Fan kept testing his strength, and each time he sent the ball to his head. Charles' ability, which attracted high-speed projectiles like a magnet, helped him with this. Juke also felt helpless as Lin easily resisted his manipulations. The young volleyball player took advantage of this, directing another shot at the battered leader of the opposing team. It seemed that Charles would not survive until the end of the match, as his condition was quite deplorable. Moreover, his teammates even decided to use him as a shield to repel Fan's furious attacks, which was a surprising decision on the part of Brittany and Jones, trying to prevent their opponents from scoring points. What was happening was like a bombing from which there was no escape. However, they had no other choice but to hold their positions. The stands started chanting again, realizing that this was the turning point in the match. Meanwhile, Fan was preparing a new crushing blow, and the opposing team took a defensive position. A moment later, Lin sent the ball at incredible speed past Charles. As a result, the guy literally broke through the wall of the stadium and flew out of it. Joyful Mei immediately rushed to her beloved, thanking him for his help. Juke, who was watching what was happening, began to understand that he had to deal with the boy as soon as possible, because soon the young man could reach unprecedented heights in martial arts. Meanwhile, everyone rejoiced at the victory of the main character and his partners. Xiao even threw herself into the young master's arms. Her classmates didn't expect such a turn of events. The girl once again thanked Fan for the victory, as it was extremely important to her, and then invited him to dinner. This also surprised everyone, since Mei was one of the beauties of the school. As a result, everyone began to whisper among themselves, which, of course, Xiao did not approve of. The system, in turn, began to award Lin bonus points for his efforts, and only Siki was furious about what was happening. The feeling of jealousy simply overwhelmed her. Besides, She really didn't want to start a new family with her ex-boyfriend. Naturally, the angry girl began to develop a plan to separate May from Fan. But at that moment, a crowd of journalists rushed towards the young talent with the aim of interviewing him. Where they asked about his post-match impressions, the guy was also asked about the confrontation with Charles. Suddenly, Xiao whispered in his ear, asking him not to take it seriously. The teenager listened to her and asked the reporters a counter-question. Who is Charles? Balala continued to score a huge number of points, which could not but please Lin. Unexpectedly, Fan asked one of the journalists if this was an interview for television. The correspondent responded positively, after which he asked the young man to tell him about his training, but he refused. At this point, a more experienced journalist walked forward to the national hero and tried to find out about his plans for the future. The guy smiled and said that it was actually his first time playing volleyball, but he would also like to become a basketball champion. Clearly, no one expected such an answer, and naturally few believed it, since Fan's level of skill was incredible. Then asked to convey a message to the audience or to thank someone, Lin thought for a moment. Then he suddenly started praising the super delicious dumpling shop, and everyone started looking at each other. The young man continued to advertise the establishment in every possible way and claimed that the food there was very tasty. Thus, Fan once again earned a lot of points, which the system instantly credited to his account. However, journalists were not very happy with this remark, since Lin simply got distracted from the topic of sports. But the impulsive May made it clear that her man had every right to make such statements. Suddenly, Professor Lei from Shenzhou University made his way through the crowd of reporters to his student. He hastened to say that Fan's team had long been awaited by the rector, who personally wanted to congratulate them. After a certain amount of time, when the journalists finally left the young talent alone, they headed towards Minghao. Li, in turn, thanked Lin and Xiao for bringing glory to the university and congratulated them on their victory. However, there were only 2 participants in front of him, but the teacher said that he never found the third. Without dwelling on this point, Minghao decided to get straight to the point. Li knew about the boy's incredible level of English, so he suggested that he enroll in the military education department. Realizing that this might help him find his father in the future, Fan decided to agree. However, to do this, it was necessary to pass an exam, which was scheduled for the following week. But at the same time, Minghao suddenly asked the teachers to comment on Lin's admission to the military department. Naturally, Lei was on Fan's side and described him as an extremely talented student. Qiyu agreed with his colleague's words, and of course was not against Lin entering this faculty. However, Muir, who was the deputy head of the Faculty of Military Education, did not think so. She justified her doubts by saying that the boy had been getting average grades for several years, but in his senior year, he suddenly became a genius. Naturally, Fan began to refute her suspicions, declaring that she was not a teacher at all, and he did not even know her. Lei, in turn, encouraged the student to choose his words and reminded him who exactly Hei is. But Muir continued to provoke the young man, talking about leaving his father's family, which Lin could not ignore. The teenager became angry at the moment, but he tried to contain his anger, which didn't work out very well for him, because a moment later Fan very rudely asked her who and what she had taught. He added that teachers Lei and Yu were indeed experienced teachers, and he respected them, unlike her. Without thinking twice, Hei gave her verdict regarding the student's transfer to the military department. Of course, she refused. An angry Lin remarked that he did not really value this admission. However, Muir once again tried to irritate Fan by saying that he would not be able to pass the entrance exam. Then May decided to take matters into her own hands and asked her to give him a chance to try to pass the exam. Adding that, by and large, only Hei was against his admission, Xiao also mentioned her family's status. Muir, in turn, made it clear that she is the one who decides such issues. After which, with lightning speed, she jumped up to Lin, who immediately backed away. Then, the deputy head of the military department quietly said that she would allow him to take part in the exam. Naturally, she was absolutely sure that Fan would not be able to pass the test, after which Muir suddenly disappeared. Principal Minghao sighed heavily and concluded that Lin should not be so impulsive. At this time, one of the protagonist's classmates finally caught up with his beloved Brittany, who was getting wet in the rain. The young master himself was leisurely strolling in the park with May. The sunny weather only contributed to their joint walk. Lin, in turn, did not know how to start a conversation with Xiao, and suddenly he became embarrassed. Looking at her again, Fan caught himself thinking that the girl was actually a pretty good person, and she was also beautiful. Suddenly, May broke the awkward silence and said that the guy was really in a difficult situation, because no one before him had spoken to the deputy head of the military education department in this way. Meanwhile, Lin's tireless classmates watched the couple and tried to hear what they were saying, but their sentences were fragmentary. And since one of them was in love with Xiao, the teenager could not contain his emotions and simply burst into tears. May, in turn, decided to remind Fan about the invitation to her home for dinner. She also hinted that they could prepare for the upcoming exam in her room. Realizing that he had destroyed the Xiao family's underground fighting and KTV, Lin was in no hurry to go to her home, so he refused. Moreover, he needed to figure out the system since he had a huge number of points. Fan also remembered Zuke, who unexpectedly appeared at the volleyball match. But the most important thing is that his father's disappearance was directly connected to the map of the dragon's territory. And of course, support from Elder Zhao could help him in this matter. While Lin was thinking, Mei suddenly stopped him and said that he had to come visit her when he had time. Naturally, the young cultivator replied that as soon as the opportunity arose, he would come and visit her. A few seconds later, the Zhao family's driver suddenly drove up to them and asked Fan to come with him, as the chairman wanted to see him. The young man, of course, agreed to visit the elder, and after saying goodbye to Xiao, he got into the car. Waving her hand after him, the girl only looked with displeasure at the car driving away from her. But she couldn't understand which chairman they were talking about, but the car and the driver seemed familiar to her. Lin opened the window and caught the gusts of wind, breathing in the air of his hometown. Suddenly, Balala spoke to him about the beautiful Mei, which Fan was not very happy about. Moreover, he was more worried about the fact that his father had disappeared, and the army simply turned a blind eye to it. Zhuan's words haunted the young man because Wu was talking about Tiankong, and the map clearly figured in this whole story. In this regard, Lin asked the system to find the location of the dragon card. Balala immediately began digging through the archives, but instead of a map, he discovered that he had a mother. Then, having nevertheless begun searching for the necessary artifact, he came across a 5-level information protection. This once again confirmed the document's secrecy, so it is not surprising that a hunt began for his father, but whether he remained alive. Suddenly, Fan remembered Liu Ne, who had sent greetings to Balala, and the young man asked him about it. But the system responded that this name is extremely common, and that there is also a cartoon with this name. Adding that this was the first time he had been unable to scan her, there was only one conclusion: this person was extremely dangerous. In this regard, Lin was eager to find out from the elder the details of the map, as well as its location. After which, Fan decided to find out how many points he had accumulated over time in order to choose the next bonus. But the best thing to do was to use the points to counter the likes of Zuke, which is what the teenager thought about. At that very moment, a smiling Kui appeared, which the young master did not expect at all. Tian immediately tried to move the car off the road, causing the driver to lose control. Lin himself could not understand how Zhu managed to catch up with them on a bicycle. The end result was that number 2 used his magical threads to suspend the car in the air. Having thus overtaken his worst enemy, Fan was naturally prepared for such a scenario. A moment later, Zhuke released the limousine from the nets, and the car crashed onto the asphalt. The self-confident cultivator slowly moved towards the car, naively believing that he had now gotten what he wanted. Coming closer, Kui urged the boy to give him the map of the dragon's territories in order to avoid death, but there was silence in response, and after a couple of seconds, Fan appeared behind him and tried to deliver his crushing blow. Hong Gong's stunned henchman instantly turned around and saw the teenager, not understanding how he managed to get past him so quickly and practically unnoticed. Naturally, Zhu began to block the attack with his Taoist barrier. However, this was not a problem for Lin, as he literally pierced the magic shield, which ultimately collapsed, something Kei clearly didn't expect from the student. The young master continued to wear down number 2 with his furious blows and continued to attack, after which Fan hurried to restore the health of the Zhao family's driver. The effect was stunning, as the guy had previously spent 200,000 points on this skill. Then Kui finally realized that the kid wasn't that simple and shouldn't be underestimated, so he had to use all his strength. Meanwhile, Black Eye punished Chao for missing the volleyball match without a valid reason. The protagonist, in turn, continued to play the game with Zhu, declaring that he supposedly had the card, but he would not give it to him. Number 2 instantly crossed his fingers for a magical summoning and said he would soon regret it. An enraged Lin attacked him with his fists, saying that he could no longer control him. A puzzled Zhuke asked the young cultivator what exactly he meant. Then he stepped aside and the magic mark on the ground immediately activated, which resulted in a huge mechanized robot appearing behind Fan. The guy didn't expect such a turn of events and immediately backed away. The android immediately went on the attack, but the young man managed to avoid his heavy blows. At the same time, Lin understood perfectly well that he had to be extremely careful with the cyborg, but it was also necessary to deprive him of his sight so that the robot could not harm him. A moment later, the brave Fan rushed into the attack and with a crushing blow literally blew off his helmet, behind which, as it turned out, was an old acquaintance, which led to the guy's even greater surprise. It was Teacher William. Naturally, he dreamed of taking revenge on the boy and had been waiting for this meeting for a long time. The angry teacher said that the young man must answer for his actions. Lin himself could not understand why Zhuke had summoned him, but the smiling number 2 said that he was his mercenary. William, in turn, continued to talk about how the student had deprived him of his job and disgraced him in front of everyone. However, just a second later, the robot collapsed to the ground, as Fan still managed to press on the acupuncture point on William's head. Then Kui called upon his friends Qinglong and Bai, who were already familiar to Lin. At the same time, number 2 deliberately tore off Tianhong's armor from the defeated William. Then he pointed it towards the big guy number 4, which the young man also didn't expect. The metal armor literally embraced He Qimen's body, thereby recreating an exact copy of the cyborg. The typhoon did look terrifying, but Fan, as always, was prepared for anything. White Tiger also didn't keep her waiting long. The girl looked at the guy with a grin. The perplexed young master asked Juke who they really were. Number 2 was surprised and noted that they had already met not long ago, and he should have remembered them. Then Lin asked the next question, why do they look so strange? Adjusting his glasses, Kui replied that they had failed the task and were subjected to his experiments. As a result, they were able to evolve and become much stronger. The cultivators also underwent intellectual changes, which generally had a positive effect on them. At this moment, Qinglong walked around Fan from behind and tried to grab him, but the young man managed to react. Bai Hu, in turn, decided to help her partner, realizing that Lin was extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, the powerful young master tried to restrain the cyborg's mechanized arms. He managed to do this with great difficulty, but a moment later Xiaotian released one of her daggers at him. Bending back, the guy still managed to dodge another attack, realizing how difficult it would be for him to confront Kui's minions. Zhu himself called on Fan to surrender, as his subjects had become much more dangerous and bloodthirsty since their last meeting. Lin was experiencing incredible pain in his back and could no longer hold back the giant. However, giving up was not in his plans, and as always, he had a cunning idea, which he hastened to bring to reality. Suddenly, Fan bent back again. Suddenly, the robot loosened its iron grip and eventually released the young man from its hands. Without thinking twice, the guy flew to the side and did the necessary procedure to stretch his back a little, after which he was again in full combat readiness. Even the system did not understand anything. Meanwhile, the thug Qinglong was subjected to a powerful electric shock. Then Balala finally realized that Lin had deliberately made him believe that he was staring at Bai so that he would electrocute him. Fan, in turn, remembered that he still had a huge number of points at his disposal. The money he decided to spend on a spring mushroom was immediately given to him by the system. The teenager understood perfectly well that this was perhaps the only way out of the current situation. During this time, Tanlin continued to root out nightclubs and lecture the girls on how to live a healthy life. The main character, in turn, examined the disgusting, slimy mushroom. Knowing that this was his only chance to win, it was difficult to eat such a disgusting creature. Finally, the young master closed his eyes and opened his mouth, but suddenly he heard the singing of the mushroom. At the same time, Bai Hu's dagger flew a few millimeters from Lin's hand, in which he held the miraculous mushroom. Hu, as a result, became very frightened and broke free from Fan's fist, thereby preventing himself from being pierced with a knife. However, at the same time, he found himself in the hands of the white tigress. Everything happened too quickly. The young man simply didn't have time to react, and Xiaotian flew to the side, after which I immediately ate the mushroom. It seemed that everything was over and there was no more salvation. Even Balala was shocked by this unexpected turn of events, not to mention Lina. Juke didn't understand what had happened and what exactly his subordinate had eaten. The effect was immediate. An incredible aura enveloped number 3's body. Fan asked the system what would happen if someone ate a mushroom without the program's support, but Balala himself didn't know. Then, Lin decided to try to return what she had eaten using her inner strength. But at that moment, Typhoon attacked him from behind once again, and the guy managed to run back. The enraged Qinglong said that shocking him with electricity was a huge mistake. Fan began to understand that the cyborg's strength had increased many times over, and its only weakness was its slowness. Lin intended to take advantage of this. Having flown into the sky, the young man began to think about how to defeat the Titan. But He Qimeng didn't leave him time to think and rushed to deliver a powerful blow. Miraculously, the young cultivator was able to dodge the attack and jumped onto the robot. However, Juke bound his hands and feet with magical threads again. Naturally, body control became a problem for the protagonist, but he continued to move towards his goal. Even though Kui had managed to throw him off the cyborg, Fan only needed to buy time. But Qinglong once again rushed into the attack and tried to simply crush the guy. Thus, Lin found himself under the weight of the cyborg, which also added to his problems. But Juke didn't stand aside, but regularly restrained the teenager with his favorite trick, because he didn't want to take risks, realizing that his opponent was really dangerous. At this, Kui urged his subject to turn on maximum power. This increased the workload on Fan several times over, and it seemed that he was holding on with all his strength. But suddenly Lin started the countdown, which greatly surprised number 2. Ju, in turn, smiled and asked if he was really counting the seconds until his death, and a moment later, a plate of hot dumplings appeared above Qinglong, which instantly fell on his head, causing the system to crash. Since it was simply unbearable to tolerate the fiery dish, Kui was once again surprised by the young man's tricks. Perplexed, number 2 wondered only one question: how did dumplings come about? Taking advantage of the moment, the young master slipped out from under the thug and ran to the side. A joyful Balala immediately praised his exhausted master. But the battle was not over. In fact, while Fan was in the air, he managed to order a plate of dumplings through the system. Meanwhile, Hee Chi-min was experiencing extreme pain. His head felt like it was melting. And as soon as Kui tried to help him, Lin rushed into the attack, realizing that this was his chance. Having used almost his entire combat arsenal, the guy managed to inflict critical damage on the cyborg. Ju was shocked by what was happening, as the boy's fists literally dented Typhoon's iron armor. In the end, Fan completely blew the entire android into pieces, which was impressive. But seeing Qinglong's robotic gloves, just like Zhao's granddaughters, Lin became thoughtful. After all, even the design looked exactly the same, so it clearly couldn't be a coincidence. In this regard, he asked Kui where exactly he got these gloves. Number 2 simply smiled in response and noted that the student was extremely attentive to detail. He then added that the development of Kimin and Baihu's armor was an invention of the Zhao family. The stunned young man asked how he had managed to obtain these specimens. At that moment, White Tiger attacked Fan from behind, which had already become a habit for Zhu's subjects. Having released her dagger, Xiaotian naively believed that this time the boy would not escape his fate. Lin turned around sharply and saw the knife of mercenary number 3 in front of him. Charmed by the masculinity of her lover, Mei meanwhile slowly returned home. Entering the living room, she saw her father and asked him for permission to invite a friend, since they had won the volleyball championship. But Hong, as always, ignored his daughter's achievements, and especially her request. The brothers only laughed at their sister once again. Suddenly, on the sofa, she found one of the strongest in the Tianhong gang group. His name was Unicorn Chie. He began to accuse the Xiao family of deception because they wanted to make money behind his back, hinting that Mei would have to pay for it. At this time, in Li Shu's dumpling shop, he and Xiao Ying were counting the day's profit, which had become a record. Hun's daughter, in turn, was not happy with the uninvited guest, especially the unicorn, because anything could be expected from this person, and it is unknown what exactly he has in mind. The business-like Chao already wanted to agree with Chie's demands, and besides, he, like everyone else, disliked his sister. However, the unicorn did not listen to him, and with lightning speed approached him. A stunned Hong urged him in a trembling voice not to touch his son, but it was too late. Chie grabbed Chao by the head and declared that the Xiao family had stolen billions of dollars from him, and that they could forget about working together. Then Kong decided to try to negotiate with the unicorn and said that the shadow was behind them, so it was better not to aggravate the situation, adding that he has something that is worth $10 billion. After which he invited him into the room and locked the door behind him. Hong was shocked by this turn of events. Naturally, Tzi began to demand that he be released immediately, and his father also called on his son to come to his senses. Suddenly, the unicorn saw a ghost and became even more nervous, which was exactly what Kong had been counting on. Then there was a loud explosion outside the door. Everyone was horrified, not understanding what had happened. Chie's head instantly broke through the wall from the other side, which gave the younger Xiao pleasure. A shocked Hong asked his son what was going on there. The boy smiled and replied that it was just his room, adding that from that day on, the Xiao family would rule the city of Shenzhou without shadow. At this time, the main character continued to confront the experimental subject Zhuke, Baihu, in turn, did not slow down and constantly attacked the young master, thus not giving Lin a chance to breathe, who was barely able to dodge her lightning-fast daggers. At a certain point, Xiao Tian even unleashed a hail of sharp knives. However, Fanu managed to surprise her once again, as none of them hit the target. But the guy was in an extremely vulnerable horizontal position, and Lin never managed to get back on his feet, because Bai immediately approached, sat on him, and tried to plunge a knife into his head. However, at a certain point, Hu began to behave strangely, as the mushroom promoted the release of various hormones. Moreover, with the help of technology, it is possible to direct the stimulating effect of the mushroom to the part of the brain responsible for the chosen talent. But without interaction with Balala, the stimulant caused a hormonal imbalance and could trigger an attack of love. Xiao Tian, in turn, continued to try to stab Fan with the dagger, which he fiercely resisted. The system, however, mentioned that the owner would clearly not be able to bring Bai to his senses, adding that now even the ugliest creature would seem beautiful and sweet to her. However, Lin still managed to get to his feet with the last of his strength, continuing to hold her hands with the knife. Soon he even managed to knock the dagger aside, which made the task much easier. But at the same time, the white tigress did not let him go, no matter how hard Fan tried. At the same time, she blocked his movements, but most importantly, the young man could not use his power. Suddenly, Lin heard the distinctive click of a photograph and looked in surprise at Kui, who had captured the scene on his phone. Zhu also said that now he would not be able to get Zhao's granddaughter, and the stunned Fan asked how he knew about Lingming. Number 2 sighed heavily and muttered something indistinctly, lowering his head. Unexpectedly, Tian burst into tears and then began to talk about their long-standing relationship. At that time, a relative of the Zhao family worked as a teacher at Shenzhou University. Min was his student, and he was also her biological father's half-brother. At that time, one of the students was courting her, and everyone was concerned about this problem. Because Lin Ming claimed that this guy was behaving rather strangely and was generally incomprehensible to her. After some time, the step-uncle brought Ming to a martial arts tournament where Tian was participating. It is worth noting that Zhu Ke performed quite confidently and was one of the best fighters. He easily dealt with the competition favorites, and many admired him. Having honed his skills, Ke fully demonstrated them in front of the audience and finally won the tournament. Uncle was delighted with him and shared this with Lin Ming, who seemed not to take him seriously. In fact, Zhu was a kind young man with a big heart. He had only one drawback. He was a bit overweight, which was what put many girls off from him. But very soon something disgusting came to light about him. Everyone was simply stunned by such a disgusting fetish of Kwe. Zhao's father's half-brother personally caught him red-handed, thus crushing his dream of a relationship with Ming. As it turned out later, Zhu stole the girl's underwear, including Ling Ming's. Tian was eventually expelled from Shenzhou University because of this incident. He had a hard time, as with such a reputation he was subjected to regular beatings, but it did not break his spirit. After a certain time, Zhu Ke returned to Shenzhou as a completely different person, fit and handsome. Naturally, Tian went to Zhao's house, where he learned that he was actually a relative of Ling Ming. Kwe was depressed and could not believe what was happening, because he literally dreamed of Ming. The guy simply didn't know what to do in this situation and let things slide. The main character, in turn, did not expect to hear such a tragic story from Zhu, who still couldn't forget Lin Ming and longed to meet her at any cost. Taking advantage of the moment, White Tiger instantly rushed towards the young master. Mercenary number 2 suddenly jumped on Fan's neck, trying to attack him. Lin didn't have time to react and seemed to have fallen into another of Bai Hu's traps. But at the moment of waving her hand, the girl suddenly stopped. The young man could not understand what was going on. A moment later, number 3 finally delivered a crushing blow, believing that she could defeat the boy. Zhu Ke also counted on the fact that he had already dealt with his worst enemy. However, Fan miraculously neutralized Bai, saying that Tian didn't actually need the map and just wanted to kill him, after which he pressed a certain point on the White Tiger's head, and she immediately fell to the ground unconscious. Although Lin was able to defeat Kuei's minion, he still received significant damage. Since his whole body and especially his neck hurt terribly, this did not become a problem for the young cultivator. Zhu himself could not believe that the teenager was able to deal with his test subjects. Unexpectedly, Tian said that he now understood why Old Man Zhao chose him as his son-in-law, because Fan had incredible skills. But at the same time, he noted that it would be better if Lin submitted to him, since the outcome would be disastrous. Moreover, the guy didn't want to give up the map. At that moment, Kuei tore the wheels off a nearby bicycle and they burst into flames. Then, with a lightning-fast movement, Zhu sent the burning hoop towards Fan. Naturally, Lin managed to dodge the flaming projectile, but it wasn't that easy to do. Thus, the wheel headed towards Qinglong, who was standing opposite the youth. The flying coals also rushed towards him and burned his face. Following them, the flaming hoop flew into Keeman's body and literally cut him in half. The stunned Fan did not expect that the maddened Zhu Ke would kill his own subordinate. But what surprised Lin even more was that he was unable to break Qinglong's armor, while Tian did it in a couple of seconds. Meanwhile, the fiery hoops were again directed towards the main character. The guy immediately began to avoid the typhoon's fate, dodging the burning wheels in every possible way. However, this time things turned out to be much more difficult, as he was exhausted while Zhu Ke's attacks were gaining momentum. In this regard, Fan called on the system to give him any item to defend himself. Balala immediately gave him a long stick, with which Lin was able not only to contain the flaming projectiles, but also to send them back to his master. Naturally, Tian went on the offensive, thereby not giving the young man a chance to catch his breath. The young master understood this perfectly well and began to think about his further plan of action. And since Kui kept him at a distance, Fan needed to get close to him. However, this was quite difficult to do, because the extremely capable Zhu did not let him get close to him and controlled the battle. Seeing a stick in his opponent's hands, Tian was surprised and asked where he got it. Lin smiled and said that he actually had a magic bag. Of course, Zhu Ke didn't believe him and fired burning hoops at him again. He declared that the naughty boy had brought trouble upon himself and that now he would have to burn. But at that moment, its flaming wheels suddenly sank into the ground. Kuei couldn't understand what had happened when suddenly Fang unleashed a devastating series of attacks. He clearly didn't expect the fight to develop this way, realizing that Lin still had many more skills in his arsenal. And since during the battle, the cultivator developed the ability to become invisible. Thus, the initiative shifted to Fan's side, but Tian was not going to give up. As he applied his new skills, Zhu's confidence and composure instantly turned to rage. A moment later, a blazing aura enveloped Q's body as he charged again. But since the main character continued to use invisibility, this was extremely difficult to do. Tianyu was curious to know how such a young master achieved such results in martial arts. Moreover, it was unknown what kind of true power the young cultivator possessed. But most importantly, Ju was trying to figure out how to counter Lin's invisibility. Covering himself with his powerful cloak, Kuei decided to summon the test subject Bai again. The magical threads immediately grabbed onto the white tigress's body and pulled her upward. Fan continued to strike furiously from the shadows, but was unable to break through Tian's defense. At the same time, the guy did not understand why Juke used Xiaotian because he had more effective techniques in his arsenal. In fact, the cunning Kuei had calculated everything, and it was not without reason that he used the girl. In this case, Bai was the bait, which ultimately worked, and a moment later, Tian actually tracked down Fan, who was invisibly. This became another problem for the young man, as he now had to find another option to continue the fight. Before he could do anything, Lin discovered fiery projectiles flying towards him. He tried to stop them again, even though he was at the limit of his abilities, but Ju prevented him from doing so. And a couple of seconds later, a powerful explosion thundered, which literally crippled Fan. His wounded and exhausted body fell down like a stone. Lin could do nothing about it. Tian, in turn, asked if the Zhao family had created the invisible armor. He slowly moved towards the fallen youth, saying that he was truly strong, after which he once again demanded that he be given a map of the dragon's territories. A terrible pain gripped Fan and he literally couldn't move. Besides, he had no points left to buy healing. It seemed that everything was over, but this was not enough for Juke, and he began to turn his body inside out with his threads. Suddenly, Tian said that it was time for him to go to the world of the dead, then put Hu right on top of him so that he could not get up. With a smile, Kuo added that it would be very painful now, and the fiery hoop in his hand instantly sparked. Finally, Lin said that Zhu was a terrible person because he killed his subordinates. But Tian claimed that in fact he had helped the White Tiger gain true freedom. After all, not long ago he was ordered to burn her entire family because they were persecuting the same organization. However, he decided to leave Bai alive because the girl was beautiful, after which he completely erased her memory with the help of Taoism and drugs, and subsequently she became one of the most important people in the gang. But since Hu failed the mission twice, she must also be eliminated. Fan was simply shocked by Juke's inhumane and cruel nature. Suddenly, Tian emitted 2 burning wheels towards White Tiger and Lin. With the last of his strength, the young cultivator grabbed the stick to try and repel Qi's attack. Meanwhile, in the university dormitory, everyone was still talking about the victory in the tournament and Fan's personality. The students also watched a rather pretentious interview with the championship's protagonist. The guys decided to play a joke on the guy and posted a slightly modified video on the internet, where they stuck a cigar in his teeth and put a gold chain around his neck. This material immediately went viral on the internet. After seeing the video, the young talent's friends praised their classmates' work. One of them was with Brittany, where they were having fun in a hotel room. Suddenly, the girl remembered Fan again, but the guy asked her not to touch on this topic anymore, adding that if she followed him, she should learn about the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Lin, in turn, continued to block Juke's efforts with the last of his strength. But suddenly he started to receive points in huge quantities. The guy couldn't understand what this was connected with. After a couple of seconds, the points were counted in hundreds and then in thousands, which was extremely surprising. At this time, Tian continued to diligently burn everything around him, naively believing that he had emerged victorious in this battle. But he didn't know what surprise the young master, who had already managed to recover from his injuries, had prepared for him. A moment later, an enraged Fan ran out of the raging flames with the White Tiger in his arms. Juke was simply shocked by such an unexpected turn of events and seemed speechless. Lin said that now it was time for payback. His body continued to regenerate. The guy called on Bilal to regain his invisibility, but he still didn't understand why he received such a huge number of points. Fan also rushed to buy other items, which he again asked the system for. Thus, in addition to invisibility, the young man acquired 2 healings and a spring mushroom. Kuei, in turn, followed the same tactics, trying to keep Lin at a distance. Suddenly, Fan grabbed the car and threw it towards the stunned Tian. Zhu had long since realized that it would be quite difficult to resist such a strong opponent. Moreover, the young master's strength had increased many times over, which he also did not expect from him. In the end, Kui covered himself with his powerful cloak and thus blocked Fan's attack, after which he tried to grab the car with threads, but discovered that his strength was not enough. Having lost control, the embittered Tian once again resorted to burning wheels. But as soon as Zhu tried to direct the flaming projectiles towards Lin, the guy appeared behind him and dealt a crushing blow with his own fiery hoops. The main character first used great healing to avoid injuring himself. This resulted in an explosion, from which the wounded Kuei was still able to escape. However, his jubilation did not last long, as the cloak got in his way this time. Lin simply grabbed him and pulled him to the ground, thereby preventing Zhu from escaping the battlefield. The enraged young master was thirsty for revenge, and it seemed no one could stop him. Tian immediately summoned the Taoist shield, but it didn't help him against Fan either, who continued to get closer to Qio and deliver his furious series of blows. Juke stepped back in shock and asked where he got so much strength from. The young man replied that Tian himself was to blame for this because he had angered him and now he could not find mercy. But the cunning Kwa resorted to his tricks again, and this time he was really able to surprise Lin, taking out an automatic weapon from the Taoist teleport, something Fan never expected. The smug Jew saw the fear in his opponent's eyes and began to boast in every possible way. The main character himself began to think about how he could avoid the bullets and ultimately deprive him of his weapon. It all happened too fast, and a distraught Tian pulled the trigger thinking it was the end. A stunned Fan covered himself with his hands, knowing full well that this would not save him. But at the very last moment, an unknown man in a white robe appeared and deflected all the bullets with his sword. Lin, just like Juke, could not understand who this warrior was and where he came from. Meanwhile, the stranger used frost magic and turned Tian's weapon into ice. Then, with a lightning-fast movement, the unknown cultivator cut the pistol in half. The young master tried to make out this incredible stranger, but his face was unfamiliar to him. Moreover, his eyes were covered with a blindfold, but Kuei suddenly had an idea and recognized him as a great warrior. It was China's first swordsman, named Yulong, but his sudden appearance raised questions. A few seconds later, the extremely surprised Fan also recognized the stranger. But unlike Ju, Lin felt this man was familiar, as if they had seen each other before. Yulong meanwhile placed Tian in a block of ice, as expected from such an incredible warrior, after which the swordsman turned to the guy and called his name. A confused Fan asked how he knew about him. Coming closer, he took him by the head and said that the boy really did look like him. For the first couple of minutes, Lin seemed to be trying to understand what was happening and simply silently looked at the stranger. Then he began to inquire about his family, whether he knew any of his relatives. Yulong then declared that Tian Kong was actually his loyal friend. Naturally, the impatient teenager began asking him about his father and the dragon card. The swordsman expressed Sun's concerns, wanting to know that his son was on the right path, but he could say nothing more. Fan sighed heavily and asked again why he felt like they had seen each other before. Yulong replied mysteriously that this was one of the reasons why he came to his aid, adding that if Lin agreed to become his student, he would learn the strongest swordsmanship in the world. The offer from the strongest swordsman seemed very tempting to the boy. He still couldn't believe that the strongest swordsman in Yulong was asking him to become his apprentice. The professional master expressed calm and confirmed his intention to make him his apprentice. Lin Fan still couldn't believe his luck and decided to stall for time. He received the glasses and said he wanted to think about it for now. The master's patience was beginning to wear thin because his future apprentice was still hesitating and he had many other suitors. Lin came up with an explanation for the swordsman. He was a friend of his father. It would have been difficult for the hero to fight against Suzaku and her employer, Krin, the eldest of the Tianhong faction. The Zhao family could protect him, but he could face his enemies alone. There was no time to waste. The boy's bow and his agreement pleased the master standing nearby. The boy glanced furtively at his new teacher. He had his own interest in learning details about his father from him. Yulong gave the boy 1 week to pass the test. Before entering, he had to practice fencing every day, and Lin Fang decided he was being bullied. Only in this way could the boy understand as much as possible immediately. Yulong vanished into thin air before the surprised boy. After the disappearance of his new teacher, the boy became completely convinced that he had seen him somewhere before. A car appeared on the streets of the evening city. Lin Fang already guessed who was approaching him now. The old man's patience inside the car was gradually wearing thin, and he was unhappy that the guy was hanging around here and couldn't figure out what was going on. Lin Fan, with the girl's body on his back, was in a hurry to leave this place, but Zhao was surprised that the guy wanted to bring another beautiful girl into his house. It all reminded him of his youth. Someone pushed Xiao Mei onto the bed with all their might. The girl screamed loudly in pain after the blow. Having quickly come to her senses, Mei angrily explained to her offender that all his actions were very illegal. In the fat fighter's opinion, women shouldn't have interfered. The young boss warned the girl in an angry voice that he would persecute her if she didn't agree with him. A group of loyal fighters listened attentively to their boss in the hallway. His new plan called for the destruction of the Zhao family, and he would ultimately rule Shenzhou. At this point, during the car ride, the hero fully explained everything that had happened to him and why he hadn't arrived. Zhao was understanding. The moans of a wounded girl on the seat were heard in the car, which is why the guy and the old man examined her anxiously. Zhao pulled himself together and confirmed to the guy that he was listening attentively. He wanted to ask him something. Lin Fang sensed a catch but agreed to the question. The old man was very curious whether the guy had ever had girlfriends. Lin became nervous but remained calm and did not answer the question specifically. Zhao, sitting in the back seat, became suspicious of the guy. He was unhappy with the girls who were regularly brought to his home and decided to guard the injured stranger. The protagonist felt very embarrassed. He extended his hand forward and didn't want to listen to the old man's love stories. He needed to get back to the topic of conversation. It was extremely important for Ling Fan to find out where the Tianhong fighters could have gotten the Zhao armor from. The old man immediately reminded the boy of that important fateful incident when the girl Wen Xiaoan stole their secret. The flash drive contained the latest chip designs from the Hua Xin group. These were the ones that had been troubling the Zhao family for 10 years. Their performance was even comparable to that of the US. All the design drawings were military-grade, undecipherable even by specialized software. Xiao Jia lacked the technology to produce the chips, so he only made an alarm system. It just so happened that this afternoon, the entire armor of the car suddenly flew off. It couldn't even be tracked by radar. The Zhao Group announced a new product launch at the stadium tomorrow evening. Xiao Jia was very excited when he told viewers about the incident during his television appearance. If Xiao Jia was able to crack the encrypted blueprint so quickly in a day and release the chip, it means that excellent people stood up for him. After hearing the story from his interlocutor, Lin Fan realized that a special chip could control everything mechanical, but it turned out that this was only the main function of Hua Xin for commercial purposes. The last page of the documentation used special double-layer encryption. This whole thing is a Pandora's box for which people are not prepared. Zhao was very worried that Xiao Jia was able to decipher far beyond their imagination. After the story about the chips, Lingfang couldn't understand what was so unusual about it. Zhao sternly explained that they must prevent the Xiao family from using the technology. The car sped alone along the night highway. A subordinate received instructions by telephone to call all troops and go to Xiao's house to capture him. A small fighter in a black hat was already waiting for the approaching machine. Next to him, at this time, was the prisoner inside a transparent cap. Zhao was in a hurry in the car. He had already called the police and the fighter had to wait here for a minute. While Xiao Jia was languishing inside the dome and could not free himself, the fighter was bored and still waiting for the police to arrive. The leader still hoped to somehow free himself. He grabbed a gun and decided to shoot through the dome. Xiao Jia decided to look for ways to escape before the police arrived. The only way to do that was to break the dome. Late at night, a young couple in love was relaxing. Brittany wiped the mouth of the protagonist's friend while they ate pizza. The granddaughter was very angry when she saw guests at the entrance to the house. Most of all, she couldn't understand why her grandfather brought the guy here. The irritated young mistress waved her hand and reminded the old man that their night guest was a pervert and could not possibly become her husband. There was no time to waste. Zhao reminded the girl that they needed to deal with Xiao Jia, who was responsible for the loss of her armor. Poison Hand was still unconscious, and Ling Fan was the only one they could count on. The hero had no intention of helping the girl. He simply wanted to learn from her what the map of the dragon's territory looked like. After that, he was ready to leave. But this map of the dragon's territory was intended only for the Zhao family. Lin Fan became sad. He couldn't come to terms with the fact that he had no right to the Zhao family map. To defuse the situation, the guy surprised the girl with his gesture, stroking her head. He kept wanting to explain that it was all a misunderstanding. The guy's reassurance must have had an effect on the girl. He still continued to demand that she believe him. But the young mistress did not calm down, and the next moment the main character shuddered from her strong blow from below. The girl's confidence never left her. Standing near the wall, she reminded the beaten guy lying on the floor not to even try to seduce her. The hostess's excessive cruelty upset the beaten boy. The agitated grandfather was still trying to convince his granddaughter that their guest wasn't a liar. At that awkward moment, the maid decided to prepare a room for the girl who had just been brought into the house, which greatly embarrassed the owner. In as calm a voice as possible, Zhao, with an outstretched hand, accused the surprised protagonist of asking him to bring the stranger here. The protagonist could no longer justify himself. He was amazed that the old man had already stopped being on his side. The angry mistress realized that the guy wanted to have two girls at once. She no longer wanted to listen to his excuses. The hero had to come to terms with being thrown out onto the stairs of a wealthy home. His life then became very difficult. To calm down a bit, the boy went into the store to buy some milk. He was tormented by thoughts about why he should care about the Zhao family's Pandora's box because of their granddaughter's behavior. The piercing gaze of an unfamiliar client caught the guy's eye as she was choosing products from the shelf. The protagonist, absorbed in his thoughts, extended his hand to take the goods and, apparently, the girl opposite him was very interested in him. The stranger decided to try to talk to the hero one day. She approached him near the grocery counter, phone in hand. The guy was suddenly distracted from his thoughts and turned around when he heard a voice from the side. The stranger apologized and wanted to talk to him. The main character was surprised by the question of the shy schoolgirl when she mistook him for the current winner of the volleyball championship. The guy's brain was struck by the girl's beauty, and because of this, he could not understand who exactly she was interested in. It turns out that a video of some guy went viral today. The main character smelled a pleasant scent on the girl while watching the video on his phone. The winner of today's volleyball match was a stranger in glasses and a hat. The protagonist immediately realized that someone had doctored the video on their phone. Someone unknown edited the video of the main character's interview and made it go viral, which earned him a lot of points. The fake video earned the main character 590,000 likes. Each like earned him only 1 point. Looking at the dancing and very happy stranger, the satisfied guy realized that he needed to find a way to get rich quickly. The schoolgirl was surprised when she realized that the guy had become very popular without even knowing how to use the app. and Lin explained to her that he had only been using an old mobile phone 5 years ago. A business card from a very friendly stranger became an invitation for him to meet her next time. The girl was getting ready to leave after a phone call from her boss, and the pleasantly pleased guy with the business card agreed to see her later. Outside, the fan's expensive red car was waiting for her. She ran and said goodbye to the main character as she ran. The unexpected encounter amazed the guy, and he rated the expensive car. He also once again thought the app was truly worth it. The moment came for another urgent task, which caused Lin Fan to suddenly come to his senses from his romantic thoughts. For the surprised guy, the bomb had to be eliminated immediately. In the car, all this could have been an assassination attempt on an international level. There was still quite a lot left, and the running guy was already on the move shouting at the girl on the street not to start the engine in the car. The explosion could still have been prevented. The boy's scream distracted the girl, and she looked at him from the car in surprise. The terrified protagonist braced himself for the explosion. The girl, still confused, turned the key in the ignition. The protagonist was practically ready to defend himself from the explosion. He was so afraid he didn't even immediately realize that nothing had happened. Surprised passers-by couldn't figure out why the schoolboy was standing and screaming next to the girl's car. Without thinking twice, Lin Fang decided to examine the underside of the car. He figured there must be explosives there. The confused driver looked at her new acquaintance, unable to understand what he was doing. The protagonist carefully looked under the car. He was surprised to discover a small bomb there. An explosion could soon begin. There was very little time. There were less than 3 minutes left before the explosion, and the explosives had to be defused. It was necessary to protect bystanders from the explosion. The protagonist shouted to the frightened people and demanded that they leave quickly. After a short period of stupor, passers-by, frightened by the explosion, began to quickly scatter in all directions. The driver realized she needed to save herself too and jumped out of the car. She wanted the guy to quickly defuse the explosives. The beeping sound continued from underneath the car. Gradually, some suspicion began to creep into the guy. He looked carefully at the clockwork mechanism on the bomb again. The protagonist realized that the bomb had a very special mechanism. He shouted after the girl and demanded that she stop and not run any further. The frightened schoolgirl turned around on the move and asked her friend what had happened. As calmly as possible, Lin Fan demanded that the driver take 2 steps back. Lin Fan stopped and, frightened, slowly took a step back. The guy, meanwhile, was closely watching the sensor on the bomb and became even more worried. The frightened girl was about to leave. She was shaking with fear. The worried guy explained to his girlfriend that he was very worried about her. The bomb under the car was special. If the girl had walked more than 5 steps, her car would have exploded. The driver wanted to escape as quickly as possible. She could have exploded if she had stayed near the car. There were 2.5 minutes left before the bomb exploded under the car. Lin Fang looked around and warned the girl that someone was hunting her. The schoolgirl became more and more afraid. She didn't want to die, since she was still very young. To calm his girlfriend down, the guy hugged her and promised her that he would definitely save her. The frightened driver whispered to her friend that she believed him. The guy was rummaging around underneath the car and demanded his girlfriend's toolbox. The guy couldn't understand why they didn't blow up the girl right away, but used the proximity sensor on the bomb. Activating various points on the boy's face helped him improve his mental abilities. He needed to quickly defuse the explosives. After a short facial massage, the boy's special vision was activated. He began to see important details in the bomb. With the help of a special view, the hero saw very precisely inside the bomb all its wires and the structure of the mechanism. There was little time left, and the guy began to unwind the explosives under the car. He hoped that the eyes of perspective and technology would be enough. The driver was so afraid she couldn't say a word. She watched closely as the guy disarmed the explosives. To ensure the degreasing was successful, the guy concentrated and continued to spin the bomb with calm movements. There was just over a minute left before the explosion. The guy had already removed the lid from the explosives. The first step was very simple for him. 5 seconds before the explosives were activated, the hero used wire cutters to cut the necessary wire on the bomb. A disgruntled deputy captain of the Special Operations Team, Wu-Tang Lan, appeared on the street. Surprised passersby realized she was upset that the young man wanted to defuse the bomb himself. A sharp and alien scream on the street disturbed the hero out of excitement. He even dropped his tool from underneath the car. Having calmed down a bit, the main character shouted that someone had interrupted him and that he had almost made a mistake. A girl approached from the side. The main character leaned out of the car to take a closer look at her. The surprised guy needed perspective eyes to understand who had just come up and lifted the car from above him. The driver was becoming more and more amazed. She could not understand how it was possible to lift her car. A young couple sadly said goodbye to each other in the pouring rain. Schoolgirl Brittany was returning to America. The fat man opposite her waved softly toward the eastern sky. Meanwhile, with the help of a jack, the car on top of the main character began to rise up very quickly. The surprised guy continued to lie on the ground and didn't move. The car flew off to the side. The driver at the side was even more surprised. The bomb still hadn't exploded. The distance from the car to the girl was only 4 meters. The bomb's timer continued to beep. There was less than a minute left before the explosion, and they had to hurry. The frightened hero realized that the car could explode 5 steps away from the Yachin. Something had to be done quickly. The car was parked on its side on the road. The protagonist could no longer reach the bomb to defuse it. Yakun was too afraid to say anything. At the most inopportune moment, a small wasp appeared from the side. The insect flew over the people and headed towards the car. After a short flight, the wasp landed on the side of the car. The car began to sway to the side. Even the small weight of the insect was enough to cause the car to flip to the side and begin to fall. Yachin was already braced for the explosion. The protagonist suddenly jumped to his feet at the last moment and rushed to the car. The frightened driver saw how the guy kicked the car away from her, and it flew towards her. The guy's blow was very accurate. The car stopped right next to the frightened driver. The bomb's timer stopped, indicating that the sensor had approached the girl. The protagonist's actions shocked passersby. Some thought the guy was from the wushu department. Lin Fang was angry because the policewoman suddenly screamed. She could have blown him up because of that. To calm the guy down, the policewoman shouted back at him that he himself should not have approached the bomb without experience. Yachin was scared because the guy and the policewoman were distracted. She needed to be saved because the bomb could soon explode. The hero calmly looked at the worried girl near the car and promised her that he would come soon. The policewoman didn't want to let the guy defuse the bomb and grabbed his arm to stop him. The main character was still a young student. The policewoman wanted professionals to defuse the bomb instead. There was only half a minute left, and the team might not arrive in time. The policewoman decided to act on her own. She bent down to grab the tool and shouted at the guy to move away. The still very dissatisfied woman demanded in a stern voice that the guy leave this matter to the police. Some wire on the bomb needed to be cut. The policewoman stood nearby hesitantly, wire cutters in hand. She had to rely only on her instincts. There was less than half a minute left. Meanwhile, the woman was trying to remember which wire needed to be cut on the bomb. At the last moment, the protagonist reached out and grabbed the policewoman from behind. He wanted to convince her that he knew more about bombs than she did. The woman, without turning around, shouted at the guy that he had to leave. Everything that was happening was the real world, not a school for him. The hero needed the system's help. He purchased a special skill called Abyssal Gaze for 520 points. The guy was completely confident in the help of his new skill. He asked the woman to trust him. The policewoman was forced to agree to the schoolboy's request. To her, he seemed very reliable. Yachun really wanted to calm down. She unexpectedly approached the guy from the side and wanted to hug him. Lin Fan looked at his girlfriend with a happy smile and agreed to her request. The guy was still holding the policewoman's hand. He said he wanted to begin disarming her, and his worried girlfriend looked at him from the side. Thanks to a special look, the main character was able to see something very strange on the bomb. 2 seconds before the explosives were activated, the guy decided to concentrate and cut the red wire using wire cutters. The bomb was diffused because the guy cut the necessary wire at the last moment and the explosion did not occur. The policewoman and the girl looked at the bomb with fear, expecting an immediate explosion. Lin Fan was able to confidently defuse the bomb to scare his girlfriends. He screamed loudly and they were very scared. The guy got a lot of points thanks to his frightened girlfriends. After that, he smiled and said that the bomb was defused. The policewoman realized that the student was playing a joke on him and therefore looked at him angrily. Lin decided to justify himself and said that he was only joking. The woman stepped away from shock and, with all her might, slammed the guy to the ground. She didn't appreciate his jokes at a time like this. He was still holding the bomb in his hands at the time. The girl sitting on the ground with tears in her eyes thanked the guy for saving her. Lin was still fighting the woman off with his hands, but he was able to turn to Yanchi and thank her for her attention. Suddenly losing his vigilance, the main character dropped the box containing the bomb from his hand and became very scared. The policewoman decided at the last moment that she could save people. After that, she rushed forward to grab the bomb. There were still 2 seconds left on the timer. The woman angrily shouted at the guy that he wanted to kill everyone too. At that moment, he remembered something strange. Lin Fan remembered very clearly the conversations of his classmates. He listened to them when he sat with them in lectures. Some kind of solution was spinning around in the guy's head. He was still remembering the photo of Yanchi on his phone. Lin Fan was very surprised when he realized that the person he needed turned out to be a man. After examining the bomb, the police officer couldn't understand why the criminals had set the time on it instead of detonating it immediately. It also had a proximity sensor. Lin Fan continued to think. He carefully dried up the information from the policewoman and began to analyze it. The guy started to have some clues. They could help him find the criminal faster. During the incident, the perpetrators could not have gotten far because they had just planted explosives under the car. The criminal could be somewhere very close. The protagonist began to carefully look around, searching for him. A stranger in a hat stood on the balcony closely watching the people below. At this point, the hero began to suspect that the criminal was somewhere nearby. The boy's magical vision helped him this time too. He was able to spot a set of small bomb wires in the stranger's clothes. He shouted to the woman to help apprehend the attacker. The criminal didn't want to be caught by the police, so he ran away. The main character and the woman rushed after him. A frightened policewoman with a bomb in her hands wanted to stop the guy. Lin chased after the bandit without realizing it. Passers-by on the street looked on in surprise as the young man and woman chased the fleeing attacker. The chase was still going on. The bandit had every ounce of strength left to continue running away from the woman and the guy down the street. Finally, there was an opportunity to catch the criminal. He cut off his escape route when he went into the alley. The policewoman prepared to neutralize the suspect and shouted to him that he was surrounded. But at that moment, the bandit pulled out a weapon and prepared to fight back. Thanks to quick reflexes, the couple and the woman dodged a flying combat disc with knives on a chain. The criminal, armed with such a weapon, was trying to fight off his attackers. The tattoo on the criminal's arm clearly reminded the police officer of something. The woman carefully examined the black image on the suspect's hand. She realized the guy was right. She needed to quickly evade the criminal. The woman shouted at the guy to quickly move around the corner. The guy still couldn't understand what was happening. The woman, meanwhile, was covering him with her body and understood that everything was going very badly. The policewoman watched closely from around the corner to monitor the criminal's actions. They needed to react quickly to avoid being killed on the spot. Lin Fan was in complete tension. He couldn't understand who could endure all this. Embarrassment distracted the woman from the criminal. She felt the guy touch her from behind and turned around. The policewoman sternly ordered the man to step aside. She didn't like the way he touched her from behind. She decided to use a counterattack against him and grabbed the wires on the bomb, which scared Lin Fang. The explosives could have been used to disembowel the criminal, and the policewoman threw them around the corner at the attacker. The hero became even more frightened after this. At that moment, a plane with 2 young passengers on board was flying through the night sky. Brittany decided to take her boyfriend to America, and he gazed thoughtfully out the window during the flight. The sharp disc on a chain that the bandit launched was very deadly for the guy and the woman. The flying weapon on the chain very accurately caught the packaging with the bomb and threw it far to the side. Ultimately, the bandit was able to protect himself from the bomb explosion, aided by his sharp combat flying disc. The surprised and dissatisfied guy and the girl realized that the attacker had somehow managed to deflect the bomb. The policewoman and her friend were forced to take cover around the corner from further attacks. It was time to call for backup. The woman reminded the schoolboy that he could not fight with bladed weapons and should not carry them. To help catch the bandit, the policewoman began calling for backup on her radio to the Shadow headquarters. She needed backup. After overhearing the conversation, Lin Fang remembered that the Shadow organization has a connection to the Dragon Territory map. Shadow has committed numerous terrorist attacks in China. Their leader is the #1 fugitive. In the organization, all hitmen are divided into 5-star ratings. It takes trained specialists to understand them. The bandits around the corner had a mark on their hand, meaning they were wanted. The policewoman realized that they were now confronted by the Star Shadow killer, Golden Drop, with a gun in his hand. When the protagonist destroyed KTV Xiao, he was dealing with Xiao and the Tianhong group. But the Shadow organization is more dangerous. The policewoman advised the guy to leave this place quickly. It turned out that the policewoman made a mistake. The disgruntled guy was already starting to doubt her professionalism. The mercenary spun his weapon on a chain. He now had no choice but to kill the 2 witnesses because they had found him. The launched deadly disc was already flying towards the protagonist and his companion. There was no time to run away. The policewoman, looking at the flying weapon, realized that she and the guy would now have to fight. The woman jumped and grabbed her pistol and tried to shoot away the flying deadly disc. To protect herself and the guy, the policewoman continued to fire aimed at the dangerous disc on the chain. The combat disc was very deadly, and to stop it, the woman had to shoot at different parts of it. The flying weapon proved to be very stable. The bullets fired by the police were unable to cause him any harm. The bandit successfully deflected all the bullets flying at him. This meant he could already be above level D. He didn't stop and launched a small blade at the woman. The policewoman was no longer able to fight off the new attack, and the blade pierced her hand, causing her to scream. At the last moment, the woman realized she didn't want to die here and now. The bandit swung his weapon and decided to finish off the young man and woman who were chasing him. He mentioned Wu Tenlan, the fast shooter, and knocked his opponent away with a powerful blow. The policewoman still didn't quite understand what the bandit had just said to her. The protagonist's punch sent her flying and slamming her into the wall. The guy had to quickly dodge the weapon flying at him. The help from his partner turned out to be greatly excessive. After his blow, the woman was stuck in the wall and could no longer move. Only now, the main character looked at his partner and was embarrassed because he had failed to calculate his strength. The bandit was delighted when he realized he had only one opponent left. He decided to finish the guy off with a weapon. The protagonist's reflexes allowed him to evade the flying disc in all directions. He was unharmed by the attack, leaving the criminal greatly surprised by his technique. The guy calculated the right time very quickly and delivered a fatal blow to his opponent's body with all his might. The battered bandit, coughing blood, couldn't figure out who the hell was standing in front of him. The guy swung his arm and angrily told his opponent he could call him a woman. The mercenary was angry because of his defeat. He was sure that there was no one stronger than Lao Tzu. After another attack from the guy, The defeated bandit was on his knees and called him by the name of Baba. The satisfied protagonist was most interested in why the mercenary decided to blow up the car with the girl in it. The bandit only received orders from his superiors to do the job and didn't ask anyone about the reason. An enraged Lin Fan couldn't believe the mercenary didn't know the reason he needed to blow up the car. The star assassin made excuses, and it turned out he didn't even know the identity of his boss. The guy had no choice but to drag the bandit to the police by the leg, but the frightened mercenary decided to save himself and share some information with him. Lin Fan gave the mercenary time to tell him everything he knew. He secretly hoped that he would receive information about the map of the dragon's territory. The angry mercenary wanted to explain to the guy that he was just wasting his energy. After the guy slammed the bandit into the ground several times, he agreed to share some information. The protagonist was most interested in the dragon's territory. The bandit began to tell him in detail about the treasure in the Yinshan Mountains. Yanqi found herself in the alley at the worst possible time. She was worried about what had happened to the main character and the policewoman. The girl's unexpected arrival gave the bandit a chance to escape. He suddenly broke away and ran off at full speed. The mercenary decided to use the hostage to save himself. He held a knife to her throat and demanded that the boy stay away from him. Hiding behind the girl, the attacker jumped up and disappeared into the sky from the guy. The fleeing bandit thanked his hostage on the run for helping him escape. The mercenary thought he was lucky, but when he took a closer look, he noticed that his hostage was a man and became frightened. The Yanqi guy saw sparks in his hands, and he prepared to use them to hit the kidnapper. The unexpected turn of events really scared the bandit. He realized that he was about to be attacked by sparks. A fatal blow from the main character from below the bandit incapacitated him, and this gave the hostage the opportunity to try to escape. Lin Fan, who had run up, came to Yanqi's aid in time and grabbed him in his arms when he fell out of the kidnapper's hands. The policewoman at the station still couldn't believe that the main character had only recently met Yanqi. Lin Fan and his female acquaintance continued to try to convince the woman with a smile that they had only just met in the store recently. The woman began to suspect the guy of something. She reminded him that he decided to help a stranger in her car to defuse a bomb. She also recalled that he was involved in the incident at KTV. What was also incomprehensible to the policeman was that the main character was able to throw her aside with a very powerful blow and defeat the shadow killer. Thinking feverishly, the guy decided to explain to his interlocutor how things really were. Lin Fan had to tell the police that his teacher was Yu Long, and he seemed to have forbidden her to reveal any information about everything to him. The policewoman liked the guy's story. She herself was a big fan of China's #1 swordsman, Yu Long. She promised him to keep it all a secret. The guy benefited from having the world's #1 swordsman as his teacher. The system would still have helped him in the future. The policewoman still couldn't figure out why the guy had followed Yanqi. The girl shyly replied that the main character might be jealous of his fans. After the interrogation, the detainee was allowed to leave. She bowed and thanked the woman for her hard work. The guy was very embarrassed when Yanqi kissed him and thanked him. It was a difficult test for him. An unexpected kiss knocked the protagonist unconscious. Even the policewoman couldn't figure out what had happened to him, while Yanqi ran away humming. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion, the boss was asking his subordinate where he had just gone. He reminded him of all his successful assassinations and warned that a killer could be sent against him to kill him at any moment. The leader didn't want the fighter to disappoint him. He reminded Yanqi that he was the perfect weapon and that he had spent a lot of money on it. The leader hugged his subordinate and wanted to know what he was doing outside. It turned out that Yanqi had simply gone to the store. To calm the boss down, the fighter responded with an innocent look, telling him that he had just met a good man and that they would become closer when everything was over. Xiaojia decided to warn his subordinate that there are no good people in the world and stroked his head with his hand. An unexpected knock distracted the leader from his conversation with the fighter. He couldn't figure out who could have come at such an hour. A mercenary entered the mansion. He was very unhappy about losing to his opponent and wanted to find Kie as soon as possible. The leader was displeased with the fighter's arrival at the house. He had previously given the mercenary mechanical armor, which had been quickly destroyed. The uninvited guest wanted Xiaojia to hurry and report what had happened to his father. The leader disliked the fighter's visit and called him greedy. The beaten mercenary warned his master that the Tianhong in the city could easily kill him. The leader decided to sacrifice his subordinate and offered the guest to fight against the Yanqi. The wounded fighter glared at his opponent. He still didn't have the strength to fight properly. The ice on the fighter's hand shattered into pieces, and he became invincible. Now it was time to attack the opponent. The fighter decided not to stand on ceremony and launched a fire beam from his hand at Yanqi. He decided to be rude right away. The guy and the female guys turned out to be a deadly opponent. He grabbed his opponent by the throat with a death grip. Yanqi easily defeated a very dangerous opponent, defeating him with only one hand. The victim was no longer able to escape. At the end of the fight, the young fighter calmly and imperturbably finished off his opponent in a bright explosion of flame. Defeat and surprise overwhelmed the mercenary. He was burned by the explosion but alive. He couldn't understand how it happened. Afterwards, he was thrown out into the street. The defeated mercenary had no choice but to listen to his boss's orders. He had to return and tell her that from today on, Xiaojia was the ruler of Shenzhou. The sun rose outside and woke the boy. He woke up in the morning on his bed in the bedroom. It was time to remember the events of the previous night. It turned out that the hero wasn't alone in his bedroom. He noticed that someone else was lying under the blanket next to him. The amazed guy looked at his girlfriend, who crawled out from under the blanket, and asked why he wasn't sleeping. The unexpected partner really scared the guy. He couldn't figure out what she was doing there. His partner asked Lin Fan, "Have you really forgotten last night?" The unexpected guest in the room was unhappy with the guy and girl for doing this. A guy was suddenly visited in his bedroom by two familiar girls. It turned out they were his wives, and they were scolding him harshly. One of them was even holding a strange child in her arms. The nightmare suddenly ended, and the guy immediately woke up. Reality gradually came to the boy's consciousness, and he realized that he had just seen only a dream. He sat up in bed. After that, Teacher Yunlu immediately visited him. The hero's scream echoed from the window far and wide. He didn't like what his new teacher had done to him. After the tenant's scream, the cleaner ran into the premises. He decided that something had just happened to Phantom. The room turned out to be empty. The servant couldn't find the boy, and the surprised protagonist found himself far away in the forest, in the arms of his new teacher. An angry Lin Fan demanded that the teacher explain what he was doing in the room. Yunluo advised the student to look around. Only now did the boy realize he'd been teleported to another place. He even managed to change his clothes after that. It was the hill behind the school. To save time, the teacher helped the boy change his clothes. Lin Fan was not happy with this explanation. The teacher reassured the boy. This speed was perfectly normal if he had reached the top. It was time to begin special training. The master drew his blade to hand it to the boy. The surprised protagonist found himself holding a light blade in his hands that could break gold. The protagonist finally got the chance to learn his father's secrets. To do this, he simply had to hit the teacher's chest with a ball and hurt him. Ling Fan was very surprised and frightened by his master's teaching methods. He still hesitated to use his blade. The guy was in no mood to kill anyone. He realized that the master wanted to make fun of him now. If the student could not touch the master's body with a weapon, then he would not be able to kill anyone. The protagonist gave in to his master's wishes and assumed a fighting stance ready to attack. He needed to remain calm and do his best. The blade in the boy's hand flashed. He was still a little hesitant before launching his attack on the master. Lin Tiankong was unable to teach the protagonist. The boy was a layman in swordsmanship and used a spiritual ice sword. The master heard his student suddenly jump up and run quickly forward, and after that he began to wait for his attack. Yunlu was able to easily calculate the guy's running trajectory and very quickly moved away from him and was able to dodge. The master remained unperturbed and was ready to fight on. The boy was amazed that he was able to react to his attack so quickly. The teacher dodged the guy very quickly. The protagonist pulled out his sword and decided to attack further. The boy still couldn't pull his weapon out of the rock. His lightning-fast attack exceeded all the master's expectations. The main character used only half of his strength, and now with a sword in his hands, he decided to attack the teacher again. The student's words about half his strength greatly interested and surprised the teacher. He realized that his subordinate had great potential. Lin Fan increased his speed and decided to completely knock the master off his feet during his next attack. The professional young warrior stood calmly and looked with absolute imperturbability at the opponent running towards him from the front with a weapon. The second time, the master also managed to dodge the guy's attack, but the student slipped right next to him. Having miscalculated his strength, the main character did not brake and crashed into a tree at full speed, sending splinters flying in all directions. The weapon in the protagonist's hands turned out to be very sharp. He cut the tree in half with one blow. From the clouds of dust, the boy approached his master. During the next task, the apprentice had to chop off the master's hand. The protagonist had to agree to this. The protagonist was filled with determination to continue his attack. He warned the master to be ready. The young man showed no emotion. Just like last time, he stood there, ready to fend off the boy's attack. The teacher had a harder time parrying the boy's second attack. The protagonist was able to quickly run up to him from the front, and he barely managed to dodge. The boy's blade stopped right next to his teacher's ear. The blade cut through the air right next to the young man. The magical blade proved so powerful that its impact caused the earth to shatter. After the impact, the protagonist was very surprised. After the powerful blade struck, a large crack began to appear on the ground. It grew larger and spread outward. The Earth's rift was so powerful and fatal that it even affected the mountain, and it broke in half with a huge roar. As a result of the second attack, the protagonist was able to shatter the Earth with a powerful blow and split the mountains in half, but the master stood to the side and was not harmed in any way. The teacher, having come to his senses, suggested to the protagonist that he start washing his clothes next time. Ling Fan took the master's words as a compliment and agreed to his proposal. The hero noticed that he had received a very high score. The master remained completely calm on the outside, but inside, the the teacher could be panicking. The student decided that he saw excitement inside his teacher and was glad that the man could no longer hide it from him. The student's expression became increasingly self-confident and daring before the attack. The teacher immediately noticed this. With a precise movement, Yunlu managed to dodge the guy's next attack from above. The protagonist continued to swing his sword in all directions. The boy's strength gradually began to leave him. He could no longer hold the weapon in his hands, but his master stood before him, unperturbed. China's finest swordsman defended his reputation. The frustrated student, after several attacks, couldn't even nod to the voices. Today's training ended for the boy. The teacher took the blade in his hand and said that they would continue tomorrow. The main character now had the opportunity to earn regular daily points. The guy didn't want to waste any more time. He ran as fast as he could to his dumpling shop to earn some points there. The master was suddenly overcome by a severe pain in his back. He touched his hand to relieve it and grabbed a tree with his hand to keep from falling. The waiter watched with surprise and interest as Brittany and her boyfriend exchanged glances in the United's first-class bar. The protagonist ran up and saw a very long line outside the dumpling shop. He was late and couldn't make up for lost time. The head chef was late, so the customers were unhappy because they couldn't get their dumplings. The waiters calmed them down. The protagonist ran into the room and noticed happy customers sitting at tables. The girls behind them were massaging their backs. The guy was so busy that he didn't even notice how the worker came up behind him and quietly whispered something to him. A gentle massage from behind with her hands was supposed to calm the guy down. One of the employees massaged his shoulders with her fingers. The guy immediately relaxed after the girl's massage. He realized that only experts could perform such a technique. One of the establishment's employees developed a massage for clients. This service would be very good before a meal. During a busy time, many would stand in line and wait. A massage while the dumplings were being prepared would help guests have a pleasant time before eating. The proud employee decided that her fellow co-workers couldn't compete with her in terms of innovation. For the guy, it all seemed like a normal job duty so as not to lose a client. The worker decided to help her sisters until they found a better life. She extended her hand and hugged the protagonist close. During a hug, the shy guy heard the girl say that she wanted him not to disappear this morning and to cook the dumplings on time. The protagonist needed to use the system window to calculate how many dumplings he needed to make. Yesterday, he received a bill for 620,000 yuan. The system still couldn't give its owner an answer. He began clicking his fingers at the window in displeasure. Business at the establishment was going well and profitable. The employees brought food to customers, and everyone was very happy. The most demanding customers were treated to a meal by having the establishment's employees carefully feed them with a spoon. The protagonist continued cooking in the kitchen. The waiters barely had time to serve the food to the customers on platters. The worker boasted to the protagonist that he had been able to earn 20,000 yen yesterday and hoped to earn more today. A stranger appeared at the door of the establishment. He kept a close eye on the customers inside and didn't venture far. Amidst the general noise of the establishment, a loud and clear click was heard as someone took a photo of the guy on a mobile phone. The arrival of an unexpected guest to the establishment and his photographing distracted and greatly frightened the main character and one waiter. The former angry teacher William Ioanu decided to take revenge on the protagonist and photographed him. He wanted to tell everything at the university. The teacher showed the boy a photo taken at the establishment. He hoped that such incriminating evidence would help expel the main character from the establishment. Lin Fan showed the amazed guest that his establishment was currently serving the dean and director at tables. The teacher was amazed and could not understand why the director of the educational institution went to such a place to eat with prostitutes from KTV. Principal Minghao didn't like the teacher's words and strictly demanded that Mr. William watch his language carefully. All the girls in this establishment were saved by the main character. One of them was about to feed the man food with a spoon. The worker handed the director some food and wanted to give him a last treat. Minghao left, promising to help the protagonist if he had any problems. Teacher William felt fear and discomfort. The principal sternly demanded that he get out of there. The protagonist was distracted from his studies and, sitting in the classroom, was thinking about something else. Besides dumplings during the morning roulette, he acquired a skill called Sleeping Genius, which turned out to be useless. The system didn't want the owner to underestimate this talent, and the guy didn't understand what could be so special about the talent of sleep. A guy was browsing social media on his phone to get more points. He remembered a fake video of himself that he'd made when he'd gotten a lot of points. After that, he decided to fake a new video himself. First of all, the main character needed to register using his mobile phone number. After registration, it turned out that all contacts in the main character's list began to synchronize immediately. Suddenly, Yachun appeared on the screen in a game costume. She greeted the very surprised protagonist. The students in the back row watched the main character in surprise. The girl in the broadcast told everyone that the main character was her friend, whom she had met yesterday. It was very difficult for the two students to believe that their friend from school could personally know a star like Yakun. Meeting the online star Yachun turned out to be a very good experience for the protagonist. Two students crowded around him in surprise. The students started pushing their way into the camera to get the girl's attention. The streamers smiled at them and waved. The students at the university tuned in to listen. They were very interested in the fact that Lin Fan was very close to such a streamer. A huge crowd of students ran into the auditorium as a group. They all wanted to meet Yachun through the main character. Without his own desire, the protagonist found himself the center of attention among other students. A whole group of them rushed after him in order to meet a girl with his help. A group of glamorous female students appeared in the university corridor. They confidently pushed the students aside. The students were very unhappy that a big fuss had arisen because of some little girl. The appearance of glamorous girls really surprised the protagonist. He didn't expect to meet them here now. The glamorous student accused the protagonist of being a hypocritical pervert. She had misjudged him earlier. The students were willing to admit that they themselves were hypocritical perverts. They all really wanted to meet Yachun. The strongest of the glamorous girls sent the worried students flying with a powerful blow of her hand. The pumped-up athlete was very unhappy because all the men turned out to be the same, although it sounded banal. One of the university beauties did not want the students to look at the beauty of the Yachun instead of their beauty. The winking glamorous student was confident that their ball could beat any other women. Absolutely all the glamorous students agreed that Rodina is a fake and that people who are worth liking should be destroyed. The main character got tired of the dumb girls in front of him and he kicked them out the window with a powerful kick. The guy's girlfriend was watching the broadcast on her phone. She supported him with admiration. The guy came to his senses and noticed how, after his action, points from his system began to add up to him. Thanks to the large number of views, he received 30,000 points. It was a very fast way to earn them. The protagonist became distracted and realized that the lesson was about to start. He needed to leave. After saying goodbye to the girl, the protagonist headed to the auditorium. Yachun smiled back and waved at him. The main character walked alone along the school corridor. There were groups of students around him. Several guys still wanted to get to know Lin Fan very closely so that they could get to Yachun through him. They were catching up with him. The students around the protagonist really wanted to see their female idol with his help. The guy decided to justify himself and said he didn't know Yachun very well. The student was amazed that the protagonist wanted to challenge a wushu swordsman. Lin Fan immediately became wary when he heard this. He didn't understand what his friend was talking about. There were 6 outstanding students in the wushu department. Xiao Mei was one of these fighters, but she ranked only 6th in strength. Jerry, a student, is a big fan of Yachun. If he found out that the main character and his friends wanted to have dinner with this girl, he would be furious. A friend advised the protagonist to keep all this information secret. Jerry was not supposed to find out anything. The students parted on the street and waved goodbye. A friend reminded the protagonist of the secret so that he would remember it. Today was a good day for the main character. He discovered another way to get points. Even the thought of such a tremendous success made the guy very happy. He walked and didn't notice anything around him. The fighter Jerry suddenly appeared from the side. The protagonist barely managed to jump aside from his sword attack. The swordsman praised the still very surprised protagonist for being able to avoid his attack. It turned out that the protagonist was the third person who was able to talk to the living legend named Yachun. Lin Fan listened to the martial artist in surprise and could not understand exactly what he was talking about. Jerry didn't believe the main character's heated and persistent justifications that he had nothing in common with Yachun. The enraged swordsman sternly demanded that the protagonist apologize for the attack on his feelings. He decided that Lin Fan did not understand true love. Jerry decided to attack and kill the student with a sword just because he got close to the Yachun girl. Jerry's accusation had no effect on the protagonist. He calmly looked at the student and decided to get rid of him. The protagonist stood there calmly and imperturbably while the swordsman rushed past him at full speed. Jerry glared at his opponent and decided to finish him off with his dance of death skill. Quite unexpectedly, Lin Fan found himself behind his opponent and placed his hand on his shoulder. The swordsman didn't even have time to change his fighting stance. To begin a new attack, Jerry jumped back. He decided to use his signature fighting skill after all. Jerry didn't want to listen to the protagonist. He held the sword in his hands and remembered that even D-class martial arts teachers can't escape the dance of death. Jerry had to be careful. He couldn't afford to underestimate the main character. Lin Fan still wanted to avoid conflict. He explained to his interlocutor that he was just a friend of the Yachun girl. The student's excuse angered the fencer even more. He decided to finish off the main character no matter what. The swordsman quickly approached the protagonist in flight. The boy still wanted to tell him something and explain everything. The main character realized that his opponent was flying towards him through the air very quickly, and there was no more time left. The sword's upward thrust into the ground was so powerful that stones flew around. The student barely managed to jump back and dodge. After the jump, the fencer swung for another blow, and the main character had to dodge. The battle against the professional fighter was not easy for the protagonist. He either dodged his sword. After dodging another attack and landing, The guy put his hand on the ground to keep from falling. It was getting more and more difficult for him. To fend off the swordsman flying above, he needed at least some kind of weapon. The protagonist reached out and picked up a stick from the ground. Usually, a stick was enough to stop an opponent's sword. The protagonist persistently wanted to explain everything that was happening to Jerry and have him listen to him. The fencer only now noticed that his opponent had parried his blow with an ordinary stick, and the guy was able to continue fighting successfully with it. A simultaneous powerful blow from a sword and a stick scattered two fighters far to the sides. It was very unusual and unclear for the fencer why his opponent was fighting back with a stick. Something else really caught Jerry's attention. He saw a bright glow around the main character. The fencer watched in fascination as coils of bright energy appeared around the stick in the protagonist's hand. Jerry knew very well that the energy flow only appeared in a high-level user. For the fencer, this could have been his first real fight. His opponent was still trying to justify himself somehow. The student extended his hand forward and didn't want to listen to any more excuses. The girl Yehyun was very important to him. For Jerry, the girl became the savior of his whole life after the first time he saw her. The student recalled how a girl with a large bat in her hand once looked at him and said something. After communicating with the star, the meaning of life for Jerry became to fight with her and enjoy the clash of two swords in the air. The fencer was so captivated by the girl that he finally decided to devote his entire life to her. Due to his strong attraction to Yehyun, the student completely decided that he had the right to all of this. The fencer's story shocked the protagonist, and he decided that his opponent had simply gone crazy. During another attack, the fencer angrily shouted at his opponent to accept the punishment. The final attack was interrupted by an unexpected phone call. The fencer's ringtone was a romantic song. The fighter froze in awkward anticipation. The phone continued to ring in his pocket. The protagonist held a stick in his hands and was ready to fight back. The phone call calmed the fencer down a little. He spoke to his interlocutor and agreed. The student decided to leave for a while and promised to return soon. Lin Fan was secretly very surprised by Jerry's behavior. As they parted, the fencer promised his opponent that this wasn't the end. The protagonist decided that everything that had happened was an incomprehensible punishment. Xiaojia spoke to a large audience. He greeted everyone with a gentle smile and thanked them for their support. The audience listened attentively to the man at the podium. Xiao announced that their group would announce something very important through the conference today. The audience's attention was drawn to a small object in the guy's hand. He was announcing the revolutionary launch of a new product. After much reflection, the protagonist decided that everything that had happened was some kind of punishment for his sin. He walked alone. The waiter and his girlfriend invited the protagonist to dinner. He happily agreed and pulled out his chair. The arrival of a blue-haired girl with food in her hands distracted the protagonist. He couldn't understand why she was there. The guest was dissatisfied with the protagonist's answer and assumed he had some kind of problem. Lin Fan justified his decision by saying that dinner with family makes the atmosphere more lively. As they were leaving, the waiter thanked the worker for her help, as they were having difficulties preparing the food. People at the table were offered to try the signature dish of home cooking in KTV style. On the plate lay a fish head with seasoning. This was the dish the girl offered to the guests at the table. The guys didn't like the girl's food and started making up excuses to refuse. The waiter grabbed the remote and suggested they watch the news before his appetite returned. The TV was talking about a new product launch from the Xiao family. This information really excited the waiter. A cheerful announcer announced the start of the live broadcast right in front of the Xiao Group building. Into a large hall with a large number of people, everyone continued to come in droves to visit. They listened to someone at the podium. Xiao announced details of his product from the podium. It took several years of artificial intelligence to create it. One of the guests caught the main character's attention. He began to look closely. Vague guesses tormented the protagonist's consciousness. He saw a guy walking along the hall with a girl, and he almost recognized them. The broadcast of the event was suddenly interrupted by some noise, and even the presenter turned away in fear. The waiter on the sofa got scared and decided that some kind of robbery had begun at the conference. The main character was also very scared. In the live broadcast footage, two unknown guests could be seen and heard entering the building, followed by a loud noise. A huge robot stood before the people in the square. The building was completely blocked, and the main character stared at the screen with agitation. The girl stuck her finger in her face and pointed out a pattern to the protagonist. He immediately realized it was the Zhao family's signal. The fireworks shape was quite unique. For the protagonist, this meant that there was danger in the Zhao family and someone could be killed. After receiving a sign from the Zhao family in the night sky, the protagonist needed to rush there to help. A little girl with a broom also wanted to go with him. The grown-up boys explained to the girl that she needed to stay at home, but she got angry because her broom was taken away from her. The main character also didn't want to take the girl who wanted to go with him. He didn't understand what she could be doing there. The guy decided that the best solution for Ruyan would be if she stayed and waited for him at home. The owner wanted to help the Zhao family because of their kindness. They helped her with her job, and without them, she would have remained an ordinary masseuse. The guy was very surprised by Juyan's kindness. and she decided that he was just being impudent. The protagonist agreed to take his girlfriend with him, but he didn't want her to drag him down with her. As they parted, the waiter told the friends to be careful. When the girl saw Xiao's headquarters, she was amazed and realized that this company has a lot of money, but the guy didn't answer her. Two huge and tall buildings were brightly lit, but all the entrance doors were closed. It was necessary to look for some other way. The girlfriend was at a loss and didn't know what to do, but the main character promised to think about it. It was difficult to get past security directly into the headquarters. The security system is much more sophisticated than that of residential buildings, so getting in wasn't easy. Thanks to the updated facial massage, the guy's thinking improved and he decided to immediately improve his vision. The perspective eyes, after activation, allowed the protagonist to very carefully analyze the building. Thanks to his special skill, the guy on the street was able to find a way to get into the building with his companion. The only possible place to enter the building was through the ventilation. Without wasting any time, the main character and his companion walked along the wall of the building to get inside the ventilation. The girlfriend was surprised that her companion turned out to be smart. Meanwhile, the protagonist was crawling into a pipe to reach the conference room. When the boy and girl jumped out of the pipe, they noticed something strange and incomprehensible around them. It was unclear what had happened. There were two dangerous people walking around the room. All the other guests were lying unconscious and motionless on the floor. The girl and the man were looking around the hall. Everyone else was lying unconscious in clouds of some kind of gas. The protagonist immediately recognized who was standing in front of him from close range. He didn't expect to see these people here. Apparently, the couple in the hall were very unpleasantly surprised by the appearance of Lin Fan and his companion Zhu Yan. The girl was very angry because she saw the main character here, and he came here precisely because they launched the missiles. Zhu Yan explained to her interlocutor with a smile that she had come here at Uncle Li's request. The girl in response asked her to convey her regards to Uncle Li. The peaceful conversation was interrupted by the sudden flight of some dangerous green root, which nearly knocked the surprised girl off her feet. The predatory roots really scared the boy and girl. He looked around and couldn't figure out where they could have come from. The man tried to fight off the plant attack. He had once heard of a martial arts master who was very knowledgeable about chemistry and plants. The girl also fought off the roots. The stranger appeared in the corridor in clouds of orange gas. It was she who controlled the predatory roots with which she attacked people. The root mistress was called Musugan. She was a D-class master and prepared to finish off the people in the hall. The fighters prepared to fight against the dangerous Musugan. It was because of its poison that the guests in the hall fainted. The mercenary was so formidable and dangerous that even calling for reinforcements would not have helped people defeat her. The guy decided to finish off Musugan alone. The others were supposed to go upstairs and return the chip to Zhao. The mercenary angrily warned the people that they wouldn't touch the chip until the project was completed. The evil root mistress attacked the fighter. She wanted to bury him in this building as soon as possible. Musugan's weapon turned out to be truly dangerous. The predatory kurin she wielded was toothy and deadly to humans. The protagonist and his friends didn't expect to face such a dangerous opponent. They looked at the predatory root with fear and didn't know how to fight back. The fighter, in a breaking voice, demanded that his friends leave, and he himself rushed forward onto the dangerous green root to fight it off. The main character hesitated with his companion, but the girl was already running away and shouted to them that they needed to hurry now. The guy managed to defeat the dangerous green root, but clouds of orange gas appeared around him, and he stood in a fighting stance. Musugan realized with alarm that the gas was forming a shield, which was driving out the carnivorous flowers. The fighter was left alone with the mercenary. His friends ran away, and the girl shouted as she ran that she would be waiting for him upstairs. The mercenary didn't want to let the girl go and launched another route to stop her. The boy was forced to run forward to stop the green root himself, while his friends ran to the side and saved themselves. The predatory green monster was very dangerous, but the guy swung his hand to hit it in its toothy mouth. The fighter's blows were very powerful and precise. He was able to smash Green Root's head with them. The mercenary suffered another defeat in the attack. She didn't like that her opponent was so overconfident that he wanted to defeat her single-handedly. This evening, the sixth martial arts master appeared. It was he who began to give birth to a new figure. In the past, a feng shui master from Zhao helped a fighter understand what he had previously overlooked in his life. The warrior heard from the master that the young woman could live up to 100 years and would then live her life happily. The warrior grabbed his hand and very angrily decided to finish off all the bastards right now. The protagonist realized on the fly that a sixth martial arts master had suddenly appeared, who was the power of the Shu family, but at the same time, Mei Mei was also on the list of martial arts masters. In order to use his skills to their full potential against the Musugan mercenary, the fighter removed the first seal. After the seal was removed, the boy ran forward with complete confidence. He needed to deliver the decisive blow as quickly as possible. The plant queen wasted no time in launching her green monster against the man. The huge mouth once again appeared in front of the fighter, and he was already preparing to pierce it with his powerful glove on his left hand. Thanks to the magical enhancement, the guy was able to grab the monster with his own hands and immediately begin to strangle him violently. To destroy the monster more quickly, the fighter decided to tear it into several pieces. He grabbed it tightly with his fingers. Enormous strength helped the warrior tear off a huge piece from the green predatory mutant and neutralize it. Musugan hastened to catch her opponent off guard. She launched another predatory root at him. The next attack did not come as a surprise to the warrior. He cut down the green monster next to him with his powerful blow. The mercenary became increasingly agitated. Her plant began to decompose from the toxins emanating from her opponent. It was useless to attack the man physically. Because of the battle, the mercenary didn't even immediately notice that her clothes were starting to tear apart. Musagan felt a little ashamed. The plant fiber clothing on her body began to slowly tear apart. The fighter only now realized that he was seeing his half-naked opponent. He felt intense shame and decided to cover his face. The mercenary expected another attack from her opponent, but unexpectedly noticed that for some reason he had become quiet. The torn clothes on the girl's body made the man deeply embarrassed. He covered his face with his hand and didn't want to look at her. The fighter's awkwardness and shame were so strong that he even lost his breath. Musagan could attack him with impunity at any moment. The mercenary was greatly amused by her opponent's shyness. She decided that this was her chance to defeat him. Slowly creeping up, the mercenary decided to catch her opponent off guard while he still couldn't look at her. Using a special syringe, the mistress of the roots decided to introduce a special preparation into her plant. The drug from the syringe immediately took effect, and another green monster crawled out of the girl in the direction of the warrior. The warrior still felt very shy and still couldn't look at his rival. He didn't understand what she was doing. The man was now attacked by a large, fast plant. It could organize new plant cells and had dense fibers. The frightened man realized that he could no longer simply deal with the mutated green root. The monster, after its mutation, reached enormous proportions and now decided to dine on a defenseless and frightened human on Earth. The warrior was destined to become the main course for the green mutant and would not have had time to escape anywhere. Having gathered his strength, the fighter assumed a fighting stance and decided to try to defeat the mutated root, as he had done before. The man managed to jump to the side in time, and the green mutant crashed into the ground with all his might after accelerating. The warrior hated worms more than anything. He formed a fist and prepared to attack the green monster with a powerful blow. The human's blow had an effect, and the green plant retreated slightly. Everything around began to be shrouded in a pink gas. The warrior was surprised when he realized that the green mutant had not died from the gas. He heard a noise from behind. The predatory root rose and prepared to attack the man again. The gas was no longer effective against it. The mercenary's fortifier began to absorb the poison. The frightened man realized that he would no longer be able to defeat the monster and that he might need to be given more poison. A group of friends ran at full speed down a large corridor, trying to escape as quickly as possible. An unexpected obstacle in the people's path turned out to be a dark figure with red eyes. The girl shouted to her friends to stop. The mercenary looked very menacing and dangerous in the darkness. He silently studied the fugitives with his red eyes. The particularly dangerous mercenary nicknamed White Tiger turned out to be an ordinary girl in a white baseball cap. The White Tiger could have been sent into the corridor to stop the main character and his friends. The mercenary explained that she didn't come here to stop them. Zhao had sent her before the conference even started. The girl calmly took off her t-shirt and showed the guests with her hand where they could go to the third floor. The main character still couldn't believe that such a famous mercenary was standing right in front of him, and he repeated her name. Having calmed down, the guy extended his hand to the girl to thank her and continued down the corridor. The guy's gesture didn't find support from the girl. She abruptly pulled her hand away and didn't want him to touch her. Mr. Zhao took the girl in after the Tianhong gang started hunting her. She was supposed to help him. The White Tiger by nature hated justice and kindness, and she decided to deal with the main character. Suddenly, a knife appeared in the mercenary's hand. She decided to put her criminal plan into action right then and there. The White Tiger jumped up and launched a blade at the main character to kill him quickly. The guy didn't even have time to react, and suddenly someone from the side launched another weapon to protect him from the blade. The guy and the girls still didn't understand what had just happened. Some kind of savior appeared next to them. Looking around, the main character noticed how an unknown warrior appeared right next to him on the ceiling. A member of the Wushu masters named Wu Jian stood on the ceiling and looked like he was cosplaying as a vampire. Qian jumped abruptly from the ceiling. He had decided to fulfill his mission of stopping only 3 people, but he saw 4 in front of him. A weapon flashed in the mercenary's hands. Before the attack, he shouted to the men that he wouldn't demand a bonus for an extra kill. The White Tiger decided to save the protagonist. She shouted at the guy to leave and decided to fight the mercenary herself. As he was leaving, the protagonist wished his new acquaintance to be careful. He was already leaving with his girlfriends. Jean wasn't willing to let his prey slip away so easily. He jumped up and launched metal stars at the fugitives. With a professional move, White Tiger launched several combat knives to deflect the stars flying towards her. While the main character was running away with his girlfriends, the mercenary was fighting off the attacks of the Wushu Master Jian in the center of the corridor. The fighter was amazed by his opponent's speed and fighting skills. He didn't understand where she had learned such skill, but he received no answer. Jian stood on his feet. He and the mercenary mutually praised each other for their weapons and fighting skills. Taking advantage of the moment, the mercenary launched metal stars at his opponent in flight. The White Tiger reacted very quickly in time and threw her combat knives at her opponent in response. At this time, the fighter was still holding off the attacks of the Musugan. His poison no longer had any effect against the enhanced plants. It was decomposing within them. The mercenary had already decided that her opponent had already lost hope, but suddenly something caught her attention. The man found the strength to rise and assume a fighting stance. He was ready to fight on. Something about Musugan's appearance struck the fighter as very interesting. He studied her carefully. The intense gaze greatly confused the girl. She couldn't understand where her rival was staring and placed her hands on her chest. The warrior was very excited to fight such a strong opponent as the Root Mistress. But he had no other choice and he hit the palm with all his might. The fighter continued to squeeze his hand with all his strength and that was all he could do, and bright red lightning flashed through his body.